everyone. Hello. So I'm gonna wait for a few people to join. Let me check my YouTube channel here. Uh oh. Y'all wasn't supposed to see that yet. Okay. Let me go on my live cast here. I'm still trying to figure out how to get comments on the screen like they do in Twitch. But we're taking baby steps. Probably after this live stream, I'll see how I can do the overlay and kind of have like nice graphics, like the kind of like using this OBS system and the full features that it can offer, because I feel like I'm just getting to know it now. There's a big learning curve, but we'll get there eventually. All right, now let me make sure I'm live and not talking to myself right now. Oh yes, I'm live. Okay, good. All right, so whoever just joined, hello. Welcome. I'll see if anyone else is going to join. I'll wait a few minutes and see who else will be here today. Hey Jacqueline, hey sis, how are you? How's your Sunday going? Hey Miranda, hey sis. Okay, I got people here. Okay, people are joining. Good. I hope you guys are having a wonderful Sunday. Yeah, I have to make that announcement. Just every live stream that I do, I'm gonna make this announcement that I will be streaming every single Sunday, unless I specifically post something and say, hey, I'm not able to make it today, or like I give an announcement, or most of the time I should be okay though, unless it's like maybe a holiday or something like that. But even then, I probably still stream anyways. I'm still trying to figure out my schedule, but Sundays are the best day for me. Best day Sundays are best for me, and it's because it's usually the day that I have the most time kind of to do things, and Dom and I are really busy on Saturdays. So Sundays usually are time to kind of like individually, like he does his own thing and then I do my own thing. So yeah. So Sundays are best. So let me see who else is here. Good. And I'm finally early for girl, grab a seat. I'm not gonna make this one too long, y'all, because last week was a doozy. That one was crazy, but I'm gonna try to keep my lives at least 2 to 3 hours. I'm gonna try to do that. But then you know what? It's actually not too bad though, because I don't actually live stream a lot. So it's not like I could understand if like I live stream like every day or something like that, or every other day, then it would be like OD. But I think my pace right now is pretty okay, because I'm only doing one live stream a week, and then I will drop one video on the membership channel a week, and then one video on the public channel a week. So that gives me time during the week to kind of like edit and do all my stuff. Like honestly, y'all, that was one of my issues, was trying to organize my time properly, because I'm the worst time organizer, or I have like the worst time management period. However, I've realized something though. I take meds. That's one. Y'all already know about my ADHD meds. But not only that, that has helped me, but also I schedule things now. So it has made my life so much better, y'all. Just scheduling things in and being able to consistently stay on schedule. So now that I've kind of been testing this new like schedule out that I have for myself, especially when it comes down to YouTube, I realized that if I have one video, so I can do like parts of the case study, probably drop it once a week, and it'll be like on the weekend. I believe Fridays, Saturdays will and Sundays. That's when I can drop videos publicly and on my membership, and then do one live stream on Sundays. And y'all, it's so much better now. Like I feel like I have more breathing room, especially during the week, because I am a working woman, y'all, and work be yeah, I have a lot of responsibilities at work now. They done piled a lot of things on me, so it gets kind of a little difficult to edit during the week. But I can film though. Filming is not my problem. Filming is the best. Like it doesn't take me time to film. It's the editing that takes the most time. And hopefully in the future I can get an editor. But right now it's because I'm trying to keep my content the way that like I kind of like the flow of it. And it's hard to kind of show someone how you like your work done. I'm kind of one of those people where if somebody does the work that I want them to do, I want them to do it similar to what I do, just so you can have value, right? So yeah, that's basically what it is. So yeah, every Sunday live stream. I'm gonna try to live stream probably around this same time, it'll usually be like between 1:30 Pacific Standard Time to now, which is 3:05 Pacific Standard Time. So around this time, I'll be online. All right, let me see more comments, y'all. The only reason I can watch part of this live is because I'm at work. Sometimes it's like that. You know, it's so funny because a lot of people watch my content while they're working. I never knew that because I personally, like, I work too. So it's so interesting because I watch other people's content while I'm at work. Sometimes I watch like TikTok videos or I listen to music. Um, and then I can zone out and do my work, right? But it's so interesting that you guys watch my stuff, which I love, by the way. So that means I must be entertaining. So thank y'all. It was 5 hours. Really? Yeah. Last week was like, y'all, it was like 6 hours, y'all. It was long. It was like long. It was the longest time I ever live streamed. But actually it went by so fast that I didn't even realize that I streamed that long, to be quite honest with you. Like, I really didn't realize it. That's how much fun I was having. Well, the video wasn't fun because I feel bad for sis, but that's how much I love talking to you guys. So yeah. Girl, let the live go as long as you need to. Last week live was 100. I didn't realize that, y'all. After I was like, I stopped talking and then I was done, and then Dom came home. And then, cause I think he went to the gym around that time. And when he came home, he was like, "Oh my God, like you stayed on live for a while." But he was actually really impressed. He was like, "You can talk for that long?" I'm like, "Yeah, I can talk for as long as you need me to talk, right?" So it's really interesting. But yeah, I'll go as long. I'll stay as long as I can. Definitely. So yeah. All right, let's start today's live, y'all. Let's see. I got enough. I have enough here. I think I gave you guys enough time to join. So whoever can't catch the live, it's okay. It'll be up. I always keep the lives up because, I know it can help people get through the week. So I will always do that. All right, y'all. So let's get to it. Hold on. Let me check my comments one more time. Why do I keep doing this? You see, I'm still getting to know this OBS system. I have like so many screens. Okay, and I did it again. All right, y'all just don't pay attention to me. I'm trying to read the comments. Okay, here we go. All right. Hi, Danny. How are you? You're right. The channel is a real diamond in the rough, especially now that I'm in my early 20s. The veils are unveiling. Yes, they are. And you know what? Like, the reason why I love interacting with you all and making the content that I do is because I promise y'all, I wanted this type of content when I was in my 20s. It would have helped me so much. But you know what? Everything happens for a reason. And I think that, sometimes I remember when I was going through my depression and a lot of like hard times, I used to ask God, like, why can't I just have an easy experience? Like, why everything gotta be so hard for me? And I'm like, even just anything in life, it felt like I always had to push harder than other people just to get where I need to get. And other people, I felt like they had such a great experience. But then hindsight is 2020. I feel like I went through all those experiences so I can teach you all. And I never in a million years would have thought that I would be on YouTube sharing my life story or other people's life stories and kind of giving that experience through it. Because every case study that I've done, I felt how others have felt in some capacity. Maybe not in the same way, but we all feel the same emotions, especially when it comes to love, finding love, or being with someone. It's inevitable. And a lot of the content now, especially like geared towards women in their 20s, 30s, I feel like it's more so telling you to be scared of love and to be fearful of love. And I understand that because there's a lot of stuff going on in this world. And of course, we live in a system where men are seen as, the top, basically patriarchy. I already know that, right? So when men are seen at the top, and there's definitely men who are raised to believe those things, then it becomes kind of like they become the loudest men in the room on social media, actually. But when you really think about it, there are a lot of different variations of a person and experiences, right? So what one man does to one woman may not be the same thing that another man does to another woman. However, they all have the same patterns. And when you find someone who you truly are meant to be with, and you can truly see that they are a good person and they treat you well, and they are basically like the best version of a husband or partner that you can have in human form, then it makes your life so much better. And I'm just saying that when we haven't been taught to look for those signs, then it's easy for us to fall prey to a lot of men who don't hold the values that you would want in a husband. And unfortunately, we're also taught to just stick it through and just be with someone just because it looks good on the outside, right? But my point is that love should never scare you. And if you know how to navigate love in a way where you're making the right decisions, you're making the right choices, you're trying your best to have a better outcome, then chances are that you will. And it goes the same for anything else in your life. Of course, there are some things that are beyond your control. However, if you have a goal and you have standards and you set those standards up in a way where you're actually following the standards that you have for yourself and for other people, then you're going to live a pretty good life as far as like you made the right choice, right? For yourself and for your future family. It's very important, y'all. I was watching a video this morning. Actually, you know what? I'm going to play that video, y'all. I'm going to play that video. I didn't expect to play it, but let me try to remember it on TikTok because my sister sent me a video and it was talking about the golden womb. Golden womb. And it really resonated with me because not everyone is supposed to have your energy. So actually, we're going to play that first before we get into our story. Let me read a few more comments and then, yeah, let's start. Finally caught alive. Yes. Thank you at the cutest giraffe. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Made it. Yes, Francis, you made it right on time because y'all, I got to yapping and now we're going to start. Yep. Same auntie. That's where I'm at now. Yeah, that's where you're going to be at. And yeah, it's just, I'm trying to articulate my words very well, but I will just say that you guys are fortunate. That's what I'll say. And the fact that you're able to see things and social media exists at such a better, like in the way that nowadays this generation has so much information and they can use it to their advantage. Whereas my generation, if you're a millennial, I'm a mid millennial. I was born in 86. So I'm about to be 40 like next year in February. And we started having internet, like we had the internet, but it wasn't like how it is right now. Like the advice come in and everything, right? It's so informational, y'all. Like, so take advantage while you can. You have the resources and tools to make better decisions than I ever did. And I just want to be able to pass this information along. So this will be timeless. So yeah, I think we all need to help each other, y'all. Young women often ask me about marriage, life, but not about love. Yeah, because it's the illusion. They think that once they get married, they're set. And I'm like, nah, marriage is just the beginning. Marriage is the beginning. That's the start. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's a whole nother ball game when you tie yourself and connect yourself to someone and you're going to see this person at their best and worst. But the thing is that if you've already chosen a qualified person, even at their worst, they're still good. But we talking about a bad person and then they're at their worst. Just imagine that. You made a bad decision and then that person's at their worst. It's a nightmare. It's beyond a nightmare. And it can change your life for the worse too. So it's like any decision you make can shift the course of your life forever. There are people who have been divorced for 20 years and they're still feeling the effects of the divorce from 20 years ago. Any relationship you get into, anytime you give your energy to someone, it's always going to be at a disadvantage in some aspect if you don't choose your person wisely. That's what I'll say. Because you have autonomy to choose your spouse. And someone said that actually, like I was watching a video where someone they made me think a lot. They were like, your spouse is the only person you can choose. That's the only family that you're able to choose. You can't choose your parents. You're not able to choose your children. But you can choose who you decide to procreate and marry. So let it be a wise decision. Trust and believe me. Trust and believe me. All right, let's start. So let me find this video of the golden womb because now I want to play that to start us off. And it's a Sunday, so this is going to be a really good one, y'all. It's a Sunday. It's a Sunday. So the Golden Womb will start us off. And then after that, we'll get into today's topic. So actually, I'm going to search for it live. So TikTok. Let me see if I can find it. Why is TJ on my screen? Lord. The Golden Womb. Hold on. Why is TJ on my screen? Okay, here we go. The Golden Womb. Okay, that's not... Okay, here it is. So y'all gonna listen to sis, okay? And I'm going to... Ooh. Hold on a second. Let me try to isolate this
you ever
TikTok
heard
here.
About the Golden Womb effect? So the Golden
Hold on a second, y'all. I'm going to add another screen here. Just 1 second. Windows capture. Okay. Give me 1 moment. Oh. Oh, is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. Okay, I'm gonna play it now. All right, let's make it a little wider. I hope I can. Let's see if I can make it wider. Yeah, I can. Ooh, I could do so many things on this thing. You see, your auntie. I'm learning, y'all. I'm learning how to do this stuff. Okay, my face still shows halfway though. Hold on. Let's make it a little low. Oh, here we go. Oh. I love when I get to know new technology, y'all. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna start it and we're gonna listen to this, okay? And let me know if you cannot hear. All right, let's put the volume louder a little bit. Sorry, y'all. Okay, we're good.
Have you ever heard about the Golden Womb effect? So the Golden Womb effect are women that carry a high energy that's directly from source. And when anyone enters your life, whether it's platonic or romantic, you enhance these people's lives. It could be a friend, it could be a boyfriend, a girlfriend, a husband. You enhance their life. Their life becomes better because they're entered your energy. The Golden Womb effect is very potent and something to be protected dearly. And if you are a woman that knows you have this effect, which means when a man enters your life, his life becomes better. He becomes more attractive to other women because of your energy. He starts to make more money because of your energy. He starts to look better because of your energy. On TikTok, they had a trend called the black wife effect, the before and after pictures. That's exactly what the Golden Womb effect is. But they call it the black wife effect. That's the Golden Womb. Anybody that enters her womb changes, revitalizes, become bigger than what they were because of her energy, her soul energy. She's pure in essence. So she can grant you wishes. It's almost like that mythical creature, the genie, when you...
All right, I'm going to stop it right here, y'all, because, hold on. I want to check the comments, make sure you guys can hear it properly. Hold on, here we go. This is the wrong one, but hell, I'll just redo this.
Hello, so sorry.
Okay, here we go. Yeah. I lost my page where I could see the comments. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. You see, this one I was giving myself props for doing this right. Here we go. I have way too many screens up. Okay, here we go. That's where it is. Okay, I couldn't find it. All right, y'all. So they hear it together for more than 20 years, but I tell them there was a period after the honeymoon phase. Oh, okay, you must be talking about something else, sis. But yeah, hold on, you guys can hear it. Will this be recorded as it's late in the UK for work? Yes, it's always recorded. You can go back and watch it. 100%. We can hear it. Okay, good. Okay, so I'm going to continue the video, y'all. Sorry, I just had to pause it to make sure you guys could hear it because sometimes there'll be a little bit of echoes and stuff. But okay, we're going to finish it.
Rub the genie, you got 3 witches. But it's not that. When you enter the Golden Womb, you could become abundant once you treat that woman right. A woman that carries the Golden Womb is a healer. whether she knows it or not. She is a healer. So she heals her spouse. She heals her children because they come from her womb. She heals her friends because she used that womb energy to heal her friends around her. Anybody that comes around her have to evolve, regardless. It's in her spirit. It's in her makeup. She carries a God essence. So anybody comes around her have to evolve. But there will be people that come around you and do not recognize your energy. And they will misplace your energy and try to steal your energy from you, which is spiritual theft. And for that spiritual theft, if they come within you with destructive thoughts of they're going to steal from you or betray you, they're going to fall. They're going to fall. I warn women like you who carry this energy to be very discerning of who enters your womb. Not any and anybody could enter you. You're a special breed on this planet. And this is what you have to understand. Don't let any and anybody come around you and give you a mask and give you all these stories. Feel them first. Look through their eyes. Look through their soul. Especially if you're looking for a relationship. Even with friendship. Because people will come around you to steal your light, steal your knowledge, and steal your wisdom. They don't want you as a friend. They don't want you as a partner. They want to steal from you. A lot of these men enter these women's womb, steal their energy, take your energy to manifest money to give to others. And you're left dried. You're left broken. You're left penniless. Because they stole from you. Be careful. Try to recognize who you are as a person. When people come around you, do they evolve? You carry the energy. You carry the energy. They get better when they come around you. They get wiser when they come around you. Because you have the ancient wisdom within you. Stop giving it away for free. Know who you're giving it to. Call your energy back. Every single piece of it. Call it back. Detach. Cord cut from certain people who are vampirizing you. Because this is how it works. I'm going to show you a little thing here. This is you. This is your womb and all your chakras. Right? All your chakras. This is your spouse. They enter you. They hook on. Right? They're charging. They're revitalizing from you. This is your spouse's girlfriend. Someone you didn't know about.
It better, hold on. It better not be none of y'all. Let's just, including, no, it better not be me or none of y'all. He better not be plugging energy to other women. Just letting, if you're with your spouse and you suspect that he's with other women, y'all need to listen to this part. But it's very important, y'all, because either way, I feel like this right here, this should be everyone's like affirmation morning, when you do your prayers, your devotion. Listen to this woman every time before you go on a date. This should be in your saved favorites to listen to as soon as you meet someone. Because what sis is talking about here is a word. She's saying a whole word, y'all. Sermon on this good Sunday, good day of the Lord. Let's continue.
To you, and she's hooked to him, she gets a piece of you too. Okay? Now, she's feeding from you, stealing your energy, looking better from your energy, creating and getting money and luck from your energy because of him. Hey, didn't know that can happen? That can happen. Now, she have a man that your person don't know about. She's sleeping with her man. She got your energy. She sleeps with her man. They hook onto your energy. Everybody's feeding from you, from all these invisible cords. You wonder why you're weak. You wonder why you're stressed. You wonder why your head is hurting. You wonder why you're getting sick. You're depleted. You're losing weight, losing your money, losing your abundance. Because you, who are the golden womb, is allowing this one, who you trust, and this one, who is the third party, and the third party's person, and whoever else person they have. I don't have any more cords to show you, but you get the picture. They hook onto you and feed from you and take from you. You got to stop this. You got to stop this from happening. Be more discerning of who enter your life. You're beautiful women, and a lot of you are empaths. You're healers. You're nurturers. You always want to help somebody. You always want to heal somebody. It's not everybody is your assignment. Anybody come in your life, you go down on your knees and ask the divine, is this the person I'm supposed to heal? Is this the person? Is this my assignment? Even if it's a friend. Even if it is a friend. Ask the divine before anybody enter your energy field. Because they will steal from you and they will deplete from you, and you wonder why you're suffering. And you're suffering because the people around you. You understand what I'm saying? Discern who comes around you. There's so many of you out here that carry this golden womb, and it's being depleted from people who don't care about you.
All right, sis. We heard you.
Have you ever heard
we
about
heard
the
you, sis.
golden
Hold on,
womb
y'all.
effect?
Let
the
me
golden
stop it
womb
here.
effect.
All right, sis. We heard you, sis. We heard you loud and clear. And you are absolutely right. Absolutely right. Now, shout out to my sister, by the way. She's the one who sent me this. And it's because I will say, without diving into personal matters, that my sister and we have dealt with this our whole lives. I remember we used to always have conversations because I'm really close to my sister. And we're actually close in age. She's 3 years older than me. So when you grow up with a sister who's close in age to you, it causes challenges. It does cause challenges. I remember when we were younger, we used to bicker a lot and argue a lot, but now it's like we're like built-in besties, kind of, right? So my sister and I are very close. We talk to each other multiple times a week, even in all the time. And we've gone through a lot of these kind of experiences, especially with men, with people who just use kindness. A lot of people, they will use your kindness and take advantage of it. And I've always been the type of person who I always want to help everybody. I always want everybody to win. I do not gatekeep at all. Period. Like, that's why I do my best to help a lot of people out, because I feel like we can all learn from each other. Each one teach one. I do not have the spirit of competition. I actually think that if ever I feel like, dang, like, how come I'm not where I need to be in life? If I hear someone else's story, then it means that there's a problem with me. And that's usually when I try to dig deeper and try to find out what is making me so upset about not being where I need to be in life, right? So I never look at other people's lives as like a goal for me to attain. It's more of like, it's always literally like, whenever you look at other people and you see what they have and you covet it, then I always think in my mind that there's something internally wrong with me and I need to get to where I need to be. It just pushes me harder to get to where I need to go. I'm not going to hate on the person, because at the end of the day, they had to go through their journey and they got to where they needed to go. People don't look at what happens on the back and they just think that, oh, this person has it together. And then they start wanting to have what the person has. And this is where the energy transfer happens, because they think that by having what you have, then they're going to be set. But what they don't understand is they are them and you are you. So nobody could do my life the way I did my life, because I'm myself. So it's the same way with you all. Like, there are certain people in your life that will try to take what you have, because they think that by attaining your energy that they're going to be able to use it for their own good. But what ends up happening is that I've noticed that once you get rid of that energy, you take the plug out, then they can't imitate that energy. It cannot be duplicated. Often imitated, but never duplicated, because you are special. You are the only one that can do what you do. You are the blueprint of your life. So again, what sis said was a word. There were so many times where I had to, when I tell y'all, I became an expert blocker within the last 2 years since I moved back from Korea. I would say that what really took over, the shift that happened, was when I was in Korea. I had a lot of time to myself. I always talk about that. I had a lot of time to really sit in my thoughts, get closer to God, just be around really good people. And I realized that I want to keep living that life. I want to be able to have peace around me in abundance at every moment. I don't want to be stressed. I don't want someone to take my energy and use it for bad. I want to be able, if I'm going to like live the best life that I want for myself, I want to be able to touch people in a positive way, but also have it bless me too. I don't want to feel like I am worn down, especially in relationships, because who you sleep with, I'm telling y'all, it is so important. Whoever you marry, whoever you partner up with, if that person is just stealing your energy and there's nothing good that comes out of it, and they're depleting from you, you are going to have a shorter lifespan. Listen, I gotta be honest. Your life expectancy is going to be lower because you're dealing with stress on a daily basis. You don't know how many people now are coming up with the C word. And I'm not saying that that is the cause, because it could be genetics. It could be so many different factors, environmental. There's other causes of it. But what I'm saying is some illnesses are literally your body just tired. Your body's tired of the stress that you're inducing on your own. Like literally, it's all stress induced, a lot of it. And on top of that, if you have someone who cannot even support you, who's just stealing your energy and then giving it away to other people, just spreading it all. And then here you are. You're not fulfilling your purpose. You're not fulfilling your dream. You're not fulfilling what you were meant to do in this one life that you have. Because it's the only life that you're going to have. I mean, unless there's something on the other side that we don't know about. As far as like human form is what I'm talking about. So why would you waste it being stressed and depressed and not living to the full potential that you can live in, as far as your light to be shown all over? Like, why would you want your light dimmed if this is the only human life that you will ever have? Think about it. This is the only human life that you will ever have, and you wasting it on a bust or friends who do not deserve your time or your energy. I had to really, really reconcile that. So since I came back from Korea, I've cut out so many people from my life. And yeah, it hurt me because some of them were close family. Some of them were close friends. Some of them were people I called sister, brother. But at the same time, I want my peace. I need my peace. I'm not going to sit here and let you stress me out and take what I have to offer because you haven't dealt with yourself and you don't have the energy or the light to go through. So then you want to take from other people. You want to hoard. You want to steal it. And then here I am, just not even living to the fullest potential that I can because you're anchor. You're literally keeping me at the same position. You're an anchor in my life. And I'm not able to move forward because here you are trying to climb off my back. It ain't gonna happen. No more muling, sisters. No more muling. Sisters and brothers, if you're watching this, and anyone else who's watching this, everyone who's watching this, I'm telling you, do not mule for people. Even your spouse. Don't do it. I'm telling y'all. Don't do it. Don't do it. Hold up. Hey, the star that fell. I'm gonna wait for this live this time. Hold on. What time is it where you are? Oh, the plug-in cables really gave me a deeper meaning of Sabotage. Yup. Because it's not you. They could be sleeping. Exactly. Sigma personality. Also ask yourself why you are tired or exhausted. Thank you, sis. Yes. Like autoimmune diseases. Yes, Anna D. Exactly. When I tell you guys, I've known so many women, and the thing with women is we have to also understand that our body is extremely sensitive to stress, very extremely sensitive. If you have a gut, and I'm talking about like your fat doesn't move like me, I had to learn. Like even now, while I'm losing weight, I'm doing my best to eat healthy. I'm doing all of that right now, and all of the stuff, some of the stuff that is from the past, the trauma, your stress, it stays in there. It's in there. That's where it grows from. Fibroids, also diet too. Fibroids. Most of the stress that I had when my fibroids developed, it was because I was working a job where I was stressed out literally every day. I would fall asleep, wake up, and have panic attacks because I didn't want to go to work. I would cry in the morning when I was getting ready just to not go to work. And that stressed me out. I developed gray hair at the age of 25 at my front temple. That was the only place it grew because of stress. I got sick, went to the hospital. I'm telling y'all, so many different things happened in my life because of stress. Imagine if I married somebody who was adding to it. Imagine. And now, and then finally the time where I decided, oh no, this ain't it for me, started living the life I wanted to live. And I still had some decisions, even though I had made a decision, okay, relationship wise, I want to choose the best partner ever. Found my husband found me. It was awesome, gravy. I still held on to some people in my past that were not conducive because they were not making me progress. They were making me regress. Anytime I had good ideas, I wanted to do things, go out on, explore, travel, do different things. None, except for a few friends. I did have a few friends that I still keep. If you're still my friend today, that means that you was one of my day ones, like you was a real one. But I'm talking about a lot of the people that I was around, they didn't do that. They weren't going where I wanted to go. And it's not just traveling. I'm not just talking about that. I'm just talking about just making you trying to design your life in a way where it's optimal. I always wanted to do different things, always wanted to progress. I never want to regress. I promise y'all. You will never catch me just being comfortable in one spot. As soon as I start getting comfortable, I start getting itchy. And I'm like, oh yeah, it's time to move up, level up. That's why I'm always in school. I know some people are like, you stay in school. Yes. I'm trying to level up. Certified. I'm telling you, I'm always taking on new projects. Even though, like, y'all see my whole YouTube side job. My side job is YouTube right now, right? As far as what I do on the side, I've taken up so many different things. Other than that, my days are filled with a lot of different projects going on. And it's because I'm always trying to elevate, always trying to improve myself. And I have someone in my life who wants to do the same. So we're just constantly going. Imagine if I had a man who was holding me down and holding me back. And that's what sis is trying to say. Y'all, anyway, it's real out here. I'm going to read a few more comments. Miss Bree said, I really appreciate that reminder about stress from me. I appreciate your channel so much. You're welcome, sis. You're welcome. I'm telling y'all, it's real out here, especially in this economy right now. I understand a lot of people are losing their jobs, healthcare. There are a lot of like parents who are really worried about their children's futures. There's so much going on in this world right now. I'm being honest. Even though, like, I do case studies, all that stuff, and I try to distract people from what's really going on out there. It's not looking good. Not right now, anyways. And the last thing that I would want you guys to do is add more stress to your life in the form of a man baby, or a friend who's competing with you, or family members who are trying to hold you back. They don't want you to progress. They don't want you to leave your hometown. They tell you, oh, why would you leave and move across the world? Why would you move to Korea? Your family is here. I heard that, y'all. People were telling me not to move to Korea. Oh, it's not good for you to be there. Even when I came back, I visited around the time COVID happened. And people were telling me, "Oh, don't go back to Korea," because I was in grad school at the time. And they were like, "Oh, if you go back to Korea, it's not gonna be good for you. Maybe like you shouldn't go back. Maybe it's a sign you shouldn't go back." I went right back. Guess what? I met Dom. I went to Canada in March, April, May, June, July. I met Dom in July. 4 months later, I met my husband. If I did not go back to Korea during COVID, I would have missed out on my husband. I met Dom 4 months later. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. If I had listened, I had a few family members. I kid you not. We had a family dinner. They were like, "Are you sure you want to go back to Korea? It's probably not. It's probably not safe. Oh, COVID is in high numbers over there," because at the time it was like people were thinking it was just an Asian illness. They were like, "Oh yeah, like it's only Korea." Da 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 da. I said, "I'm gonna go back." I remember I told a family member, I said, "If you believe in the Lord like you say you do, then God is going to protect me. I will be A-okay." I went back to Korea, y'all. I did not catch COVID. You want to know when I caught COVID? I caught COVID when I was married. Yes. Your brother-in-law Dom gave me COVID. And that was the year before I left. No, the year I left. Yeah, the year I left to come back to Canada. So 2023, I got COVID for the first time and the only time in January of 2023. And that was 3 years after I met my husband. And imagine if I had listened to those people. Not just that. When I was trying to go back to school, "Are you sure you want to go back to school?" I had a few family members who were really supportive, and other people were like, "Oh, should you go back to school? I don't think it's a good idea. You should need to focus on your career," because I was on a good career trajectory. I was like, "Nope, I'm going to go back to school. That's what I want to do. I think that's going to be better for my future." Never regretted it. Anything that I did that I felt was intuitively correct, I never regretted it. But guess what? The only times that I regretted what I did or any decision I made was off of the strength of other people taking my energy and trying to project it into making plans of their own. Because whatever they wanted me to do fit their agenda, not mine. Just think about that. So at the end of the day, man, just listen to our good sis. What's her name? Let me shout her out. At soul_goddess 222. Go give her a follow if you're on TikTok. And make sure that you're in alignment. Make sure that you don't let anybody take your energy and keep your womb golden. That means having kids too. Wake it up. Wake it up. Children. Another thing, y'all. Children can also deplete you too. I'm telling y'all, everybody. You just gotta be discerning. Who you have kids with, when you have children is another thing. How you raise your kids, people around you, friends, family, whoever, co-workers, people you work with. I'm telling you, it's just all interconnected. You're the source. Just remember that. Without you, hold on. Let me give y'all a live demonstration because I love how sis did the plug thing. Without you, this is how the world gonna look. Hold on. Let's darken the room here. This is how the world's going to look when you remove your source. This is how the people are going to look who are siphoning your source and your energy. This is how they're going to look when you're gone. Period. All right. And you know who that reminded me of? I might do a case study on this. Actually, I want to do a case study on this. I know I say this every week, but it brings it up. Kelly Clarkson. Kelly Clarkson. I don't know if you guys heard what happened to her ex-husband, but Lord, Kelly Clarkson. That's all I'm going to say. That man tried to take her out. And guess what? When she left, everything went bad for him. He's not even no longer on this earth. He's no longer on this earth, y'all. No longer on this earth. And while he was with her, he took everything he had. He took all of her energy, y'all. And when she left him, weight gone. Lost the weight. Lost the man, lost the weight, got her own TV show, was able to do a whole bunch of other endeavors, able to tour. Her life went right back on track. Imagine that. Because, again, he was an energy vampire. She transferred her energy to him, and he was only as successful as she was because she was with him. She was the one giving him the source. Hey, Kuz, how are you, cousine? My cousin's in the house. Hey, Didi, how are you? All right, let's move on to the next story. Speaking of energy, vampires, and sources. Hold on, I missed my spot here. I hate my job right now. Yes. Okay, you know what, sis? If you hate your job, you're going to have to start thinking of alternative moves. Now, I understand that, again, this is probably the worst economy to leave your job. I'm not going to lie. But, however, you can still prepare and make moves. I've been in a lot of recessions, y'all. The economy has always been bad for your girl since I graduated college, right? But I've always been able to sustain a job, thank you to the Most High. And I've been able to progress in my career very well. Even leaving Korea, coming right back, I was still able to come right back to it. And that's because I prepared and I made plans and provisions. And of course, you talk to people, try to network. I would say just get your stuff in order. Try to see if you could pick up a new skill. If you want to leave the field that you're in, if you want to get another job, a better job or a better position, look into certifications, trying to increase your competencies and knowledge. And don't be afraid to ask questions. I talk to executives all the time. I talk to managers all the time, especially the people who are in my field. Yeah, just keep that in mind. Keep in mind that you just have to prepare yourself. And once the jobs open up again and you find the position you want to apply to, then you're going to pounce on it. That's the way I see it. But if the job is really taking a lot out of you health-wise, I always say it's not worth your health. Just really be proactive into finding an alternative route. Nobody should lose their job, lose their life or livelihood over a job. It's just not worth it. Who's in Ontario? Hey, whoever's in Ontario. Going back for my master's, lifelong learner, my hubby, PhD, different subject, same path. Amen. Yes. And that's what it should be like. That's what it should be like. You're hustling, he's hustling. That's what it should be like. Because that's the only, I promise you guys, when one person's growing and another person isn't in a relationship, it's really hard, y'all. It's not easy if you're both not going in the same path. Like, it doesn't make sense to me, but there's a lot of relationships like that. And then this is where resentment builds. There's resentment, jealousy. It's because they cannot keep up with you. They can't catch up. So why not be with someone who knows how to catch up? There should never be a time in your life where your husband should be jealous or your friend should be jealous. If anything, we should motivate each other. Hey, I got this, you got that. Let's try to push it together. Why are you hating on her? Why are you hating on somebody who could get there faster? Maybe they just use better resources. And if anything, you should ask them. How come you got to where you are? How did you do it? You should be taking notes instead of hating on the sidelines, trying to take their energy and then trying to see if you could do something with it. And then guess what? You take their energy and you still can't do it. You can't do nothing. Why? Because you never wanted to do it for yourself. You just wanted to use people. That's what happens when people use. But then unfortunately, we let them keep doing it. And then we wonder why we're losing our power. Stop letting people do that. Leave when you need to leave. So now we're going to segue. Speaking of which, we're going to segue now, y'all. We're going to segue. Hey, sis. Hey, Ronnie. I enjoyed the Tia and Tamara series. When is part 3 coming out? It's coming out this week, y'all. I have to film it. So, part 3, every week a part will come out. Y'all ain't got to worry about that. I'm not going to miss any week of the parts. I'm probably going to end up, because the thing is, I don't film them. The funny thing is, okay, I have to reveal this because I think people probably think that I film all of them in advance and I'm just cutting them. And no, if I could release all of it at once, I would do that. I would definitely do that. The thing is, I film them at separate times depending on my work schedule. So for example, part 2, I filmed, I think I I decided to do a voice recording because I realized that I was gonna miss out on my filming time if I didn't do that. So sometimes if you see the voice recording, it just means during the week I didn't have time to film. However, this week, for example, I have a plan to film the Tia and Tamara part 4. Or is it part 3? Part 3, sorry. Part 3 I'm gonna film tomorrow. Yeah, so I filmed them that same week and then I edit that same week. So it's coming this week, hopefully by Thursday, Friday. So from now on, I'm going to be posting towards the end of the week. If you see me post in the middle or beginning of the week, that just means that I had extra time. But for the most part, I feel like this schedule is working better for me to post towards the end of the week. So yes, to answer your question, part 3 is coming out Thursday or Friday. This I can promise. 100%. All right. Yeah, don't leave that job without another one. Yes, lucky lady. 38. Please, yes, do not. Make sure you have your ducks in a row in a line before you leave that job. Especially in this economy, y'all. This economy is not doing well. Kelly Clarkson's story is 100% proof that you can't handle them the way God can handle them, so let him do it. Yes, and she was so gracious, too. She was so gracious, y'all. Even when he was sick, took care of the man. Lord couldn't give me that. And I guess that's because he's the father of her kids. So Kelly Clarkson's a good one. I'm going to do a case study on her. Yes, I'm trying to do that now. I did my CNA and I'm taking the state to leave the job I'm doing now. But yes, it's mentally a lot. Yeah, keep going, sis. Keep going. And usually, like, when you have that kind of mindset of like, oh my God, it's mentally draining, that means like it's time for you to go and move on to your next step. But just plan ahead. Once you take your states, then you can start looking into other positions. And sometimes you might need to leave your city. Hello. Some of y'all are too stuck being in the city you're in. I don't know who I'm talking to. But sometimes you're too stuck being in the same city that you're in. I've lived in many different cities. I remember when I was in Montreal, before we move on to the next story, I lived in Montreal for 8 years. I was born in Montreal, by the way, raised in Florida, then moved back for university. Lived in Montreal for 8 years. It was time for me to leave. Why? Because I felt the same thing you did, sis. I was stressed. And then I couldn't even, like, I spent my weekends literally eating pizza. Domino's knew my number, they knew my name. That's how much I ordered from them, y'all. They knew me by first name. And I would always order the same pizza. Because at the time you had to call them. There were no apps. And then, and then I would just eat myself to sleep. That's what I did. And I didn't even realize I was depressed. And then one day, thankfully, one of my cousins, she came to town. She was in Toronto, and then she was like, hey, I think you should consider moving. And I was like, yeah, why wouldn't I move? And of course, I was listening to people, everybody else's opinions. They were taking my source. And I had a guy at the time who was the big one, major one, taking my source and my energy. And then finally, when I left him, life went like this. Went to Toronto, then same thing kind of happened again. And then after that, moved to Korea. Then came back. I'm in a whole different city. I'm in Victoria, BC. I had never been here before. The day I landed in Canada and came to Victoria, that was the first time I ever visited the city. But yet, Dom and I, we had a goal and we were like, hey, wherever we choose to live, we just gonna live there. Make it happen. Why? Because the positions were there. The job was there. So hell, I'm gonna move there and make it happen. And then now, Dom came here, found a job very quickly, a good one at that. And we've been thriving ever since. But sometimes it takes risks. And you can't just stay in one place. Again, I don't know who I'm talking to as far as like, this advice could be generally speaking. But sometimes you may not be in this... Your job may not be where you are. Your husband may not be where you are. Hello? Or partner or spouse, whoever. Doesn't even have to be, I know everybody goes a different way here. Everybody has, you know what I mean. Yeah. Like, it may be husband or wife. Whoever. Maybe in another city. In another state. We don't know. But at the same time, you got to be able to take risks. So, let's continue, y'all. How long we been here? Okay, perfect. Yay! I'm within time. I love when I'm within time. All right, let's get to our story. Now, I got to figure out how to get her off my screen. Love you, sis, but I got to get you off my screen because I got to do my next story. So let me figure out the next story. Okay, I'm going to remove this. Ooh, 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 ooh. Not rename. We're going to remove. Remove. Uh-oh. What's happening here? Okay, remove. Here we go. All right, now for our story. Okay, let's get to it, y'all. Here we go. So this was a golden womb one. All right, so we're going to talk about this woman on TikTok. Her name is Baddie, or the Finance Baddie, on TikTok, but her actual name is Christine.Elizabeth. So I followed her, actually. Let me get back on screen and give you a little bit of a background on her and why I want to highlight her story. I followed her a few years ago, like I think around like maybe 2 years ago. She was one of the first people I started following on TikTok because I was very hesitant about getting on TikTok as far as having a TikTok account, because I know that, you know, the videos go really fast and I didn't want to spend too much time doom scrolling all the time and get addicted to it. But you know, my sister, again, she recommended I watch TikTok because she was like, oh, there's so much good information there. So I was like, okay, you know what, let me watch it. And she was one of the first people I subscribed to because she has some really good meal plans, and I love the way that she was very disciplined. She had a business, and she's just one of those people where it's like you follow them and you're always going to get something good, right? Good content, just very disciplined. And I love how she spoiled her dog. So I was like, oh, that's so cute, right? So I started following her. Then she got engaged, and I was like, hey, I'm so happy for sis. Oh my God, their love story looks so good. So I'm gonna show y'all the engagement video, and then I'm going to show you what ended up happening to her. Because in my mind, she was with her husband. They looked like, or fiance at the time, boyfriend. Then he turned to fiance. They looked like they were really well matched. He looked like he took care of her. She would be making meals for him. She would be meal prepping for him and with him. They would go to the gym together, do workouts, pray together. So I was like, okay. And let me tell y'all something. I love to see women in love with the right person. I love it. If you're happy being taken care of, I'm going to always support you. And this is why I can't get behind people who are so negative and spread their negative energy on women who are actually or showing to be taken care of. Now, again, we're going to get into this. But at the time, she seemed like she was very much in love. I didn't detect any red flags. Well, because most of her videos were just them meal prepping. They never had any Q&As. They never had any of that stuff. So I thought she was being well taken care of, y'all. But come to find out, it was the opposite. So now let's get into their engagement video. Let's see. Let me pull it up here. Here it is. Okay, we gonna play it. Let me see if I can play it from the outside like I did the other video. Hold on a second, y'all. Y'all already know how your sis is with technology. So we gonna try to. How come I can't pop this one out? Oh gosh. Why can't I pop this one out? Okay, we're just gonna play it. Ooh, it's so loud. All right, we're just gonna play this one. Hold on, we gonna mute this because of the music. All right, so here you see her and her man. They look really happy. Look at those roses. They're beautiful. That's a stunning proposal. Beautiful, well thought out. We're gonna play it one more time. Ooh, who is this person on my screen? Hold up. Here. So we see the pictures here. He did a whole floral arrangement, got candles. Will you marry me? Doesn't this look just picture perfect? This looks so nice. It's beautiful. And so I was like, oh my gosh, this is engaged. This is amazing. Her ring looks so nice. I was like, oh my gosh, sis has found the one. All right, now let's get into her meal prep videos. And y'all go follow her, by the way. Here's her ring, y'all. Look at her ring, her engagement ring. Hold on. TikTok be having all this music. Hold up. Hold on. Let me add a window capture for this screen. Just give me 1 second. One second. Is it this one? It might be this one. Is it no, it's not this one. Hold on a second, y'all. I want to show you yeah, here we go. Okay. So here, let me put this one down. And then we're gonna move this. Look at me getting better at this. This is amazing. Oh my god, I'm so proud of myself. All right, let me stop doing that. All right, so here, look at her ring, y'all. Doesn't that look nice? That's beautiful. That's a beautiful ring. Hold on, how many carats? She said 4 carat radiant cut engagement ring, y'all. So you gonna let me know in the comments. Doesn't this look like somebody who's being taken care of and being treated well? That's what it looks like to me. Do you have a mic? Yes, I do. Can you hear me? Hold on. Wait. Y'all can't hear me? My mic should be on. Hold on. Can you guys hear me? Let me know. Yes or no. Is my mic on? Can you hear me now? Hold on. Which mic is... Can y'all hear me? Let me know. Yes or no. Can you hear me? Somebody write yes in the chat or no in the chat. Because my mic should be working. It better be working because it's connected. According to this here. Hold on, let me see. No, I can hear you. Okay, can you hear me clearly? It should be this. This is the mic receiver one. Okay, maybe sis, Ronnie, it might be your computer. Or maybe you have to restart the live. We can hear you the whole time. Okay, yeah. Whoo, don't scare me because I'm like, hold up. Not the technology giving out again. Cause yeah, I got two. This is the receiver. In case anyone wants to buy this mic, it's Rode. This is for my live streams, and then the other one I have is a Sony for my case studies. Okay, good. Whew, Lord. All right, still working. Okay, good. Just making sure. Whew. Hold on. All right, we got it. Okay, so let's move forward. So yeah, how many carats? So 4 carats. So you would think that she's being treated correctly and properly, right? Well, that wasn't the case. So now let's get back to the other window. Hold on a second. Hold on a quick second. Here we go. Okay. So we out of here now. All right. So now she got engaged. Then they got married. So let's show her wedding. Let me see if she still has it. Sis is, man, she has such a great style. I really love her aesthetic. And these are the meal prep videos I was talking about. Hold on, I'm going to show you with her husband, y'all. Meal prep videos with her man. Hold on a second. Here we go. She had meal prep videos with her man like this. So let me play it. I think I can play this one because it shouldn't have music. I hope it doesn't have sound. Just 1 second. Hold on. Let me turn on the sound. Okay, here we go. Let's rewind it. Hold on. What? I got way too many screens on, y'all. Hold on a second. Hold on. Forgive me, guys. Forgive me. I have way too many screens on. Okay, here we go. Okay, this should work now.
I've always loved a good green juice. I typically use a blender, but I got a juicer for Christmas, so I guess I'm officially in my juicer era. If you want my step-by-step green juice recipe, it's available for free. Y'all, these two are always trying to get in my videos. Next, I'm prepping chicken breast for dinner. I'm seasoning 4 pieces so my husband and I can have dinner ready for 2 nights. We simply refrigerate the other 2 pieces for the following night. I like to pop everything into the Ninja Crispy large batch container. We're keeping it really clean this week, so tonight's dinner is just chicken breast and salad. Then I'm boiling whole grain pasta and chopping grape tomatoes for my slim thick girl Caesar salad recipe. This recipe is in my cookbook. While it typically includes chicken, this week I swapped it out for extra whole grain pasta to keep it meatless. Now for my husband's lunches, he's all about his protein. I prepped sweet potatoes and shrimp, cauliflower and chicken wings, steak tips and baby potatoes, turkey meatballs and broccoli, and steak tips and baby potatoes again because that's his favorite combo. One of my favorite things about meal prep is that you get to season everything just how you like it. I even like to add a little melted butter on top of the meats before cooking. We use the air fryer setting to cook these meals and the recrisp setting to reheat them when we're ready to eat them. And I'm not gonna lie, the cauliflower did get burned because I got distracted, but it's all good. I swapped it out for broccoli because we adapt and we overcome. This is your daily reminder that the work you avoid today becomes the struggle you face tomorrow. Meal prepping and juicing might seem tedious, but they're the foundation for a smoother, healthier, and more productive life. Stay ready, be disciplined, and let everyone else wonder how you make it look so effortless. Stay healthy and wealthy. Juice with
Y'all, sis sis was now she's making me want to buy a Ninja Crisper because I didn't see this video. I might need to buy a Ninja Crisper. I might need one. It's so low. Turn your volume. Yeah, thank you. I don't know what's going on. How's my sound so low? It's so weird. Hold on. Maybe this. Okay, does it sound better now? Maybe I need to have both of these on. I don't know which one I'm supposed to like. Oh, maybe I'm supposed to speak into this one. I'm sorry, y'all. I think this is the mic I'm supposed to speak into. Okay, maybe this is why. Okay. All right. Tell me if you guys can hear me better. Just say I hear you better if you can hear me better, because this might be the mic that I need to talk into. Actually, that was probably my fault. My bad, y'all. I have two mics, or two. I don't know. One is the receiver and one is the mic. I always get confused as to which one is which. But no, you good. Okay. You sound fine for me. Yeah, sometimes, to be honest with you, sometimes it's YouTube. Sometimes YouTube just lags really weirdly. So, yeah. So, sorry, y'all. All right. So, now, I might need to get a Ninja Crisper because this is definitely inspiring me to do something. Let me get into this one here. Okay, wedding. Where's her wedding? I saw her wedding earlier. Okay, here we go. So, these are her wedding, y'all. This is her wedding. Let me play this.
My surprise Baddie bachelorette party. My bridesmaids told me to wear a white swimsuit, so this is what I'm wearing. I have no idea what the vibes are gonna be. They picked me up from my house, and I'm waiting in the car. I'm a little bit nervous, but I trust them. They brought me a mocktail, and now they're ready for me to come inside. When I walked in, Nicki Minaj was playing. The girls were all in pink swimsuits. It was a Barb-themed bachelorette for sure. Most of my bridesmaids live in the tri-state area and Jamaica, so they haven't seen my ring in person. This is the first time they're seeing it, and they approve. Now I'm walking in to see the suite that they set up for me. They got me a goodie bag with so many cute things. They were so detailed. They even had an itinerary. There I am having some fried chicken and a mocktail. Now you know we gotta pray before we get into our activities. Here's all my goodies, including the run of show. Now it was time for me to sash the bridesmaids. Shamaya's the dancing diva, Irvine's the hot mama, Kamika's the hot mess, Shauna's Miss Sexy and Single, Swala's the Selfie addict, Brittany's the shot queen, and Jovanie's the trophy wife. Now we're just vibing. This was my first time having a drink since the beginning of 2023, y'all. After this, we played a bunch of games. We played a game called Put a Ring on It, How Well Do You Know the Bride. There was a game where I had to guess who gifted me what underwear. We played the toilet paper wedding dress game, and check out the decor outside, y'all. We took some photos because, you know, one last time for the streets. We went back inside. There was a twerk off. We did karaoke.
Oh, wait, okay. We're going to stop it here. Hold up. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. Let me put the sound here because I think I understand you guys now. It's the volume on the video. My volume is all the way up, so it can't go up any higher. But what I'm going to do is see if I can maybe increase the sound from TikTok. It's kind of weird, though.
And we were pretty tired after all of that. My bridesmaids left no crumbs. Stay tuned for the wedding content and stay healthy and wealthy. It's 2 days until my
Okay, hold on a second, y'all.
My surprise.
Yeah, let me see if... Okay, here we go. I can make it higher. Okay, now you guys should be able to hear the TikTok a little bit better because I put the volume higher. Okay, so now we're going to see her wedding video because that was her bachelorette. We're going to get to the wedding. And by the way, she kept all those videos up for a reason. So we're going to get to her story just real soon. Okay, let's listen to this one. Now this one should be better.
I think we should say Nikki. Nikki, oh yeah. I think we should say Nikki. Nikki, oh yeah.
Okay, so y'all see her and her, yeah, it's much better. Get the Ninja Juicer is so much better. I might need to, actually, because, y'all, that Ninja, she influenced me, because I'm like, hold up, this whole time, I've been actually using my stove. I could just use the Ninja Crisper. I didn't even know it existed. I thought Ninja was just the blender, because I have the blender, but I guess I'm not up on that. Yeah, so okay, I need to because I've been very serious about meal prepping lately, so it'll cut my time in half actually. So, okay. I'm going to look into buying it. All right. Now, let's get into her wedding video. We just watched this one, and then this is her wedding video. So hold on.
And who I fire.
Whoa. We not playing that. Sorry, y'all. Yo, TikTok be weird. TikTok is weird because I never know what to expect when I play a video. If it's music, you know, YouTube does not play with music, and then TikTok, it's so hard to keep up with like copyright and stuff, right? Even in the Tia and Tamara video, I literally, hold on, let me get back on camera, and then we gonna show this one. Hold on, let me pause it. Even in the Tia and Tamara video, y'all, I literally had to like change the voices. That's why it sounds really weird in some of the real scenes, like from the show The Real, is because I was just keep getting copyright strikes. Not strikes, but copyright claim. And I was like, oh no. So I had to like alter it a lot and mess with the audio. But anyway, it's so interesting because every social media platform has different regulations and rules over music and, you know, who can play what song. So it just be a whole bunch of mess. So yeah, if this has music, then I'm gonna have to just play without the sound. All right, let's listen. But I think this one is a voiceover. So let's see if it's safe.
The wedding content is finally here. Come with me to get married. I got up at 4 a.m. I think I was just too excited and couldn't sleep. I'm really going in with these eye masks today because obviously I'm not trying to look tired on my wedding day. I took a shower and got dressed. This is my fragrance for today. My husband actually got it for me and I love it. After that, I went downstairs and made myself an iced coffee. Our wedding is today and our honeymoon is tomorrow, so I did a little bit of laundry because we really don't have a lot of time. I fed Zara, took her on a walk, and gave her a treat to make up for the fact that she is not invited to the wedding. Then I hopped in an Uber to get to the country club. My hairstylist Delenia is getting started with my hair. She washed and blow dried my hair the day before. She's been here since 9 a.m. doing my bridesmaids here. I'll be doing Hollywood waves. This is my first time doing any kind of waves in my hair actually, and I really like it. There was a little cheese and cracker spread, which was pretty much the only thing I ate this day because it was a very busy day. Now my mom's getting her hair done and I'm getting my makeup done. Shout out to Blush. She did my makeup, my mom's makeup, and my bridesmaids makeup in record time. I got some shots in my robe, got my mom together. My hairstylist is doing some final touches, and now I'm putting on my dress. This dress is custom made by DEO Bridals, which is a Black woman-owned bridal dress business based in Canada. Shout out to my bridesmaids who were helping me get myself together. I honestly don't know what I would have done without all of their help. Things just happen to go wrong on your wedding day no matter what, so get all the help that you can. After that, I put on my cathedral veil, and we are pretty much ready to go. Before I walked down the aisle, my maid of honor said a prayer with me. My bridal party looked so beautiful. Now it's time to get married. If you want to see my wedding photos, they'll be on my Insta. Stay healthy and wealthy. The wedding content is finally here.
So let's stop it here, y'all. Okay, I can definitely resonate with her as to the wedding count. It sounded AI. Yeah, it was AI, y'all. It was AI. We talking about the Tia Tamara. Yes, it was AI. I had to, when I tell you, I had to manipulate the crap out of that audio. The Real was messing with me. I was like, no, we gonna make it as AI as possible. I'll probably change it up next time. Like, what I realized I made a mistake was like I made all the voices AI, so it sounded really weird. But I'm probably gonna chop it up a little bit next part. What was it, part 3? Part 3, I'll chop it up even more and then just make it sound a little bit more realistic, because the AI couldn't read Tamar's voice. The AI because you know Tamar has like that kind of thick accent, and AI couldn't read her voice, y'all. AI could not read her voice. That's why it sounded like but it read Tamara. I guess if you speak clearly. That's another thing. Yeah, AI, that sounds like AI has an issue with accents. We might need to talk about that. But anyway, let's get back to the topic. So, getting married, having a wedding is very stressful, y'all. I'm just letting y'all know. When she said she only ate cheese and crackers, it took me back because I was like, yes, sis, you feel me? Anyone who has had a wedding can tell you that you don't remember anything. Nothing. I don't remember nothing that happened that day. It was a blur. Only thing I remember is just being with friends and family, obviously being with Dom, his parents, like just the moment of us walking. I remember when I saw Dom, when I was walking across the aisle with my dad, I was so happy because I was like, oh my God, like we're finally here. We finally did it. Well, we were already married anyways. We were married 2 years prior. We got married at the courthouse first, then we had our official wedding. But I was just so happy to be there with him. And then as soon as it was done, we just kicked off I kicked off my heels. We got to the hotel room. When I tell you, we were done. We were like done. It's over with. It's very stressful, y'all. So yeah, you don't remember much. You just remember a few things from a few spots within the wedding day. But it's beautiful when you can look back at pictures and be like, oh my God, I remember that happened. But y'all, the guests had way more fun than we did. We were stressed out, especially Dom, because Dom planned everything, y'all. Dom planned everything for our Korean wedding. He planned everything. I just had to show up. I just had to show up. I did not plan anything. The only thing I was responsible for as far as planning was I had to go get my dress fitted. So I went there, got, fitted for my dress. My mom and my aunt came. And then when I got my dress, that was it. Like, other than that, everything was Dom took care of everything. So I didn't really have to do anything. I just showed up. But he was stressed out. Poor guy. Poor guy. I did make it up to him, though. I made it up to him. All right, let's get to her story. So I'm going to read a few comments. Let me see what's going on. Let me make sure my mic is good, y'all. I got to always make sure because I don't want to have any technical issues when we start with this story. AI reporter was great. Oh, the AI reporter, yeah. I'm adding more characters, y'all. Just stay tuned for future case studies. I'm adding a lot of AI characters. I've been playing around with AI recently. I love it. Welcome back, Lucky Lady 38 and Marie James. Hey sis, I didn't get to say hi to you earlier. Okay, so let's do this. Yeah, Dom will never let me forget it, girl. He planned everything. He planned even, if you're an OG of our channel, there was a couple photo shoot we did at the beach in Jeju Island. Dom's the one who set all that up. He surprised me with it. He surprised me with that. Well, I knew after the fact, like, he planned it, and then I found out because he had to tell me, because he was like, okay, because at first he was like, try to wear something pretty or whatever, and then I was like, well, I gotta wear something so nice, like, what's going on? And then finally he told me, he's like, oh, okay, I got you a photo shoot, and I was like, oh my God, that was so sweet. So he's the one who planned the couple shoot. And then he's the one who planned, he got the wedding planner actually for me, and he made sure she could speak English. And he made sure that all of the hair, makeup, first thing he asked them, are they able to deal with black people? Like, cause he made it very clear. He's like, okay. He's like, I asked them if they can deal with foreigners. But then he was like, I made sure that they're able to do black hair and makeup. And then I said, don't worry about the hair, because I was going back to Canada at the time anyways. And so what ended up happening was that I got my hair from my brother-in-law's cousin. Shout out to Mo. She has really nice bundles, y'all. Y'all could follow her at Main Transformations. I'm gonna pull up her IG after. I think I linked it to the description box of the video. But yeah, if you're looking for bundles, especially for wedding hair, she's amazing. At Main, MANE Transformations. That's my brother-in-law's cousin, and she's really good. But anyway, she gave me I bought my bundles from her, then I got my hair done here. But anyway, the makeup artist, that's why my makeup looked really good that day. Again, Dom, because he made sure that they knew how to do black makeup, and he made sure that she actually worked with black people before. And so he had them show him, like, he was like, okay, make sure, because he told the planner, he's like, make sure she's worked with, because she came back the first time, she's like, oh yeah, they work with foreigners. He's like, can you find out if they work with black people? And then she was like, okay. And so then he confirmed that she had worked with black people. So when he came to me with the hair and makeup, I asked him, that's the first question I asked him. I was like, has she ever worked with a black person? Because I did not want to look like a ghost. Casper the ghost. I'm sorry, I didn't want to. Because, sometimes you can look ghostly, especially with our skin texture and the makeup they be putting on. He's like, no, don't worry about it. She has all the products, and then you could even bring your products. And then, anyway, it was really crazy. But shout out to Dom. Dom's the one who planned it. I'm not even trying to, like, make it seem like, oh, he did a lot. No, he really did. I can't even lie, y'all. I did not do a thing with the wedding. He's even the one who moved all of our stuff for Canada, because I had a last minute offer, so I had to leave earlier than expected. I was supposed to leave like in the summer of 2023 to go back after our wedding to Canada, but I ended up leaving in February. So he's the one who sold all of our stuff, packed up everything. Yeah, he never let me forget it, y'all. To this day, he's like, I always had to do everything. I'm like, whatever. He's like, you live such a comfortable life. You never have to do anything. I always take care of you. Yeah. Anyway, he I ain't gonna lie. He did his big one for the wedding and for the move. Hi, Elena. How are you? A man who pays attention to oh yeah, he was not playing. And this is why, again, like before we get into the story, this is another reason why and I've done a few case studies, and then also recently I talked about Nick and Alandria, right? If you guys don't know, they're the couple from Love Island. And when people are saying, oh, they're PR, they're fake, I'm like, y'all don't really know when a man cares for you, because even to be honest with you, when I first met him, I was like, is he too good to be true? But then what I realized was that it dawned on me. Well, anyways, it wasn't only dawned on me, but I realized, I was like, okay, based on the good men that I've seen in my life who actually love their wives and their girlfriends, they're very consistent with it. And so one thing I did is I was looking for consistency, because he was the first relationship I had where I never had to do anything. I never had to ask him till today, even today, y'all. I don't got to ask him for nothing. He just knows and he pays attention. So whenever like I used to do stuff and he would like remember little things about me, like small things, he would always try to make me comfortable, always remembering the details. It's always in the details. And not only that, but he always made sure that I was okay. I'm good, right? Anything, any situation. And especially when you're a foreigner living in Korea, it's very hard because you don't really have your family there. So it's like your protection is very limited as far as the people who could vouch for you. I had some really good friends, but they were in Jeonju, so I was the only one in Seoul. And then I had friends in school too, don't get me wrong, but what I'm talking about is Korean people who could vouch for you, because it's a system that's designed for Korean people, obviously, right? So even as a boyfriend, he really stepped up to the plate to make sure I was good. I had an altercation with a school. If you watched a live stream a while ago, I had an altercation with the school, and he when I tell you, as my fiance at the time, when I tell you he was riding for your girl, like he literally, like, yeah, that school. Anyways, all that I can say is, yeah, they apologized to me profusely after that situation. So he did not play about me as far as like making sure I was good, comfortable. Always made sure to give me all that I needed to make sure that I'm good. And he never let me do more than I needed to do. I never did. To be honest with you, I am very comfortable. Like I don't stress. I don't need to do much. I don't do much. I'm just here supporting him. Yay, honey. That's it. But I don't have to mule for my man. He knows how to be a man. And I think that is very important, is when you have a man who knows how to be a man. Okay, I'm going to stop yabbering on. Let's get to the story, because now I got a lot more people in here. I got y'all in here. Let's start with her story, because I really thought sis was living the same life and she wasn't, and I'm really sad for her. So we're going to get to part 1. I think she even has a whole what is it called? What is this called? Playlist. Thank you. I lost my words here. Okay, so we're going to start soon. Hold on, I'm going to play it back. Let me play this one here. I'm going to turn the volume on, and then we're going to start.
I owe it to you guys to explain to you why I'm getting a divorce, because...
Okay, here we go. I'm going to play it back.
So why am I getting divorced after a year and a half? I got married at 28, and I'm 29, and I'm currently getting a divorce. And I owe it to you guys to explain to you why I'm getting a divorce, because over 10 million of you guys watched me get married last year across Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and a lot other wedding content that I put out. I'm a lifestyle creator, and so, you're going to see my life, the ups, the downs, all of it. It is just a part of the process. But the reason why I do want to share why I'm getting divorced is because I got married to a narcissist unknowingly, and it was all built upon a lie. And I started talking about this on Threads and on my Twitter account, and I shared some of that to my Instagram stories. And since sharing that, I've gotten hundreds of DMs from women who are in the same situation or who have been in that situation. And so many of them have told me, I'm so grateful that you've been talking about this and that you've been transparent about this, because I didn't have the strength to leave. Now that I'm seeing that you are leaving so soon as well, I'm now inspired to leave. I do want to talk about this specifically when it comes to the narcissistic abuse part, because you don't even realize it's happening to you while it's happening to you. For so many of us, we just didn't even know what was happening while it was happening. I'm going to share as much as I can. And I think it's also important for us to remember that there's a difference between narcissistic personality disorder and having narcissistic traits.
Yes, I have to pause it here. Sis is right. There's a big difference. So just remember, NPD is actually a diagnosed medical condition. It's a health condition. But having narcissistic traits is a whole nother. Anyone can have narcissistic traits, right? But having the disorder is a diagnosed disorder. Probably somebody has to have extensive therapy or be on medication for this, or be medicated. So just to make it clear. Now, before we continue, I'm going to give you guys an assignment, whoever is in the live stream right now. If you've watched my case studies, you should already know I do red flags. So y'all gonna hear her, because remember, she said, and by the way, shout out to sis for telling us her story. This was not easy. I'm telling you, she is very brave for telling her story, especially for the fact that she divorced him within a year. That is literally a very fast divorce, and I'm proud of her for knowing and getting out. Because a lot of women would hide it under the rug, sweep it under the rug. I'm looking at you, Ashley and Tyler from Love is Blind. I'm looking at you, sis. She knew something was wrong and she got up out of there. So I can say nothing but congratulations, sis. Because your life is only going to go up from here. I'll just say that. All right, y'all gonna tell me if you guys could recognize patterns and behaviors of red flags that she probably missed for a reason. We don't know her backstory, but we're going to see if we can find some patterns in red flags. All right, I'm going to continue playing. Unfortunately, this is the loudest the volume can go. I think she's just very soft-spoken, and you're just going to have to turn your volume up.
Those are two different things. So let's start from the beginning. So in 2020, I met my husband on Hinge, and I was living in New York City at the time, and I was working from home. I was working on Wall Street, and I was pretty isolated. Here comes.
Yeah, y'all, it's low. Unfortunately, that's how I don't know, I think that's just her, because, hold on. Let me do something real quick. Sorry, y'all, I'm gonna have to cut this a little bit. I'm gonna play another video before I play this one. Hold on a second.
Looks great, and he seems like.
I'm gonna play another video, and we're gonna check if it's just her volume, because I promise you, I think it's just her.
You like what we are doing.
Y'all hear that,
right?
right?
Do me a favor and leave an Apple review.
Is this louder?
I read every single one of them, and it helps our podcast grow.
Yeah, so this is fine, and then I'm gonna even find a video on TikTok for you guys. I'm gonna play another random video. Not the video, sis. Not the video. Let's go explore. Okay, here. Why they play music? Oh, Lord. Playing music. Oh, my goodness. Who's doing a talking video? Okay, here we go. Yeah, the volume's fine. I can hear it. I think she's just soft-spoken, y'all. It has nothing to do with my volume. It's not my volume. Not my volume at all. Sis is just soft-spoken, unfortunately. So what I can do is, I can tell you what she said. If you really can't hear it, and this is the loudest you can go, then I'm just going to have to tell you what she said. But that's her video. She just speaks very quietly and softly. And sometimes some people, they don't, like me, I'm very loud. I'm a loud mouth. So you're going to hear my voice with or without the mic. I'm extremely loud. I have a loud voice and loud vocal cords, right? But sis speaks like this. And, you know, sometimes some people are like that. So, yeah, y'all just have to turn your, yeah, it's louder. Yeah, exactly. It's better. Yeah, she's whispering. Yeah, I don't know why. That's just her voice. Yeah. It's her voice, y'all. It's her voice. Hey, Devonda Pittman. Hey, sis. Red flag on the play. Going on an app. What? You know this story? Listen. She was just far from her mic. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. So if you guys, whoever's watching the replay, because I know some people are going to watch a replay, it's not my volume, it's not my mic. It's literally sis. Sis just speaks very softly. And you're just going to have to turn your volume up or put on an ear pod or AirPod or something like that, earpiece. Yeah, to hear her. And what I will do is I will try, actually, you know what? Let me just close my window because I don't want to hear any external noise while I'm doing this. Hold on, let me go back because I got shorts on. You don't see my shorts. Look at my shorts. Okay, here we go. So what you're gonna do is you're just going to I just made sure there's no external noise. And I will do my best to recapture what she said. Like anything important, okay? Alright, we're gonna play it again. Let's do this.
So why am I getting divorced after a year and a half? I got married at 28.
Okay, let me fast forward a little bit.
You don't even realize it's seems like a pretty decent guy, and he really sold him here traits. Okay, those are two different things. So let's start from the beginning. So in 2020, I met my husband on Hinge, and I was living in New York City at the time, and I was working from home. I was working on Wall Street, and I was pretty isolated. Here comes my husband on Hinge, and he looks great, and he seems like a pretty decent guy, and he really sold himself as like this faith-based guy, and like...
Okay. Y'all already know what's coming. Listen. By the way, I have not listened to this story. I just knew that she got divorced, and I didn't get a chance to really watch her story because I wanted to save it for case study. But now I'm playing it on a live stream because what I do is I try not to play things ahead of time. By the way, guys, I don't watch most of the time when I do case studies, my reaction is accurate. Like, it's super real. It's like realistic. I try not to watch things ahead of time because I don't want to form an opinion at first. I want to make sure that I'm watching it as like with non-biases. And also most of the time, like if I do watch something, I'll skim through it a little bit just to make sure like, okay, I can hear this content, But anyway, I haven't watched this thing in its entirety. I just knew that she told a story. Now, red flag. First things first. Red flag is not for the Hinge. I know somebody said she met on my Hinge. Red flag. Look, all the online dating, actually, you know what? You're right. All the online dating sites are pretty much red flags. I'll be honest with you. You gotta be really, really good at navigating the trash that comes with online dating. There's good and bad, but unfortunately, you gotta weed them out yourselves because they don't do criminal record checks. That's number one. And whoever someone is showing you, like they're showing you their profile and they're showing you the best version of themselves, you won't have to do a lot of digging. But I said red flag because she said he came off as a faith-based man. And I done told y'all, beware of a man with a Bible. Please beware. I did a case study on Love is Blind like 2 years back when Clay on Love is Blind, Clay with AD, y'all remember? Clay was very spiritual. He was telling all the Bible verses in that in the little pods that they had. This man was a man of the Lord. But guess what? He was the biggest demon that there was on that show. Just demonic. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't look for a man who is of the faith. And I'm not saying that you can't find your Boaz online. But what I'm saying is that, I'm being honest, y'all. You gotta be careful where you find your Boaz, because they are out there and preying on women. Especially the faith-based ones, because they know that as soon as you hear that they're a man of the Lord, your panties are gonna drop. A lot of y'all anyways, whoever. You gotta be discerning, y'all. Gotta be discerning, because it's real out here. All right, let's continue. The red flag was for the faith-based. She said he looked really nice and he put himself out like he was faith-based. Red flag, red flag, red flag, red flag. Sorry, y'all. I gotta be honest. And I grew up in the church and I can attest to it. The ones who were overly proclaiming to be a spiritual man, overly overly. When I'm not talking about the ones whose life reflected. I'm talking about the ones who talk a big game about being a spiritual man. They're the ones you need to be careful of. I'm not talking about the ones who actually live by the word and actually their life reflects it. I'm talking about the ones who just all talk. Just be yapping. Anyways, let's continue.
Really serious with like really good intentions, and I bought it. Now he was going to be starting a job on Wall Street as well at a different firm, and I like the fact that he was already in the industry, so he understood my work schedule because I really did have a demanding schedule. Again, very normal guy, seemingly decent guy. The relationship is good to start. Towards the end of 2020, I started to pick up on the fact that our values weren't really aligned, and especially when it came to faith, there were some things that weren't adding up, right?
Red flags. So, see, there were red flags already, sis. Listen, I gotta keep it real. She said towards the end, what year was that? 2020? I believe that's what she said. She said that our values weren't lining up and there were some faith-based things that were not computing to her. That was an automatic, you need to start investigating this man. Automatically. Once stories stop adding, let me tell you something. I would tell you this. I have family members who are in the church, just letting you know. I said I grew up in the church. I have a very religious family on my father's side. My mama's side is religious too, but my dad's side, they're OD. And I'm going to let you guys know right now, you got to be careful with them. The ones who go to church all the time, like somebody, Devonda Pittman said it right there. You are not God-fearing. You will know them by their fruits. She already knew that their values weren't aligning. He was being weird. Something about him was shifty. That's a big red flag because he can't even stand on his word. He can't be consistent. If he is consistently lying and consistently not telling the full truth and consistently you are getting a feeling that he is being like, he's not being truthful, he's being dishonest, then you can automatically know that that is not the man for you. Because somebody who is a man of the word, a man of the Lord, or even a man of whatever he holds himself up to be, whatever his standards or values on, or whatever his standards or values are, they will never be, what y'all? Compromise. Can I get an amen? He will never compromise. He will never compromise. Just like me. Let me tell y'all something. Example, and just like y'all too, there are some values that I will never compromise on. You will never see me compromising on it because I stand firm on what I'm saying. So if he is already showing you that his values and his ethics do not line up with you, and that is the core essence of who you are your values and what you hold dear, he got to go. Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more. No more, no more, no more. Hit the road. But, sis, let's see, because she married him. So what happened?
So I did let him know that, hey, I think we should break up. I think we should part ways because, we're just not aligned. Now, he accepted it at first, but then he kept trying to message me and get back with me and saying, I really don't understand. I really miss us and all of that. And then he starts to mention the fact that there's a ring fund because, he sees me as his future wife.
Red flag. Red flag. Sis, this is a red flag for you. You should have blocked him. I'm sorry. Blocked. Deleted. Blocked. Gone. He doesn't know your phone number. Nothing. Nada. Nothing at all. Let me tell y'all something. Before I moved to Korea, the guy I was messing with, I think I kind of briefly touched on him in a few live streams, but even in this live stream, I said in Montreal I was dealing with a guy who was not good for me. And my life was just, I was depressed. My life was going down. I let him take my energy, my golden womb. And this man, he ended up finding somebody. So I left Montreal. He got with a girl. Then they got engaged. He tried to reach out to me. And so I'm thinking it's on some friend tip because he reached out to me on LinkedIn. I blocked him so far up, he had to go on LinkedIn to find me. And so I was like, okay, you know what? I was naive. I'm not going to lie to you. Around the time I was 26, I was like, okay, maybe we could be friends. But then he started trying to invite me over his house. I said, first of all, no, I'm not going to do that. I was like, first of all, I thought we were just going to be friends. But if you want something more, unfortunately, I will never be that girl. I was like, when we were in Montreal, you had your chance. Because at that time, that's when I started to get my boundaries up. I was starting to read a lot of psychology books. I was really starting to learn how to create boundaries for myself. I was like, look, you're engaged to somebody. And also, if you want to be friends, I don't mind that. But I'm talking about friends like at the food court friends. I'm not talking about me going to your house or whatever. So he was like, oh, okay, whatever. Then I stopped. He started calling me, texting me all the time. And then at first I didn't block him. I don't know why I didn't. I was like, okay. He kept messaging me. I was like, oh, hi. He was like, hey, what's up? What you doing? Oh, and then he would complain about his fiance, talking about, oh, that's a trick, y'all. They always be doing that trick. Like, oh, she's not this, she's not that, she's not like you. I was like, oh, really? Okay, whatever. And then when I decided to move to Korea, so then he stopped hitting me up. He finally got married. He invited me to his wedding. I politely declined. I said, no, I am not attending your wedding. Move on. I have moved on. Cool. The final straw, though. After he got married, he disappeared for a few months. But right before I was about to leave to Korea, this man messaged me, what you doing? Not only him, but another guy I was kind of like, talking to at that time, and I wasn't really feeling him either. Both of them messaged me. You know what I did that day? Because it was after a fast. I was fasting, y'all. That day they messaged me. I blocked them within, not even I saw the what you doing text, blocked. The other one, blocked. Blocked, and I never heard from them again. Why? Because I stopped it. Moved to Korea, the rest is history. I was not going to let these demons come and tie me up. But unfortunately, sis did not heed the caution. Let me tell y'all right now. If he messages you and you are certain that this is not the man for you, I don't care what it is, block him. Your life will be so much better. I have never heard from those men ever again. Why? Because I blocked them. That was it. I didn't go back. I did not listen to what they had. Blocked. And I'm telling y'all, I have never felt more at peace in my life. I was so happy to block them. It felt so good. Because that's the only thing I had control over. I was like, okay, you can message me all you want to, but first of all, how you going to message me if you're blocked? And I'm moving, so that number is going to be disconnected anyways. Good night, good riddance. Let's continue.
That he's already gained 14% on. And I remember saying to him, like, I'm sorry, what does that have to do with anything? And so that is an example of, I think it's called love bombing. I am somebody who had a narcissistic parent. So I grew up on gaslighting. I grew up...
Red flag, red flag, red flag. I feel bad for her. Hold on, we're going to let her continue, but hold up. So he said he had a ring fund for her? That's weird. Let's continue listening to more, but she grew up with a narcissistic parent. This is not good for her, and I feel so bad. Now it makes sense as to why she decided to stay with this man. Because I'm assuming, my assumption is it's her father who's a narc. I can almost guarantee that. And the fact that she probably found a man just like her daddy is scary. This is why I'm telling y'all, before you start dating somebody or before you think of dating, if you have childhood trauma and you are aware, awareness is key. You are aware that you have a lot of baggage as far as when it comes to trust, dealing with a lot of different behaviors that were not healthy in your childhood. Even in your adulthood, maybe you had a great childhood and then things just spiraled in your adulthood. That happens too. Please, go see somebody. I know a lot of you all probably go to church. You're Christian. That's awesome and amazing. God is definitely a source of comfort and he can definitely help you through it. But I also recommend you see a psychologist or mental health specialist who can actually help you like organize your plans and deal with the more daily aspect of it, right? Sometimes you need someone to hold you accountable. Your therapist will hold you accountable. You have to heal, y'all, because Now, I don't know Sis's background, but it sounds like she did not heal in that aspect of her life. And so now here she go attracting the same man that she probably was trying to run away from. So again, I'm just making assumptions because I don't know which parent is a narc. But I'm almost certain it's her daddy. Almost certain.
On manipulation, I grew up on love bombing. So that feels familiar to me. I didn't really have the language for what exactly my soon-to-be ex-husband was doing at the time. But now that I do have the language for it, I see it for what it was, right? If you have broken up with somebody, they seemingly accept it, but then they're coming back and they're like, okay, but I have 14% on a ring fund, right? They're trying to like lure you back in, right? They're trying to talk about all these things that they...
Hold up! Red flag. Okay. I have 14% on a ring fund. Where's the 100%, sir? If you're so certain you're gonna marry her. He just sounds like he's just blowing smoke. I have 14% on a ring fund. Where's the 100%? If you were really about it, you would have bought that ring if you were so hold up. Okay, let me calm down. You know, my therapist taught me I need to do breathing techniques. He taught us exhale. I'm going to teach y'all. He said exhale for 5 seconds and inhale through your nose. I wasn't supposed to breathe in, but I'm supposed to go through my nose for 5 seconds. Exhale again. Because I've been going through a lot of CBT therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy. You know what's up. And it's offered for free in BC, y'all. If you're in British Columbia, your health plan will cover it. If you are someone who is neurodivergent, I would highly recommend it. But anyway, I'm not plugging this. If you're in Canada, OHIP does too, because I heard a few of you guys are in Ontario. OHIP also covers it too. So you just have to go to your doctor and ask them if they could refer you to cognitive behavioral therapy. They'll have you fill out a form and then it's covered by your health plan. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. He gave me breathing techniques so I can let down my blood pressure because this man has my blood boiling for sis. Hold up. 14%. Where's your 100%, sir? If you were really about that life. No, he's just talking. This is how you know someone is fraudulent. They just be yapping. Oh, I got the 14%. Where the 100, sir? If you so serious. You see, don't listen to people who are half-assed about stuff. Oh, I was going to do it. I finna do it. Oh, yeah, I'm going to do it. I got, it's right here. It's ready for you. It's about to be. No, it better be ready by the time that you're ready. No, why are you just telling me this? 14% on the ring fund. You can't afford the 100%. You see, that's where we know his money is shifty. Where's the 100%, bruh? All right, let's continue.
Do for you or what they're doing for you to try to lure you back in. Now, I was resistant to his efforts. At the beginning of 2021, I do start a new job, and that job is actually at the firm that he's working at in a different capacity, but we've been broken up. We're still cordial. Now, he's still trying to get back with me. He's inserting himself in a way that's friendly, but like also clearly like he regrets that, we parted ways. Again, I'm focusing on my new job. I'm just focusing on like getting my life together. He does become a source of support for me as I'm in this new job because he's already familiar with this firm. He knows how to support people and like he really is just a great friend.
Red flag. So you see, he found a vulnerable spot. Let me tell y'all something. I'm going to tell you something real quick. Do not let there be any open cracks in your life. Make sure that all the cracks and crevices are covered. Because somebody with this type of behavior is going to try to expose or, use that against you. They are going to impose themselves. You see, now sis is vulnerable because she's like, hey, I don't know this firm. I don't have the experience that he does. Who knows if he even has that experience? But now sis is in a vulnerable position. So what she's going to do is reach out to him to try to get as much information. But sis, you could have found somebody else. I'm sorry. I'm sure he's not the only man who has that knowledge. But again, it's a weakness. It's a weak area. You got to cover them, y'all. Cover them as much as you can. Fix it. I don't know what you need to do. Wrap some tape around it. I don't know. But you're gonna have to cover it. Because now he done found an opening. Just like a rat. Y'all know rats will on your wall until they gonna keep digging and trying to get through your wall until they find the little spot. There's a little hole. It could be even this small. And then they're gonna just open it wide. Find a spot. And the next thing you know, your whole house is infiltrated with, it's overtaken by rodents. And then you have an emergency on your hand. You have an infestation. Sis is about to get infested right now. In real time that we're watching this.
It's hot. My birthday's in July. And...
Hold up! Red flag. Sis, you a Cancer? Hold on. When in July is your birthday? Cancer or a Leo? I'm going to lean towards Cancer because sis is too soft for this man. My Leo girlies would never. Oh, no, but nah. Okay. Anyways, let's continue.
We're friends. We're not together. But he totally inserted himself into my birthday in a way that was like, you know, I'm her man. Got me a cake and everything. And, like, I appreciated all of those efforts because at the end of the day, like, it's great to have somebody who is looking out for you and all those things. But, again, I wasn't cognizant of the fact that, like, boundaries were not in place, right? And this is something that you have to be very aware of as a young woman when you're dealing with these men. Like, if you have broken up with somebody, right, there is no reason why they should still be coming around in that capacity. And if they keep coming around under the guise of friendship, right, because they love and care about you deeply as a friend, you need to be very careful. Because I was very convinced that, okay, he keeps showing up and he's just around because, like, you know, he just cares deeply about me. He just wants to be the person that's there for me. Now, despite the fact that...
Stop it here. Red flag. Red flag. Okay, so this is my issue with... And sis gave some really good advice here, so I hope y'all take heed. And remember, earlier I said you need to set up boundaries. Make sure those boundaries are tight. You got a fortress around your boundaries. Now, the thing that is an issue for me, though, is when she said that he would come around and just be there. He would just show up. And not only that, but she said that he would show up and try to befriend her. My thing is, though, sis, you didn't know him. You met him on Hinge. You have no type of relationship with him. I could have understood if he was a childhood friend. Like, sis, last week I did a case study on that one who was pretty much using their funds for his own discretionary endeavors. The one I did last week where we went over his finances, whatever. They were childhood friends, so I could kind of see it a little bit as to the connection that she had with him. But you were not childhood friends with him. There was no connection to you guys other than you met on Hinge. You could have easily blocked him. It's not like y'all had the same friend circles. It's not like you guys knew each other from before. This was an easy block. So I'm going to have to say that this was definitely not good on her part to continue to let this man literally just take up space in her life for no reason. And now she's probably feeling guilty. Like, oh, he's helped me so much. I must repay him. Girl, block him. This is why I think she's a Cancer, y'all. This is exactly why I think she's a Cancer. But anyway, another thing that I noticed is she said he would show up all of a sudden like Satan. Satan will always be roaming and showing up where he don't need to be. He just shows up all of a sudden. Be careful of people like that. When they just show up out of nowhere, just show up. What are you doing here? Who brought you here? Who sent you here? He was a demon, y'all. I'm serious. He was a demon. Only demons show up just all of a sudden. They never announce themselves. Usually people with some type of good intention, they're going to announce themselves. This man was definitely working for the other side. He was an op. All right, let's continue.
We're broken up. Anybody who has shown any kind of interest in me, anyone who he knows is interested in me, he's creating obstacles for these people. He would want to spend like every waking moment of the weekend with me, and I just had zero space. This is another sign.
Red flag. He would spend every waking moment of the weekend with you. Every waking moment. So sis, how was he able to do this without you letting him in? That's what I need to know. Because now it's getting to your territory. You were pretty good when it was work-related stuff. But now we're encroaching on your territory, sis. How is he able to do that without your permission? Did you live together? How would he be able to spend every minute of the weekend with you unless you allowed it? This is where accountability is going to have to take place, sis, because you're going to have to be accountable to this part. He would not have been able to do that without you allowing it. As far as I know, you do not work at your office on the weekend. You spend 24/7 at the office? I don't think so. He was at your house or trying to infiltrate your space, and you just let him in because you felt sorry for him. Or, I don't know. There was a reason. Something there. She probably was thinking, oh, he's showing signs that he's going to be better. Hindsight is 20/20. She's telling us this story now. But maybe at the time she was kind of still on the fence of whether she could trust him or not. Sis, you couldn't have trusted him. He's not worthy of your trust. Mr. 14%, that's his new name now. Let's continue.
You were dealing with a narcissist. They do not give you any space. Keep in mind, the job that I had at this time on Wall Street, I was working at the desk from 6:30 a.m. until roughly about like 6:30 p.m., right? So I'm 12 hours on the desk, Monday to Friday, and every waking minute of the weekend, he would want to spend time with me. I don't really like people like that. I like my space. I do believe that I am an introvert, and I really do need to recharge, especially when I'm in an office setting and when I'm around people for so long. Like, I need to decompress, right? I'm blessed now that I work from home and I don't need to recharge as much, but I really needed my space. Now it is fall of 2021, and he is really lobbying, really pushing that we get back together. And he's even convinced another one of my friends that he really loves me, he really sees a future with me, and, for me to give him a chance. He's very, very, very convincing. Like, this man, he could sell you anything. He is really good. He puts on a great show. And even my friend is like, wow, I don't know any guy who's ever loved you this much. Like, this man he is so committed. And I'm like, yeah.
Red flag. Hold up. Oh, by the way, I saw you, someone said that sis is a Leo. Hold on. Let me check the comments. Hold on a second. I owe my cancers an apology. I am so sorry, y'all. I'm so sorry. Romy, she's a Leo. Looked it up, July 25th. Okay, the star that fell. Thank you, sis. I'm sorry, Cancer women. I'm sorry for just automatically assuming that it would be y'all. But y'all got a reputation. Listen, I'm sorry. You guys have a reputation. So I had to just put it out there. I'm sorry. My apologies. Sincerely that I accused you guys of being that down bad. I am so sorry, y'all. It's not y'all this time. It's the Leos. My Leo women. You know who else is a Leo woman? Princess Love, Ray J's wife. Y'all let that sink in. All right. So, Kyra, you said, I'm glad now she sees the red flag in him coming in and out. Hopefully she will keep that in mind for future relationships. Yes, that is very true. And I'm glad for her. But I still have to call it out because now it's going to help you guys, right? But yes, I'm so happy that she's recognizing these flags. Now, this is a red flag that I have here. Her friend. Let's play that part. This is very important, y'all. Be careful of who you get advice from. Please be careful. Please, I must stress it so many times. Sometimes the people in your circle, they don't give you the best advice. And I'm not saying that her friend was trying to sabotage her. Absolutely not. Her friend could just be coming from a place of just trying to help her out, thinking that she's giving good advice. But no, and we don't know. Maybe if her friend had kept it real, she might have changed her mind about it. But people are co-signing. So she's thinking, oh, you know what? He's putting in effort. So maybe I should kind of give him another chance, even though my intuition is telling me that he cannot be trusted because we don't have the same values. Values don't align. And he's also doing some shifty stuff. And he told me about the 14% ring fund. Mr. 14%. Let's play this part one more time.
Another one of my friends that he really loves me, he really sees a future with me and, you know, for me to give him a chance. He's very, very, very convincing. Like, this man, he could sell you anything. He is really good. He puts on a great show. And even my friend is like, wow, like, I don't know any guy who's ever loved you this much. Like, this.
I've never known any guy who's ever loved you this much. How has he proven his love? And sometimes, and this is where it gets tricky, y'all, and I gotta be honest, the performance of love is convincing enough to make you not see the red flags of his behavior. Behavior matters more than the performance. If his behavior and his performance, they align and he's consistent, and I'm talking about healthy behavior. He's performing as far as doing everything that a husband, boyfriend should do, and his behavior aligns with it, his lifestyle aligns with it, he is the embodiment of a good man, then yes, go on full speed. But if it's just his performance, look, we have things, like, we have a difference here. Let's compare. It's not aligning, it's not balanced, it's unbalanced. Imbalanced, I should say. Something is amiss here. Contradictory, that's the word I was looking for. It was spinning in my head somewhere. This is a contradiction, y'all. His behavior is untrustworthy. His performance is trustworthy. And yet, there's a decision that he is trustworthy. Wrong! Who took algebra? Was it algebra or geometry? I can't remember which math. But there was a math where it had to balance on both sides for the equation to be correct. And if one side wasn't correct, then the answer would not be correct, y'all. I'm really bad at math, but I just remember that one fact. I think it was in algebra. Y'all could let me know. But if one side of the equation is incorrect, then the whole equation is wrong. And I remember my teacher would always put the X on my paper, Mr. Blot. Shout out to Mr. Blot. He was a Zoe too. Shout out to my Haitian teacher. My algebra teacher. I believe it was algebra. I don't remember. I'm positive it was algebra though. There was one of them. And I remember I used to get X's all the time. Romy, your equation is wrong. Well, they call me Minutia at the time. That's my government name. But yeah, and I remember that. But it's not aligning, guys. That means if his performance is worthy, but his actions are untrustworthy and his behavior isn't, then he's untrustworthy, y'all. Don't try to make it fit. He's trying to infest you. Infestation in real time right here. And unfortunately, the advice that we get from people close to us, it doesn't work. This is a cautionary tale for sure, y'all. Very cautionary. Balancing equations. Was it chemistry? I don't remember. It was one of them classes. I just remember I used to get X's all the time. And he was just like, nope, it's not right. Go back to the drawing board, because they didn't equal each other. It just was imbalanced. Wasn't the correct answer. All right, let's continue to the second part.
He is so committed. And I'm like, yep, that is.
Okay, so let's move on to part 2.
At this point in my life,
Number 2. Okay, so
I wasn't really going out. I was just focused on myself. So if you weren't already in my immediate circle, if I didn't already know you.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to play it back, y'all.
At this point in my life, I wasn't really going out. I was just focused on myself. So if you weren't already in my immediate circle, if I didn't already know you, chances are we were not going to meet, because I went to work, I went home, I went to the gym, and I was just like focused on myself. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just where my head was at. Now, by December of 2021, he starts applying to some jobs in Florida because he says he wants to move back to Florida potentially. By January of 2022, he gets a job offer in Florida, and he also does get another job offer in New York, which, in my opinion, was more aligned with what he wanted to do career-wise. But he decides that he's going to take the job in Florida. Now, he's trying to say to me, you know, am I coming with him to Florida? I'm like, absolutely not. I have my career here. At the time, I knew no one in Florida. No, I'm not going with you to Florida. And I had broken up with him because I was like, I'm not doing a long distance relationship. I just don't want that for myself. Now, after we got married, I found out that he actually told his coworkers and others, his friends and stuff, that the breakup was mutual when it wasn't, right? Because he was crying these crocodile tears, these fake tears. In retrospect, they were fake tears. They were narcissist tears. When I told him that, look, I'm not moving to Florida with you. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not doing long distance. I have my career here. It is what it is. I think it was early February that he moved to Florida. Valentine's Day comes around 2022. Now, I think I'd gone out and I posted up, like, you know, just in a cute dress or whatever. Who's calling my phone to find out if somebody took me out for Valentine's Day?
How does he still have your number, sis? Red flag. He should have been blocked long time ago. First of all, hold up. He's from Florida. That makes a lot of sense. Again, I can say that. I lived in Florida for many, many a years. This makes sense, y'all. This adds up. Part 2, second part, or second thing I have to say is that you knew your life and your career were in New York. You didn't want to move. Why is he even still on your call log? Block! I'm telling y'all, this could have all been prevented had sis just hit the block button. I wish I had my phone, but my phone is filming and recording this right now. Quick block! Block! He emailed you on LinkedIn? Block! Emails you, tries to get in, block, calls your family and friends, hey mom, dad, whoever, block. I don't even know if he met her family and friends at that time. It would have been a clean break. Change your number. Do what you gotta do, sis. He has too much access to her. That's what it is. He had way too much access to her. So now he going around spreading lies because that's what he does. He's a con artist. Lord, let's continue.
My soon-to-be ex-husband. Mind you, I'm single, right? What did you think was going to happen? Do you not think there is a line of men waiting to take me out? You're single. I'm single. It's none of your business. Why should I spend Valentine's Day alone? Right? Like, you decided to move to Florida. I am living in New York. I'm going to enjoy myself. You know what I'm saying? I tell him, look, you need to calm down and you need to focus on your life in Florida. There are a lot of baddies in Florida, right? Focus on the baddies in Florida. Let me live my life, right? Period. He's upset. He's not happy with it. It is what it is. Now, we didn't really talk for a while. I want to say like maybe about a month and a half because I kind of cursed him out and I was like, look, you need to stop calling my phone. You need to leave me alone, like boundaries. He starts to weasel his way back in after a couple months of 2022 from the friendship angle. I started to post on TikTok in May. My first video that went viral on TikTok happened in the end of May. And in June of 2022, an anonymous account is created on Twitter. It has no posts. I'm still friendly with my soon-to-be ex-husband, right? He's still a friend to me, and that's that. I'm single.
Nope. Blocked. You see? And I also did that. I'm telling y'all, do not stay friends with them. If I could go back to myself, like, in my 20s, because sis is 29 at the time. Now she's 30. If I could go back and tell myself something, it would be, don't be afraid to block people. Don't be afraid to cut people off. Because I used to feel guilty about that because other people made me feel guilty. Like, oh, you can't do that. You need to forgive. You can forgive from a distance. You know that, right? That there's no rule that says that you have to keep that person in your life. And I hate when people say that. Like, oh, this person did so much or he helped you. I don't care if they could have given me the keys to the palace. I don't care what they did for me. If I feel like the energy is off and something is wrong, I'm out. And I used to do that so, like, effortlessly until, you know, I felt a little guilty. I got guilt tripped. I went through my little moments. And I was like, oh, you know, maybe this person has turned over a new leaf. Maybe I shouldn't be so quick to cut people off. When in reality, my original way of moving in life was serving me really well. And if I had kept that up, I would have been I'm telling y'all, my healing journey would have been faster. Cut them off. Block him. Blockity block. And yes, she talking about he her friend. He is not your friend. He is your enemy. He's literally trying to sabotage you right now. He's sabotaging you, girl. Get rid of him. He's trying to change your trajectory. Sis had a good career going. There's no reason. Let me tell you, she could have gotten all that advice from him. Okay, she made a mistake. Things happen. As soon as he moved to Florida, he turned over a new leaf, and so did you. Block. That's it.
In 2022, I'm focusing on myself. In August of 2022, I'm told by my boss that I'm being put up for early promotion. My soon-to-be ex-husband, at the time, I considered him to be one of my best friends because he always positioned himself to be like this source of support for me and just somebody who really loved me like unconditionally. Now, he was one of the two people that I let know that I was being put up for early promotion. Unbeknownst to me at the time, that same week, that anonymous Twitter account made some tweets using screenshots from my TikTok account, tweeting my firm and FINRA. Now, FINRA is the regulatory body that oversees broker-dealers, etc. Again, there are two people that I told that I was up for early promotion. He's the only one who would have known to tag FINRA in those tweets in an attempt to bring me down or to get me fired or to mess up my chances of getting promoted. I don't find out about these tweets because I wasn't even tagged and I wasn't really on Twitter like that. I was called into the office by compliance at my job and they were telling me that, hey, there's this FINRA investigation going on because this random Twitter account made these tweets referencing your content and they tagged the firm and they tagged FINRA. They just told me, hey, just keep an eye out, let us know if you have any idea who it could be. And they told me that they'd be doing their own kind of investigation as well. I remember my boss saying to me, go look into that, go figure out like what's going on there. And I just thought, okay, maybe it's just like some random hater. I just had no idea who could be behind this kind of account. Now, if I'm experiencing a certain type of harassment on the internet, I do loop in my lawyer just to get an assessment of like, what do you think this is? And I remember my lawyer saying to me upon reviewing the Twitter account and reviewing the tweet, he said, honestly, Christine, we've seen this before many times. This account was created specifically to try to bring you down. These tweets are laced with jealousy. This is a
red flag. Sis, let me tell you something. I could have solved this puzzle for you. You said you told him. And I think she said one other person. It's one or the other. He called you once your video went viral because you started to make a name for yourself on TikTok. He found a way to stay in your life as an op. That's what he was doing this whole time. Trying to support you. Trying to give you advice. And again, I'm not saying, I have to be clear. I'm not saying that any man who does that is an op. What I'm trying to say is his behavior already told you that he can't be trusted. Why would you trust him with things like that and still keep him in your circle? That's what Soul Goddess told us at the beginning of the live when I played it. Why are you letting him take your energy? He was trying to steal her energy and produce his own, whatever he wanted to do. He was stealing from her time. Remember, 24/7, he wanted to spend every waking moment with her. Why? To take from her. That's all it was. From the beginning, this man was sent on an agenda. And it was to destroy you. I'm being honest. Whether he knew it or not, consciously, subconsciously, who knows? I can't diagnose this man. But I know one thing for sure, though. Those thoughts were in his mind. If for somebody to go up and create a whole fake page on Twitter and share news that you knew was confidential and you told him, even though you didn't trust him, you still told him. And then now look. Got your whole lawyer involved, got your job involved. He already starting trouble. And he been starting trouble. Valentine's Day, you're moving on. He's already calling you, causing problems. He's a problem in your life. Get rid of him. I'm still trying to figure out why she didn't block this man. Lawyer, everybody say, look into this, look into that, look into that. They knew it was somebody in her inner circle. Sometimes it's people you know. You already knew that person had weird behavior. Weirdo. Weirdo behavior. And we can sense it. We know when somebody being weird. Come on now. I know the hairs on the back of my neck always stick up when somebody being real weird. This man was always an op from the beginning. And yet, here you go. Talking about he's one of your best friends and he's your biggest supporter. Okay. It's always them too, by the way. Not saying none of y'all, by the way. You know what I'm trying to say. Is the behavior has to match your behavior. Let's continue.
Classic case of jealousy. And he actually asked me, did you get put up for promotion or something? Did you get a promotion? Because I've seen this a lot before and it's clearly laced with jealousy. And he said, is there anyone you can think of who would be jealous about you getting a promotion? And I said, well, I only told 2 people. And those people, you know, in my mind, I was like, they would never be jealous of me. Plus, only one of those people would have known to tag my firm and to tag FINRA. And I remember asking my soon-to-be ex-husband, I was like, hey, did you tell anybody else? But he was so supportive. He was just like, oh my gosh, the fact that somebody would even do that to you, they're such a hater. You guys, this man was like praying with me. He was like,
all right, y'all, hold on. I have to keep it real here. She only told 2 people. Who would literally create a Twitter page with news and information that was confidential that you know you didn't share with anybody and you only shared with 2 people, and yet she really believed that neither of those people were the ones to share or create that Twitter page? I have to call it naivety or naive, whatever you say, naive. Somebody who's naive. That's very naive. I'm sorry. Because if I'm telling I only told 2 people, I know I only told 2 people. Y'all, I'm on social media. Let's use me for an example. I'm on social media. And let's say that I know I told 2 people that I'm getting a promotion. In my real life, like in my life here, like outside of social media. You really think I'm gonna accuse one of y'all of doing it? Oh, one of my subbies must have gotten my information online. Where would they have found it? Where? Please, somebody tell me. Are we that good at investigating? Do we have some really good internet sleuths around that could find my information like that? Especially about promotion. I'm not talking about regular Googleable information. You can Google me and find whatever you want. I'm talking about private information that only the people closest to me know. I would know one of them is the ops because ain't no way y'all would have known that information. But yeah, he said it can't be one of them. Maybe it's just one of my fans or subscribers or somebody who's looking out on TikTok. Girl, no. Somebody in your circle. It's very clear to me and obvious. Very obvious.
I pray with you against like the attacks of the enemy. It's not funny. Nothing about this is funny, by the way, but it's like at this point, all I can do is laugh, right? Because I was so convinced that this man was for me, right? He was praying with me, right? Now I know that he was behind that account. He didn't want me to get that early promotion because he knew that if I got promoted, there's no way I would be moving to Florida with him. And he had to figure out a way to get me to move to Florida because he just had to have me. Here this man is praying with me, being like, you know, I just don't know why anybody would try to do that to you. And like, you just have all these haters now and whatnot. And he created this account in June of 2022 when he saw that like, okay, like her TikTok is growing. More people are going to find her. So I got to make sure by any means necessary that she doesn't find somebody better. He's telling me that, you know what, you're on the internet. You're on TikTok now. People can find your TikTok. So
red flag. I'm sorry, sis. You're obviously a really, like, how many, hold on. Let's see how many people, hold on. I gotta go up here. Hold on, y'all. Wait, I don't want to turn off the video. When we come back, we're gonna see how many followers she has in present time. I think she has more followers now because she obviously uploaded more content. But sis, I'm telling you right now, just real talk. Like celebrities, right? Whenever you see those blind items, some of them could be fake, they could be made up. But some of them, when you see those blind items like on TMZ and news just leaks, that's somebody in their inner circle. Because I can't find that information out unless I know somebody who's within that circle who's going to spill the tea. There's no way. How could I know? So either way, let's use his logic, because he's obviously not logical. He's not smart, y'all. Mr. 14%. Let's say that he did, or she did, it was somebody who was following her, one of her followers. How would they have gotten that information unless it was from one of them two people? Process of elimination. Easy. It would still all go back to the same source. They wouldn't have known unless that person told them, and then we gonna get, it's like a game of telephone. We gonna go backwards until we get to the original person who started the game. So either way, even if somebody had leaked it, let's say that he didn't do it and someone else did it. He told somebody, or the other person told somebody. It's either way, somebody spilled. You have an enemy in your camp, and you sitting here entertaining them. At this point, I would have cleaned house. Everybody getting blocked. Mama, daddy, until I figure out who is the source of this leak. Everybody's on ice. And I have to investigate, do a proper investigation. But no, sis is just believing whatever he says. And where's this other person that she told? Because at this point, both of y'all gonna get blocked. This is craziness. Let's continue.
Just probably somebody who hates on you. You've always had haters. It could be anybody. And I'm like, yeah, you know what? You're right. It really could be anybody at the end of the day. Now, nothing came from that investigation. I didn't get in trouble. I didn't get fired. But did those tweets mess up my chances for early promotion? Absolutely. So he was successful in his attempts. One thing that I did find out from my firm from this investigation process was that they had reason to believe that the person behind this account was a whistleblower.
Red flag. So, yeah, you didn't get that early promotion. He ruined your chances. Why? Because you basically, you didn't know how to keep things quiet. And somebody wrote it in the chat. I was reading what y'all was writing too. Someone wrote it here very, very perfectly. You have to keep silent. Move in silence, y'all. Move in silence. 100%. Kyra said it. This is why I say sometimes you have to move in silence until goals are completed. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, that girl from yonder. Yeah, it's not my volume. It's it's not my volume, it's her. She's too soft spoken. My volume works just fine. We did a test before. It's not my volume, y'all. It's the girl who's talking. She speaks too quietly, unfortunately. So yeah. But yeah. Either way, let's get back to it. This man literally was there on an assignment to destroy her life. And look, she didn't even get her early promotion because she talking too much and sharing her news with the wrong people. I wouldn't have even shared it. You got to keep it to yourself until it's done, and then you could be like, oh yeah, I told everyone. Don't get too excited, y'all, because you don't know who's in the background trying to destroy and be an op to you.
So they were a former employee, and they were airing out their grievances while using me to do so. Now, January of 2023, I have a new challenge to focus on, because the Black people at my firm have been getting underpaid now for 2 years. And we had clocked it the year before, but we were told that it was going to be corrected and we'd be made whole this current year, which was at the time 2023. That was not the case. In fact, it was even worse in 2023. Now, that kind of stuff doesn't sit well with me. And of course, I'm telling my soon-to-be ex-husband about what's going on because he is a friend of mine and he's very supportive. He's like, trying to make sure that he could be there for me and just like support
Hold
me.
on a second, y'all. Did it freeze? Hold on. 1 second. Why is it frozen? Hold on a second, y'all. Her mouth is not moving.
On this challenge.
What is happening here? Okay, we're gonna have to figure this out. 1 second.
Pushing back against my firm. So one of the things that I do is I write a letter to the head of HR. Because of
okay, it's moving now. Sorry about that, y'all.
An investigation was launched, and they were like, "Yep, we messed up. People's pay needed to be revamped." Now, even though they fixed the pay of all of the Black employees that were hired through this program, it still wasn't the correct amount. We were still being significantly underpaid compared to our white peers for doing the same work. I was not happy with that solution because I knew that that was just them slapping a Band-Aid on a situation that literally needed surgery. So, I lawyered up. One thing you're never going to do is you're never going to play with my money, especially when I worked for it. At this point...
Okay, so, see, sis was... Hold on a second, let me stop this.
So if you weren't already...
Yeah, y'all gotta have to, use a earpiece or something. I know some people are jumping in now. It's not my volume, I promise. My other, videos, we played them. They're perfectly loud. It's just her quality, I guess. Not quality, but she didn't have the mic close to her, and she's very soft-spoken. She's the type of person that needs the mic like this, but unfortunately for this video, she didn't have it, so I just have to play it how it is. Maybe on the replay, I'll see if I can increase the volume and then repost this live. But anyway, let's get back to it. So, see how sis don't play about her money, but then you don't have the same type of energy when it comes to your relationships. Please, guys, the way that whatever you're serious about in your life, like, how some people like, I don't play about my money, I don't play about this, don't play about your love life either. That should be even more importance, because money, you can always make it back. Now, of course, you're not going to go and do dilly-dally doing some crazy things with your money, but my point is that the love and relationship part, actually, you shouldn't be playing about that, period, because that right there is probably the most serious decision you're going to make in your life. One of the most, I should say. So, shouldn't play about that, but here we go. All right, let's continue to part. What part is that now? Let's go. Which part? What was it, part 3? Okay, let's continue. Hold on a second.
Battle with a major Wall Street
let's
institution. Go back. I've now taken on this legal battle with a major Wall Street institution. I am literally drained and exhausted. I'm fighting for myself and others who are not even willing to fight for themselves, right? Because there are a lot of people on Wall Street and in corporate America who are just not willing to stand up for themselves. But here I am, putting in the good fight. Now, at the time, I did go to spend some time in LA because I'm just actually mentally drained. And it was good because I think it was like a different type of isolation. But at the same time, my soon-to-be ex-husband used this opportunity to really weasel himself back in as a source of support for me. He would fly in from Florida, spend some weekends in LA with me. He was really just like this great source of support for me and convinced me to get back together with him. And I was like,
sis, I'm sorry. Red flag. Sorry, sis. I'm sorry. I can't rock with you on this one. I'm so sorry, y'all. See, when people retell stories, you have to learn how to hold yourself accountable. This whole time, I get it. He's a narc. That's definitely indisputable right there. It's undisputable. We know that. He's a narc. We know that he's not a good person. He's an op. He's a con man. Mr. 14% ain't no good. He's a dirty person, okay? The worst type of person you could have in your inner circle. He's a liar. He's all that. But I don't like how sis is trying to absolve herself of any accountability here. Everything is, he weaseled himself in my life. And he found a way in my life. Sis, you said he was your best friend, your confidant, and a source of support. You kept letting him in your life. We just got to keep it real, y'all. She did acknowledge some of her issues, but I feel like in this part, whenever he found himself back into her orbit, how did he find where you were in LA? Did you post that on TikTok? Did he stalk you? Did you have a restraining order on him? No, you didn't. So how did he find out where you were? These are the questions I need answered. Y'all, we got to keep it real. I got to be honest. Let me tell you, the only way you're going to heal and move on and be a better version of yourself is if you hold yourself accountable. I don't care what anyone tells you. If you are a type of person who lacks accountability, and that's even seeing that you were wrong in a situation, everyone has their reasons for moving and operating the way they move. But no, you can't blame that on him. I'm sorry. I got to keep it real. You also were responsible because you kept letting him in. And you got to be accountable to that, sis. You can't just say, oh, he weaseled his way and no, he didn't. He slithered himself in because you opened the door. Wide open. Maybe in the beginning you cracked it a little bit. You know when people crack open, who's there? And then after that, he found a way to open it. He didn't do it by force. You willingly did it. And I know some people have a problem when I say you're a willing participant, but what else am I supposed to say? You were in there. You was in there. You were in there. He called you. He still had your number, not blocked. He found you in LA. I could understand if he found you in New York at your place. Then I could say, okay, he knew your address already. I get that. How did he find you in LA, sis? Please let us know. He knew everybody in your life's address. He knew where you were staying. Come on now, let's keep it real. Please. Let's continue.
Like, honestly, like, he gets it. He understands what I'm going through. You know, and at this point, this man knows me well. He knows my family dynamics. He knows my triggers. He knows a lot about me, right? So he knows exactly what to say to get back in my life. Now, he starts talking about getting a ring and getting engaged somewhere around, I want to say, May or June of 2023. Truth be told, I should not have gotten engaged in the mental state that I was in 2020.
Finally, some accountability. Green flag. Okay, here we go. Finally, sis. Finally. I was waiting for that. You knew you weren't supposed to get engaged. Yes. I'm telling you. So how did this relationship progress to an engagement if you thought that he weaseled his way into your life? This is what I'm talking about. She's just retelling the story, but she's taking accountability in some parts, but in other parts, I don't think she has reconciled the fact that she actually allowed this man to destroy her life. And someone in the chat said it perfectly, sleeping with the enemy. I think that she's still dealing with these emotions while she's talking. And maybe in the future, she will be more cognizant of her role in that situation. Y'all, when I tell y'all, I had to lay it down. Meaning that every action that I took, all the relationships I was in, everything bad that happened in my life in the sense of, like, as far as things that I could control, I had to take accountability. And that's the only time that I could heal. I was able to fully heal. Why? Because I knew my role in that situation. Yeah, there were some things that were out of my control, but yes, I let that person in. I let that person have use of me. I let that person use my body willingly. That was my awakening. And then I said, you know what? From this day forward, I will never, ever, ever, ever do that again. And I never did. So sometimes, yes, you don't want to be that woman and you're telling the story over and you're like, damn, I was so weak. Damn, I was such a pushover. But guess what? It's part of the healing. You were that person. You're no longer that person. You move on. Don't try to shift the blame, y'all. It's just going to make it harder for you because now when she gets in another relationship, he going to weasel his way into? That's what I'm saying. Like, you got to know what you did. Be aware and accountable. I'm telling you, it's the best thing that you could ever do for any type of situation in your life. Once you can hold yourself accountable, you're only going to go up. Because then you're going to be aware and you'll be able to realize, okay, I was wrong in this place. And by the way, accountability needs to be there, especially if you're going to get married. Hello, there are two people in a marriage or a relationship. And I'm not talking about abusive ones, not physically abusive or emotional. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about in any type of normal relationship. You have to be held accountable, y'all. Like, there are some things that I did in my marriage in the sense of, like, certain actions or tones or whatever. If we have an argument, it can't always be my husband that's in the wrong. Sometimes it's me. Sometimes it could be me. I have to look at myself and be like, damn, you're right. I was tripping hard. I'm so sorry, honey. And sometimes it's him. He'll come to me and be like, I was a little off today. I was tripping. I had some time to think it over. You right. That's the only way you'll be able to help each other and grow in your relationship. You can't always just shift blame to one person, y'all. I'm sorry. It's just not going to work. But let's continue, y'all.
Because I was so drained by this battle. I was so exhausted for having to fight for what was clearly, like, standard, like the fact that I'm fighting for equal pay for Black people in 2023, it was just mind-boggling. You know what I'm saying? And just the back and forth with the legal situation, I was exhausted. But of course, the whole talks of engagement and all of that, and like just like my soon-to-be ex-husband being there for me and just being this great source of support, it was just kind of like, oh my gosh, like he's so sweet. Again, I'm kind of in a daze in 2023. I'm dealing with a whole legal battle, but I'm still excited because it feels like, oh my gosh, at the end of the day, this is the light at the end of the tunnel. We get engaged in August. Now, you know, once you get engaged, everybody's asking you, when is the wedding? When is the wedding? When is the wedding? So you have all this external pressure, and my family, my friends, everything. I'm a type A person, right? I didn't end up getting a planner for my wedding. I ended up planning it myself. So I'm completely caught up with planning my wedding. I'm still dealing with this legal battle. I have now moved to Florida. I still have my place in New York, but now I'm in Florida. Thankfully now I know like 2 couples in Florida. So I do have a couple people there, but I'm now in a different state. I'm still dealing with this legal battle. I'm here planning a wedding. I'm also transitioning careers, right? Because when you go up against a firm in Wall Street, like best of luck if you think you're gonna have a career in Wall Street after that. But also that experience left such a bitter taste in my mouth that I decided that I didn't want to work on Wall Street anymore. So I'd made my mind up that I was done with the industry. Now this legal battle, I'm not done with it until roughly February of 2024. And I also want to provide the context that I wanted to take this to litigation because the evidence was all there, the wrongdoing was there, and it would have been a case that would have really changed a lot of things for the industry and people underpaying Black people in the industry. But my soon-to-be ex-husband was a big advocate for me settling because he was like, you know what? I've seen how drained you've been. I've seen how exhausted you've been. And, you know, just prioritize your peace and move forward. And
red flag, red flag. Okay, let's stop it here. So, she said a lot right here. So somehow they got engaged. He weaseled himself into an engagement. And she said yes. She somehow said yes to this weasel, Mr. 14%. All right, let's move on. We already done said, sis, it is what it is. Now, next part that she said is that this litigation, you don't go against Wall Street, which I perfectly think she was in the right to pursue a legal battle with the firm, especially if they're underpaying people. First of all, if you're hearing somebody getting underpaid, especially if you're already a marginalized community, get your money. Get your money. You are in a country where you are able to pursue litigation. Get your funds. So I agree with her on that. Now, continuing on, she knew nobody in Florida, so she moved to go be with this man. Remember, she said everything was in New York, but then her life started to unravel because she let him know about the promotion. He's the one who caused the chaos that came in after. Notice when he came into her life, all of a sudden, everything shifted to chaotic. Doesn't that sound like what Soul Goddess said? Her life did not improve. It got worse. The pressure got worse. Y'all ever heard that meme? It got worse. He did not make her life better. That's another telltale sign that you're not aligned at all with where God or whoever you believe is your maker is trying to get you to go. You're not aligned. You're not aligned, sis. Because it's too much chaos going on. Listen to what she said. He proposed to her when she was probably in the most stressful position in her life. Is that somebody who's adding value to you? You said yes. He is literally causing the chaos that she now has to deal with. And on top of that, she's tethering herself to him for life. She agreed at that time. Then on top of that, this is the red flag. He got her another red flag, I should say. He's trying to get her to settle the lawsuit, even though she knows that it would benefit people behind her. Red flag. First of all, sir, who are you? You want her to settle. Why? Because you already know she's settling in this relationship. She could do way better than you. Look at her. She's beautiful, smart. She had a good job. career driven. She wanted to plan her own wedding. Type A personality. Those women are usually the best leaders. They may be a little micromanaging. I ain't gonna lie. They're a little annoying. But I would want a type A on my team because I'm totally type B. I'm a type B type of girl. Husband's type A. Love it for him. I can't be a type A. We work well together though. You want to have a type A on your team. Sis has so much. She's the package, y'all. She's the plug. She is the source of the energy. Look at her. She is the clout. And yet, this man, when he was plugged into her, because remember, Soul Goddess at the beginning of the live, she used the plug demonstration. As soon as he plugged himself into her life, chaos, explosion. That plug outlet would have went, beep, 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 beep. Y'all ever seen the explosion on the TV screen? Wires crossed everywhere. Because she chose the wrong person. Let's continue.
Retrospect, right? He just wanted me to, get paid quickly and just move along. That's what he wanted me to do. If it were up to me, I probably would have litigated. And my lawyers were ready and willing to litigate. Now, one thing to note is even before we got engaged, this is before premarital counseling, we had gone through this book where we were just kind of like figuring out like, what do we want out of life? Does this all make sense? Does it make sense to get married? For example, one of those questions in that book was like, okay, how many kids do you want? And I remember saying, okay, like I want 2 to 3 kids. And he was like, oh yeah, I want 2 to 3 kids. Essentially what he did the entire time, I did not know this. But again, he is a great actor. He deserves an Oscar. He was mirroring me the entire time. He knew my family dynamics. He knew.
Sis, red flag. He was not a great actor. He was not at all. He was not. Unfortunately, he wasn't a great actor. You just didn't pay attention. That's all. Or you did and you just didn't listen to yourself, because he's not that great of an actor. From day one, we already knew he wasn't about anything. Mr. 14%. Oh, I got a ring fund for you. I got 14% in it. That already for me is a wrap. First of all, you don't even know me to want to propose to me. And then all of a sudden, you have 14%. I don't need a 14%. I need a man to buy me something and come back with it. But already, you knew your values weren't aligned, sis. He wasn't a great actor. You had the wool over your eyes. You were blinded. And then you had people in your life asking you, when y'all gonna get married? When y'all gonna have kids? Yeah, because they don't have to live with him. And they're thinking, again, about the performance that he's doing. She had a beautiful proposal. Y'all saw the flower arrangement and everything. He had the money. He had the funds. Or so he said. He looked like it anyways. And it's like, oh, it's good enough for us. For you. That's good enough. But his actions and behavior were opposite of that. Ma'am, he did not act. The shield. The scale was over your eyes, sis. You were in darkness. You were blinded by love. That's what that is. That's the blinded love look. It's when you deal with any and everything because you have a fairy tale in your mind somehow. All right, let's continue.
He knew what I liked. He knew what I didn't like. And he was presenting himself to be the type of person that I would want in a husband. Another thing to note is 2023, he suddenly gets very bulked up, very muscular. Now, he was always athletic, but he was always on the slimmer side, right? 2023, he has bulked up, right? I'm like, okay, what happened to you? He just has this newfound passion for the gym, I guess. He always went to the gym, but like he was never doing all of that, like weights, and like he wasn't eating that amount of protein and all of that. Now, after we got married, that is when the mask started to slip. So he would say things like, I have to go to the gym and have all this protein and eat all this food to look good for you and to be bulked up for you. And I'm like, look good for me? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to look like that, like, you're the one who decided to bulk up like this, right? Like, you decided to do this to yourself. I never told you to do that. So you always want to pay attention when it comes to dating someone. If you find that they're like transforming themselves to be someone to match you a little bit too much, right? And it's not organic, it's not natural, it's not something that...
All right, y'all. Y'all want to know what he was doing? She said it was mirroring. He was mirroring her to a certain extent, but he was competing with her, yo. Cause sis was always at the gym lifting, doing all that. He was competing with her. That's all it was. He couldn't beat her in the career space because I don't know till now. We still don't know what this man does or did for a living. So he was trying to compete with her. That sounds like somebody who's competing. That's what it sounds like. Oh, I'm doing it for you. No, you're not. No, you're not. So I can automatically see a bit of this competitiveness. And again, if we go according to what she said and he really did create those tweets, then he was jealous of her. That's typical behavior of a man who's jealous. That's all. And a lot of narc men exhibit that. Hello. Remember DDG and Hallie? We had a case study on it. I had to private some of the videos because it got too hot in the kitchen. But everything I said still stands. He was jealous of Hallie. And everything that he did was to one up her. Now, she goes to the gym. She's been doing those meal prep videos. She's been in the gym. She's been eating healthy. She's always been that girl. And now he's trying to catch up to it because she said before he would go, but he wasn't really like that. He wasn't like that. And now all of a sudden he done became a new person. Why? Because he's competing with her.
That they ever were. That is something that you need to pay attention to. At the time, I just thought, you know what? He bulked up. He has this newfound passion for the gym. It is what it is. I didn't know that someone with narcissistic personality disorder, they are going to mirror their target like crazy. And he had to bulk up in such a way and transform himself because he had to be seen as worthy of being my partner. But once we got married, he's complaining about the way that he has to eat all this protein and eat all this food for me. And I'm like, well, if you don't want to do something, you shouldn't do it. Like, it's not a requirement to be with me. You know, like, this is something that you put on yourself. He has really deep abandonment wounds, right? And this is something I always encouraged him to work on. And it really showed itself in one particular instance. This was in July of 2024. He was going to get some food at this particular place that I don't like eating at. He was asking me what I wanted to eat. I was like, look, you know I don't even eat from there. I don't know why you're asking me what I want. And I told him, like, look, I'm going to go home and I'm going to order something. And at the time we were out at this particular plaza and it was going to be easier for him to just drive there, get what he wanted, drive back home. And for me, it just would have been easier for me to just Uber home and order what I wanted. So I told him, look, I'm just going to go home and Uber what I want. So I got out of the car and I was about to call my Uber on my phone. I kid you not, this man drives in front of me, wrestles my phone out of my hand with such force, so angrily that like I'm pushed, and he drives off in the parking lot. He makes a loop in the parking lot, actually, like a lunatic in anger. And at the time, I only had my personal phone. I didn't have my work phone. So I'm in the parking lot, no phone. He drives back around and I'm like, yo, what is wrong with you, sir? Like, what is wrong with you? He's like telling me that I can't just be walking out of the car on him. It's disrespectful. Again, abandonment wound triggered. That was the first, like, I've never seen him like that before.
Red flag, red flag. Okay, so someone in the chat said it perfectly. And y'all, I'm reading your comments, by the way, while I'm doing this. But I can't respond to everybody, but everybody cooking in here. Y'all always cooking. Now, oh, you said Romy's facial expressions. Bruh. Because when I look into the camera, it's because I'm really trying to see, like, I'm not believing what I'm hearing. Yes. Delilah and Samson, exactly. She was trying to do whatever in her power in the Delilah and Samson story. I'm telling you, the Bible has a lot of gems. Even if I know there are a lot of stories that, you know, a lot of controversial stories, and we may not all agree on timelines and, of course, like the authenticity of what we've been given as well. But when it comes down to the narratives, as far as human behavior, it is a great read and a case study in itself. Every single emotion that we go through, what we went through, it's all in there. And it also teaches you how to be wealthy, how to choose better, how to have an abundant life. It's all in the text. It's all in the scripture, because people, again, it's there. It's there for us to read along with other sources. There are people who have figured this out and they give us advice on it. Now, sis, let's get back to the story. This is a mess. This man snatched her phone and was popping wheelies in the parking lot, angry because she got out of the car. Does that sound like somebody who is slow to anger, who is patient, who, they could have tried to work this out? No, he sounds like a toddler. And sis is talking about he has an abandonment issue. No, sis, he's just a toddler. He's childish. This is a child's behavior. A man, first of all, a real man would not have ever done that to you. Let's just be clear. And if there's something about your behavior that needs correction, it's done in love. Because you're not going to always get it right. We're human, guys. Sometimes you're going to make mistakes in your marriage, in your relationships, whatever it is, you will make mistakes. But it's how someone corrects you. This was not course correction in love. This was ego. That's all that was. He was angry that she defied him and she dared to step out of the car and he lost control. Not an abandonment wound. Please. This man is just a controlling narc. Don't make excuses for him.
Narcissists, a lot of them have an abandonment wound. When I'm trying to address this with him and I'm trying to get him to take accountability, he's talking about the fact that he's doing all this stuff for my birthday. And I'm like, what does my birthday have to do with anything? I've now taken on this legal battle.
Okay, let's stop it here. So, even if he does have an abandonment wound, hold on, let me stop it. Even if he does have an abandonment wound, his actions, again, he does not sound like somebody who is trying to get help. He is literally just a user. Anyway. He's just trying to control you, sis. That's what he was trying to do. So, I'm sorry. Like, at that point, yes, childhood does fall into it. And I do talk about that, especially in my case studies. It plays a part. But at the end of the day, his actions on that day, it was a form of control. It was just abusive behavior. Hold on a second. All right. So, let's play the next part.
Right? Like,
okay, let's
you're
go
trying
back.
to love bomb me. My birthday has nothing to do with this. Right? Like, you're trying to love bomb me. You're trying to gaslight me. You're trying to manipulate me when you need to take accountability for your actions. So he does some semblance of fake accountability and he says, he's going to be working on himself. It's not going to happen again. I want to add this in because I think this is very important for people who might be in a work environment similar to Wall Street. Because I had worked on Wall Street for years, right? I had interned on Wall Street my junior year of college. I returned full time. A total of 5 years is what I spent on Wall Street. But you have to understand that there are a lot of narcissistic personalities on Wall Street. And I had normalized narcissists. Like, the guy I worked with the last 2 years I was working on Wall Street, I worked with him the most, right? Straight up narcissist. But you have to understand that on Wall Street specifically, and I'm not talking about just corporate America, because there is a big difference between Wall Street and corporate America, right? It's a different personality type. And in order for you to be successful on Wall Street, you do have to have narcissistic traits. But again, there's a big difference between having narcissistic traits and having narcissistic personality disorder. In order for you to be successful in most spheres of life, you do have to have narcissistic traits. There is a healthy amount.
Okay, so I think what she's trying to say in this part is that, again, okay, I'm going to try to be as gentle as I can with explaining this. So, in her life, childhood, she had a narc parent. She still hasn't disclosed which parent it is. I'm going to assume father. All right. Now, we move on to her work life. She's in a male-dominated field. So, essentially what she's saying is a dog-eat-dog world, and they have narcissistic tendencies. Slamming stuff on the desk, probably yelling, crying, doing a whole bunch of stuff. Again, throwing tantrums. So what she's trying to correlate it to is her normalizing his tantrum because she's used to seeing that at work and at home. And sis is just bouncing from narc environment to narc environment. And I understand where she's coming from. So that's why I'm explaining it as gently as I can, because I get where she's going with this. So she's basically saying that she didn't see this as unhealthy because in her line of work and also maybe in her personal life at home, this was normal. But this again ties back to getting yourself out of those type of environments. You can feel when something is not right. And how someone treats you, especially a husband, they were newlyweds at the time. This man is already causing chaos in her life from even before they got married. Now that they got married, now it's escalated to physical because he snatched the phone. This was she said she'd never seen him like that. It escalates, y'all. It doesn't get better. So I just wish that she had taken heed at that first time and been like, no, this something is wrong here. Well, she should have before, but we're not going to blame her here. However, this one, once it escalates to physical, he snatched her phone, y'all. And then he popped willies in the parking lot. And then he apologized, said he's never going to do it again. But guess what? He probably is, because it's in his behavior. And again, if he does have NPD, because she said there's difference between narcissistic traits and NPD, and she's right. He needs to get help, y'all. There's no way that he's going to be able to function as a normal human being and a man in a marriage unless he gets help. He needs it desperately. He has to get therapy, and there has to be a lot of inner work. Or else he's going to continue terrorizing her. So now let's continue.
Of narcissistic traits that one can possess. But when you have a full-blown personality disorder where you've had a psychotic break from reality, that's when things are now getting very dangerous. Now he starts to say some random things, and this is after we got married. He would say things like, I get why the guys at the office pay for escorts and essentially pay for smecks and stuff like that. And I would be like, huh? I'm sorry, what kind of rhetoric is that? Like, our values are not aligned if you're saying stuff like that. And you never said anything like this prior to us being married. So, like, where's this coming from? He would just be like, oh, I was just, like, thinking about that. I'm like, okay. And, as a woman, that that's loser mentality, right? Because that if a man has to pay for connection with a woman, it just means that he's a loser.
Hold up. I gotta rewind here.
And having narcissistic personality disorder. In order for you to be successful,
what did I just hear?
Spheres of life, you do have to have narcissistic traits. There is a healthy amount of narcissistic traits that one can possess. But when you have a full-blown personality disorder where you've had a psychotic break from reality, that's when things are now getting very dangerous. Now he starts to say some random things, and this is after we got married. He would say things like, I get why the guys at the office pay for escorts and essentially pay for smecks and stuff like that. And I would be like, huh? I'm sorry, what kind of rhetoric is that? Like, our values are not aligned if you're saying stuff like that. And you never said anything like this prior to us being married. So, like, where's this coming from? He would just be like, oh, I was just, like, thinking about that. I'm like, okay. And
red flag. Okay, so sorry, I was reading comments, and then I kind of I need to pay attention more. I need to pay more attention. That's why I had to go back. Okay. I know Marie, you said, I think it's Marie or Mari. You said the term narcissistic is overused on YouTube. I think some people classify others that way when they may have other issues. Yes, that's true. But at the same time, and I think, who said it? Hold on, someone else commented after. The girl from Yonder said, she said it perfectly. It's like, once you're not a clinical psychologist or a clinical therapist, it's hard to know the terms, but you just know that narcissistic is one of them. So you're both correct, actually. It's both. You're both right. In the sense of, like, yes, the term is overused, but unfortunately, that's the only way you could kind of, like, have, like, an umbrella term for what's going on so she could explain it properly. However, he does fall under, he could have BPD. He could have so many different ones, y'all. They're all connected in some way. He might have OCPD. He might have so many things. We don't know. He might be autistic. I don't know. He might have ADHD. We don't know, right? So she's just going by what she thinks he has, and that she's just trying to express what he's done, but the only way that she can really say it is putting it under the narcissistic term. But yes, you're correct. It could be other clinical reasons why he's reacting that way. We all know, though, one thing we could agree on, though, is something is wrong up here. Something ain't working. It's not wired properly. And now let's get to the red flag. This man was trying to normalize sex work as far as him getting it, and getting, services from escorts. Again, if you want to be and do whatever you want to do in your extracurriculars, if that is your line of work, more power to you, sis. That's your work. However, this man is a married man. 1, that's a big red flag. Number 2, he also is trying again to put it in her mind to make her insecure. And this is what I'm saying. He literally came into her life with an agenda to destroy her. And unfortunately, she let him in. And now she's saying, oh yeah, like once we got married, things came out. No, sis, it's been before you got married. But the only difference now is he's more emboldened, because now he knows that he got you right where he wanted you to. You moved to Florida for him. You took the ring. So now he thinks he has all access. He's been given a free pass to continue to destroy your life. And now his plan has ramped up. It's ramped up. He wants you to be weak and vulnerable and the least confident that you can be, so that he can finalize his final plan, his master plan. And what is that? To take over your life. To take all your energy out. Y'all ever watch those movies where, like, I think it was Marvel, the recent one, and there was a guy who could, like, I forgot, it was Thunderbolt, and he was able to literally, like, fight everybody. Like, he has superpowers. He could take anything from anyone. That's like that. Once they finish taking all your source and energy, and then he's going to be able to just conquer you. That's his plan. He started with your job because that was the most important to you. Sis said that she don't play about her work. He took that away. Next, he's made you tethered to him. He made you marry. Well, he didn't make you. You agreed to marry him. And so now your environment is belonging to him. That's why you feel so uneasy, because he slowly infiltrated your space. And then he's starting to get abusive, starting to say little comments, starting to cause problems. And then all of a sudden, you're getting weaker and weaker and weaker. He's taking little by little, taking from you, taking from you, taking from you, taking from you. And then at the end, if you had still stayed, thank God you left, you wouldn't be the same person. You ever seen somebody that you knew before they had so much light in their eyes, and then now they're a former version of themselves? Kaylor said it on Beyond the Villa. She was on Love Island season 6. Kaylor Martin. That summer fling she had with Aaron on the show. He took so much out of that girl. She said she is not the same person she was when she walked into the villa. You could even see it in her face. When she was first introduced to the public, her eyes were so bright. She had so much color, like, on her face. She looked so amazing. Now she still does, but she's not the same person. He took something from her. And that's her innocence, as far as her just believing and trusting a man. He took her innocence from her. And now we got this woman here. I'm sure she was probably living a really good, cushy life in New York, had the sparkle in her eye. This man terrorized her and took the light from her eye, even for 1 year, y'all. So now let's continue.
As a woman, you know that that's loser mentality, right? Because you know that if a man has to pay for connection with a woman, it just means that he's a loser. He does not know how to build a connection with a woman. And so it's a loser mentality, right? And so I had to clock him about it. And I was like, yo, like, I don't know where you're getting this rhetoric from, and I don't know why you're saying this stuff, but you need to check yourself. Another thing that he starts to say is, I get why guys choose simple women over career women. Because now...
Red flag! We ain't even got to continue this one. Red flag. Red flag. Hold up. Sir, you met her as a career woman. You loser. Mr. 14%. You're a loser. She said a loser mentality. He been a loser, girl, but you was still blinded. Hold up. I see why men like simple girls and not career girls. That's already a red flag, y'all. He met her as a career woman. You know what? I need to do a case. Let's see if we could get through. How many hours? We 3 hours. Okay, my usual is 5 hours. So I still got 2 more kind of mini case studies I want to do next week. Let's talk about Cash Doll. Cash Doll had a similar experience. This man met her dolled up. Cash Doll. That's her name. Cash Doll is a rapper, in case most of you guys don't know who she is. She's from Detroit. She is most famously known for being dolled up, beautiful woman. And as soon as she met what's his name? Jadarius. I forgot what his name is. Is Jadarius? No, that's the Young Jeezy's son. Anyways, his name is something. I forgot his name. It's some Marcus something. I don't remember his name. We'll cover them next week. As soon as she met that man, he wanted her to take her makeup off. This is what they do. You met her one way, and then all of a sudden, it no longer serves you. Beware of that, y'all. Once he starts wanting you to change and transform. But then when he met you, it was all fine and dandy. Then all of a sudden, you need to lose a few pounds. You need to change your makeup, your hair. I don't like it. Be careful. Be very careful. So now, again, he's trying to conquer her. Little by little, he's chipping away at her identity. Her identity, he wants to remodel her identity so he can assume her identity. I told y'all he was taking her energy and then he was going to become her. That was his plan. Let's continue.
Issue with the fact that I'm a content creator. And he's throwing shade at me being a content creator and working as much as I do. And he would also say things like, people just don't know how hard it is to be an influencer husband.
People don't know how hard it is to be an influencer husband, but yet she's bringing in the bacon, sir. What's your job? What does he do for a living? Okay, wait, breathing technique. Sorry, my blood pressure is going up, yo. What does this man do for a living? Did she even disclose that? Not yet, right? It's hard being an influencer husband. Because you ain't got no motion. Only a man with no motion is going to be upset about that. I'm being honest. He ain't got nothing going for himself. So that's why he's chipping away at her identity. He does not want her to excel and succeed and basically become better than him. So he's doing all that he can to drag her back down to his level because he's a swamp monster. He belongs in the swamps. He belongs at the bottom. And he wants to drag her down. She's already too high. Once they start doing that, I'm telling you, these little things, because he wants to be the baddest bee on the block. He doesn't want her to be the baddest bee. I gotta watch my language. It's Sunday. He doesn't want her to be the best. He wants to be the best, so he wants to take from her and then take her energy and then remix it to him being the best. But what he doesn't understand is that he could never. He's still, Mr. 14%, where are you? What do you do for a living? We need to find that out. This man is talking a big game and trying to change everything about her. But why? You see, if he was that focused, as much focus as he has on him, as much focus as he has on her, if he had that same amount of dedication to put on himself, he would be way better than her. But instead, he would rather take from her. All that energy is spent on her and not himself. He ain't got nothing going on, y'all.
Okay. You knew what it was when you signed up, boo. Where's all of this coming from? Then he started to insert himself under the guise of helping me with my business, my influencer business. And he would always try to get me to accept some low deals, some deals that didn't make any sense. when I knew my value and I knew my worth. And I was able to negotiate deals at like 4 times whatever rate he was trying to get on my behalf. And I was like, bro, what are you even doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, why are you inserting yourself in my business? And why are you trying to get your wife paid less? And then he would throw shade about deals that I didn't take. A couple months ago, he was like, you know, you're the one who's turning down deals for $15K. And I'm like, huh? What's that supposed to mean? I'm not like you. I don't just take money for money, right? I understand that there's value to the work that I put out there, and I provide value to brands. And at the end of the day, this is my business. Why are you inserting yourself in it?
Red flag. Okay, so sis, you see, this is why, again, if she had put that much importance on her relationship, she would have never chosen that man. You see how she talking about whenever it's about money, she's like, no, ain't nobody gonna take my money. When she was ready to put the lawsuit against the firm on Wall Street, she did it expeditiously. Now when it's coming up to her brands and her sponsorships and the deals that she's making, she said, no, I'm going to make the deals I want to make because I value myself. But somehow, with love, it's like la 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 la. I don't hear nothing. You gotta, I'm telling y'all, take heed. Be as serious as you are in your books. Some of y'all going to school, y'all going hard. You're serious in your books. You're getting them degrees. And I love it. But the same way you going hard at school, going hard at work, you blocking people, fighting people. I'm getting better deals. Be like that in your relationship. She should have been like this on Hinge. Let me through. Don't come and block me. Block it. Block. Blockiana. That's what she should have been. But instead, this man done slithered his way and then trying to get her to settle. Because, again, he wants her to be as low as he is. So then he could come up off of her. He can't even support her. He can't even trust her to make her own deals. He thinks that he knows more than her. But yet, where is the proof, sir? Again, he's in finance, but what? Anyway, let's get into it. I feel like there's more to this story. Something's not making sense. Because it seems like she's the one pretty much laying all the groundwork with the finances. I just don't get it. And then he's sitting here trying to take from her. But I'm trying to see like what he got going on. Because if he's spending too much time, he reminds me of Papoose. Sorry, Papoose, you're catching a stray. I did the Remy Ma case study. Whole time Remy Ma's in jail. This man visited her every day. And everybody's like, oh, this is so cute. Oh my God, he's such a great husband. This is a representation of black love. That's what they told us, right? Whole time I'm listening to that. I'm like, sir, if you had time to visit her every day, were you working? What were you doing with your time? What were you doing? Because you had time to be up in that jail, but where are your funds? Because as soon as she got out of jail, we got to make the money back. Please, sir, you have time to mind her business. Where's your business? Trying to make deals where are your deals? We need to find that out. Let's go. Let's keep going, y'all. I'm going to stay here as long as I can to cover all these stories.
I essentially had to be like, look, respectfully, I need you to step away from inserting yourself into my business and what I'm doing. And then he would try to gaslight me and be like, you just don't value my opinion. You don't value my opinion. No, boo, you're trying to control me. You're jealous of me because you can't stand the fact that I could make one video for a brand and it's more than what you've earned in the entire month from your job. And instead of being happy for your wife and supporting your wife, you're trying to sabotage her career. Another thing that I didn't pick up on as a narcissistic trait is I remember one time, like I was crying and he got extremely angry with me. Like he was so angered by the fact that I was shedding a tear. He started to raise his voice and yell at me. And that was when I was like, oh no, we need to get in counseling because something is wrong with you, sir.
Red flag. Hold on, is that my brother on the chat? hold up. I think my brother's here. Let me know. I won't say your name out there, but I see you. I don't know who this is, but if it's not my brother, you have the same name as my brother. Starts with an S. That's all I'm going to say. And if it is my brother, hey, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the chat. All right, y'all. So, he didn't like her crying. And you know what? This solidifies to me that he definitely has a personality disorder. Anyone who has X, because I don't know what he has, XPD, personality disorder, sometimes, especially with especially if you have like autism, something like that, sometimes, I know autism is not a personality disorder, y'all, but I'm just giving an example. Like, anything with PD, personality disorder, they don't, how can I say this? They don't compute emotions the same way that regular people do. I just say that. And it's the same with ADHD. I have ADHD. So there are some things that I'm very unaware of that normal people would be aware of, and that I have to like literally work harder to become aware of, because I'm extremely unaware. Let's just put it that way, right? And so when you're dealing with somebody with neurodiverse issues, then it's possible that he has some type of problem with emotions. And that's something that, again, sis clocked, and he should have gotten help for. But that still doesn't negate the fact that how did he make it all the way here now? This man Ben had issues from before, and now she's having to deal with those issues in her marriage. He can't even be there as an emotional support, because when she's crying, he gets upset. Red flag. Now, again, I'm not saying everyone with a personality disorder acts like him, but I'm saying I can see why. Because he's emotionless. He cannot see it. He doesn't know how to empathize. He has no empathy in him. So when she's crying, he cannot resonate as a human, because to him it's a nuisance. He does not see her as somebody, like I'm saying, at the first sign of this type of behavior, even before when he was snatching the phone from her and doing willies in the parking lot. That was number one. That was a big one. But this one right here, he can't even see you cry. This man is not emotionally connected to her. So this is another telltale sign that he is just using her. And he's been using her. So he does not see her as a connection. He doesn't have a connection to her. No emotional connection whatsoever. It's about money. Notice, everything she's saying about this man so far is about money. One, supporting her. Why? In the beginning, how they started getting together? Because he had experience in Wall Street or with finance, money. Number two, when they started to get married, or when they were about to get married, he weaseled his way in. Why? Because she was going through the lawsuit, money. Fast forward, she has her content creation career going on. Oh, the promotion. When he created that fake Twitter page that she said he did, when she told him about her early promotion. Money. Now let's fast forward to when she moved to Florida for the wedding. And then now he's trying to control her brands. Money. Even fitness. Now that's just jealousy. But everything that has occurred within their marriage and friendship to marriage, whatever it is, it's all been about the money. That's all he cares about. Money. Money, 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 money. She has not said any other thing that they had in common. I don't even know what hobbies they did. Did they go out on dates? Where did they go out on dates? I don't know nothing. I know she did because I remember she did a few date nights. But even then, when she's telling the story, the highlight of their relationship is all tied to money. He's a user, y'all.
Now, I didn't know what it was at the time, but the therapist clocked it immediately. She said to him in that first session, she was like, do you understand what it means to have empathy? Because it feels like you don't understand empathy. He doesn't have the ability to be empathetic. It's this fake empathy. I never really understood that was what was happening. So if he sees me crying, it gets him so angry because he's incapable of putting himself in other people's shoes. Narcissists lack empathy. Also, after we got married, he would constantly make degrading comments about women. He was really frustrated.
Red flag. That's red flag. is this man, you know what? DL Whisperer needs to get on this story. I don't have experiences with DL men. And again, I'm not outing nobody, but he's giving me that vibe. What does he have to say derogatory towards women? That's incel behavior, red pill behavior, DL behavior, red flag. Sir, you see women as what? Hold on, let's continue, y'all, because I need to hear this. Let's pay attention.
With the fact that women had to do so little in comparison to men.
Excuse me? What did he say? Women had to do so little in comparison to men? Y'all let me know in the chat, this whole story, who's been doing the most? Y'all let me know. Y'all saw when I played the video, sis was meal prepping for this man. What did he do? What has he done? What has he done? Can you tell me? Or am I missing something? He's so burdened? Burdened with what? What has he done? This man hasn't done a damn thing. If anything, he's latching onto her. She's been the one she's been running this whole relationship as far as her progressing. Even with him trying to tear her down, her social media presence is going higher. She's actually, at that time, she was growing on TikTok and her socials. She was growing. Even in his jealous state, he couldn't hold her down because her energy was that powerful. She's a powerful, I'm telling you, if she had her love life down pat, the same way that she has her finances down pat, she would have been a force. I'm telling you, she would have been with a heavyweight. She would have been with somebody, her and the person that she was meant to be with, or she's supposed to be with, she was supposed to be with somebody else. We know that for sure. He literally interfered with her meeting the one for her. Let's just be real. Whoever she was supposed to be aligned with, they would have been a power couple. They would have taken over.
Now, when I found out what...
Okay, let me play the rest.
When I found out, I asked him, I said, hey, is there anything else you're lying to me about?
Hold on.
I gave him the opportunity to be honest with me. An account. And you transfer...
Wait. I think we went to a part. Sorry, y'all.
You have committed financial misconduct.
Hold on. How did we get there? Did I do something? Oh, I did something. My bad, y'all.
Right? Like.
Sorry.
You're trying to love bomb me.
Okay, I'm gonna fast forward here. Sorry, y'all.
How upset he is that he can't go on this trip with me. That, representation matters about women. He was...
Okay, here we are.
Really
Sorry about that, y'all.
That was what was happening. So if he sees me, it gets him so angry because he's himself really frustrated with the fact that women had to do so little in comparison to men. So, for example, I remember him making a remark about the fact that my bridesmaids came into town before my wedding, like a couple days before, and they were able to hang out. And he was like, my boys, they had to come in like the day before. And he was like, what do your bridesmaids even do?
Hold up. Your boys had to come in the day before. Who the hell cares? I don't know what their schedules are. Who knows what they had to do? It's not her bridesmaids' fault that they didn't organize themselves and prepare themselves better. Maybe they couldn't get time off of work. How is this women's fault? How is this their fault? Am I missing something? So he's upset because they had an easier time getting flights and could spend time with their friend who they love and sacrifice time away from their families, away from work, away from whoever they're with, or even if they don't have families, they made the time to go be with her and they had extra time, and you're upset and jealous of women. DL, I'm sorry, y'all. It's giving DL. I'm sorry. I gotta say it. Listen, we keep it real on this channel. DL Whisperer, please cover this story. If y'all know who he is, please tag him. Tag him in this story. Send him this story. This man sounds DL to me. I don't know. Why is he jealous of women? That's a problem. Any man who complains about the love and care that women get. He wants to be them. That's what it is. He wants to be the baddie. I done told y'all. He wants to be the corporate baddie and finance baddie in his relationship. That's all it is. He's jealous of women. This does not sound like somebody who, again, has a healthy sense of who they are as a man. This is toxic as all hell. And on top of that, he's jealous of women. Why? Because they have it easier, according to him. And he's complaining about her bridesmaids. Cut the way. At this point, sis, you had a way out. Y'all didn't even get hitched yet. Wedding canceled. Everybody go home. We gonna have a big party of me not marrying your trifling ass. Ain't no way.
I'm like, well, I'm sorry. Like, why are you so mad that women don't have to do what men have to do necessarily? Like, why are you so upset that women and men have a different experience of life? Do you want to be a woman, sir? Because that's what it's giving. And another thing that really upset him that I found very strange was he didn't like that there were plus size models featured in Sports Illustrated. And I was trying to explain to him that, representation matters. Women of all sizes need to be featured, and people need to see bodies that look like them. But his whole argument was like, men can't do the same thing. Women need to be held to the same standard as men. He's revealing to me,
men can't do the same thing. Really, sir? As many bubble guts as I see out, men can't do the same thing? Sir. All right, let's continue, y'all.
Once we're married, just how misogynistic he is, which was something he hid very, very, very well before our marriage. And every single day, the mask is slipping more and more and more. And I had a solo trip with Virgin Voyages the night before. He has a mental breakdown.
Of course he does.
He's telling me how unhappy he is with
Of course he is. He wishes he had the voyage. He wishes somebody sponsored his behind. He is a jealous man. He wanted to be pampered. He wants to be you, sis. If he could live in your skin, he would. So the next best thing he gonna do is marry you and try to figure out how you got this soft life that you have so he could live the soft life and you could be at the bottom. That was his plan all along. Red flag!
How unhappy he is with his job. How upset
I'm sick of him.
He can't go on this trip with me and everything. And his whole goal was to make sure that I had a very unpleasant trip and that I was thinking about how unhappy he was the entire trip. That is something that narcissists do. They don't want you to have any fun or have any enjoyment without them. They hate that. In addition to the degrading comments he would make about women, he was always trying to change me into a housewife. I know I'm the meal prep queen. You gotta understand that when I brought meal preps to the internet, this was for the corporate girlies. There are a lot of business girlies, corporate girlies who follow me. When I worked on Wall Street, yes, I did meal prep, but now I don't have to. I've meal prepped for brands, and I've shown people how to meal prep. And he has been a natural beneficiary of my meal prep.
Hold up. So sis is right because I followed her because of that. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a corporate girly. And that's when, well, not corporate, but public service, same thing. But anyways, I always need to cut my time as short as possible when it comes to meal prep because I only have so much time in the day, and especially if I'm trying to film and do all the stuff that I'm doing, I need to have time to to create my meals in such an efficient and effective way. And she inspired me. And he was the beneficiary. Yes, he was, because all of the money that you're making is benefiting him in the household that you live in. But of course, a jealous man will never see that. All they see is that you're getting, and how come he can't? Instead of trying to play at the field. They'll never be jealous of men. They'll never be jealous of men because they see women as weaker. So then they're never going to be jealous of another man because they know they can't compete. He can't compete with a Dom. He can't. He won't be able to. He can't compete with another good man out. He won't be able to. He can't. So then he's going to choose who he feels is the weaker one. So it's like a bully. They're never going to pick on someone their own size. They're going to always pick on the weaker person, who they perceive to be weaker. And then that's who they break down. But they never going to be able to bully somebody their own size, because they know that person is going to whoop they behind. Clean. Whoop them. Whoop him good. They're never going to compete with men. That's the same thing with women beaters. That's what they do. They want to beat on someone who they feel is weaker and inferior. How dare you women have more position than me, even though I'm a man? I was told my whole life that I'm special and I don't have to even work hard and I can get all of the rewards. And even though you work hard, you don't deserve it because you're weaker than me. Ooh. Blood pressure, breathing. Okay, let me breathe. We gonna play the rest, y'all.
And also, he really needed them because the dude wasn't eating healthy. He wasn't having vegetables. He wasn't having fruits. And so he really needed those. Apart from that, he would try to pressure me and shame me for not cooking every single day. Now, I'm the type of person I cook.
Red flag. Hold up. You extended his lifespan because he wasn't eating healthy, and then he getting mad and telling you need to cook every single day? Listen, I know some of our parents did that, and kudos to them, but no, red flag. I'm sorry. Are you not tired too? So hold on. Let me get this straight. Sis is the one producing the finances. Sis is the one working all the time. And now he wants her to be at home and cook for him? She wants him to do everything. What does he do? Can someone explain to me, what does this man do? Because it sounds like she's doing all of the heavy lifting. What is he doing? Other than negging her and being behind like a mosquito. Ruining her life, calling her incessantly, yelling at her all the time. She can't even cry around him. What does he do? He seems, I'm telling you, he was bad news from the beginning. All he did was just come into her life to destroy her. Nothing that she has said thus far has made me believe that this man was an addition to her life, a positive one at that. He's a demon, y'all. This is what they mean by demon time. Sis sounds like she's imprisoned. This is crazy.
But if I don't feel like cooking, I'm not going to cook because I don't need to. And when it comes to cleaning, I have always outsourced my cleaning. When I lived in New York, I outsourced my cleaning. Unless I genuinely want to clean my space, that is just what I do. But you know what it was when you signed up, right? And we talked about this. It never gave housewife. It was never that. Now, if you're wondering, well, why are you staying with this man while he's saying all these things? It's because there's constantly this gaslighting and this love bombing that's going on. Just constantly reminding me of things that he's done for me. That is just a small portion of the narcissistic abuse that I've experienced during this marriage. This is not the only reason why I'm filing for divorce. I came to find out some dirt on this man and what he's been doing behind my back for a while now. Out of respect for him, like, even though he doesn't deserve my respect, out of human decency, I'm not going to say it on here, but just know it is egregious. That's all I have to say on the topic. And I don't have to drag him. I don't have to shame him for what I found out, because one thing I know for sure is that everything done in the dark, it has to come to light at some point.
Okay, hold up. A red flag, of course, with the cleaning. So she outsources her cleaning, and yet he still wants her to clean for him. This man is a monster, y'all. So you want her, even though she's outsourcing everything, you want her to be your maid and your servant, to serve you, because you feel like you are powerful and you're the man of the relationship. This is how you know he's not a man. When someone has to exert so much force and they always have to remind you of their position, that means they have no position. He doesn't even have a job. Nothing. He has no position, no leg to stand on. I don't need to be reminded of my husband's manhood. I don't need to be reminded of that. He never had to come to be like, I'm the man. You need to listen to me. I've never heard that from his mouth. Why? Because he doesn't need to tell me that. I know he is. He exudes it. No one in his life needs to be reminded, but somebody who always has to consistently remind you, I'm the leader, I'm this, I'm that. You're not. You're cosplaying and people can sniff it. You're a loser and a leech and an abuser and a con man. And she said she ain't want to air him out. Sis, you should have aired his behind out. Air him out. Because you came on the internet to let us know. And there has to be a reason. Because usually people resolve this amicably behind the scene. But she gave us a whole story and a timeline. So something's going on behind the scenes. And he forced her hand into going on TikTok. Air his ass out. Air him out.
My birthday has nothing to do with this.
Okay, let's continue, y'all. Like, I'm tired.
You're trying to love bomb me.
Not tired of y'all. I'm tired of this story. Let's continue.
What I found out.
Because he's pissing me off.
What I found out, I asked him, I said, hey, is there anything else you're lying to me about? I gave him the opportunity to be honest with me, because at the end of the day, I've been loyal, I've been faithful, I've honored our marriage. I meant my vows when I said them. So I gave him the opportunity to be honest with me, and he still couldn't do that. In fact, his response was, I'm so focused on trying to get you a Range Rover, because he knows that Range Rover is like one of my favorite cars ever. I'm like, what does that have to do with anything? What does a Range Rover have to do with the lies that you've been telling me? That is classic narcissistic response. So I informed him that I would be filing for divorce and that it would be amicable and that we just do a clean split, sell the house, split the proceeds. What's yours is yours, what's mine is mine. Narcissists hate when they're no longer in control. And if you try to leave, they're going to punish you for it. So once I let him know that I would be filing for divorce, he went into our joint account and he transferred money into his personal account.
Red flag! See, I remember I did a case study a while back. And I said that it is better for you to have your own account. You have a joint account with your man and you have your own account. Why? For rainy days. However, being that this man had this type of personality where he was a liar and a con man, sis should have never combined her income with his. I'm just keeping it real. Because a lot of men, what they'll do, this is a tale as old as time. If you decide to pull the plug on your marriage, meaning that she's finally done, she's like, I'm gonna file the divorce papers. Before you even file, you better go and lock that account. Lock it! Because that happened to one of my homegirls. Yes. She had a house with her man. They was all loved up, hugged up. Actually, she bought the house. He just lived in it. And then when it came time for them to break up, this man took all the money in their joint account. She had to legally pursue him to get the money back. And it took a while. They do that. Didn't that happen with Jodie Turner-Smith? I think there was a case study where they had a joint account. I think that was the case study. I don't remember. I've done so many. I believe it was that one. I don't remember if it was Jodie Turner-Smith. One of them. I don't know. One of the case studies. The man had access to the joint account. Took all the money in there. Oh, it might have been Cora Beatty. I don't know. I did so many. But anyway, point is, the joint account, and you know he's a fraudster, he's a con man, before you even fix your lips, first of all, this is what I would do if I was living with a narky like that. I'm being honest with y'all. Real talk. If I was living with a narky like that, I would have moved in silence. He's not going to know I'm getting a divorce. I'm not going to serve him. I'm going to slowly start getting my affairs in order. That means going behind his back, going to the bank, doing my little 1-2s with my lawyer, because she has a lawyer. Then, when I'm ready to file, all the money would have been locked in the account. Nobody's touching it until the judge sees the case. Red flag. I told y'all, he was all about the money. He ain't had no fun talking about, I'm trying to buy you a Range Rover. Please, with what funds? He was probably using her money. Lord.
To clean. That included a New York tax return tied to my income because he didn't earn any New York income in 2024. He transfers that to his personal account. And that is considered financial misconduct. If somebody lets you know that they're filing for divorce and you go into the joint account and you transfer money out and you wipe it clean, you have committed financial misconduct.
Yep.
Apart from that, he refused to release my phone lines because we were on a family plan. T-Mobile had called him. It's super easy for him to release my phone lines. He refused to release it because he wanted to surveil who I was texting, who I was calling.
Girl, let him keep the number, get a new number. Next.
The only way I got him to release my phone lines was when I sent his mother a text updating her to let her know that I was aware of what was happening. Within an hour of me texting his mom, he released my phone lines. And then back to the financial misconduct with him taking out my New York tax return and other money from this joint account. His lawyer reprimanded him. His own lawyer reprimanded him for doing that. Like, you just don't do that. When he withdrew that money, he was hoping that that would put me in a tough situation. But dude, you married the finance baddie. Do you think I don't have money in other accounts? Do you think I was...
Exactly. And this is why I advocate for that. Please, if you are getting married to somebody, do not tie your money up with theirs. I'm sorry. Have a joint account for, your, like, whatever expenses you guys want to have together, savings, and then have your own. Have your own, y'all. And for me, it's not hidden. We have our own separate accounts and we have a joint account. Case closed. We were both on the same page because we were aligned when we got married. Aligned. Because we both said the same thing. At the end of the day, if I become incapacitated, I want to make sure that he doesn't have to go through my estate to get into that joint account. Because it gets tied up. As soon as your name is with someone else, they need both of y'all together. What if one of y'all incapacitated? You can't even talk. You can't breathe. You somewhere else doing whatever. You want to be able to have something on your own to hold you down until the courts can decide what to do with the money, how to distribute whatever to your estate. Period. It just doesn't make sense to tie your money up in one source, especially with this man, this con man. He been on some Ponzi scheme type of activities. He's a demon, y'all.
Lying on this joint account? Do you think I tell you about all of my income when I clocked that you were jealous of me and trying to sabotage my career? That is standard classic behavior of a narcissist. When you try to leave them, they're going to try to financially abuse you, smear your name as well, because what he's been doing is talking to my friends and family, trying to create a narrative about me. They're going to try to keep anything hostage. They're going to try to surveil you. I caught him trying to log into the security cameras last week after I changed the passwords. So that is just standard, just narcissistic behavior. Now, in an effort to, I guess, get back at me after I told him I was filing for divorce and after he conducted financial misconduct and I called him out, he goes ahead and he files for divorce. What this does is it complicates things for him because given that he has now filed the petition, we have to respond to that petition. And when we respond to that petition, unfortunately, all of his dirt gets put out there. And so what little dignity he could have walked away from this marriage with has now gone out of the window. Again, I wanted an amicable and a peaceful divorce.
See, I knew it. He literally forced her hand to revealing who he really is. She didn't want to do that. Because she still had some type of semblance of humanity for this man and empathy. And look at him trying to be the head honcho. Can't even be the head honcho in his house. Nor can he do it with this case. He knows nothing. Because now everybody gonna know all his business. And rightfully so. That's why I said sis should have just aired his behind out because he's stupid.
I really didn't want all of this nonsense. But with narcissists, chaos is how they thrive. They have to create drama. If I were him, knowing what I do know, I would have chosen to walk away from this marriage with dignity, whatever fragment of dignity he has left. But he chose narcissistic collapse, right? He chose ego, and he chose to be childish. Now, could I have gotten on the internet and pretended everything was okay and put on a show for you guys? Absolutely. I can't do that and sleep well at night, and that is just not a part of my brand. If I'm telling you ladies to want better for yourselves, if I'm telling you to do better for yourself, if I'm telling you to stay healthy and wealthy, that is all a mentality, right? That is a mantra. So you have to want better for yourself. You have to walk away from the things that no longer serve you. And especially if you were literally a victim of a real life Joe Goldberg, like I was. Now, there are a couple people on IG who said, oh, you got married for content. And I wish I got married.
Girl, tell them to shut up. Shut it up. They don't know nothing. All right, sis. She was right. She said that, you know, if she's telling you the advice and she's giving you advice, she wants to live her life according to her advice. Why? Because she at least aligns with her values and what she believes in. And yes, this is my lioness. Thank you, Miss Leo. My Leo sis. Yes. Yes. You went on the right path. Don't listen to them heifers on Instagram talking about, oh, you just did all this for content. You didn't really want to get married. You did it for sponsor. Do you really think somebody would go through what she went through for content? How delusional people, like, how delusional can you be? It usually when people do it for content, they're both in on it. She wasn't in on it. He was causing all this mess in her life, and you think that she did it for content? Why does she need it? Why would she need to do that? People are just, they don't know how to use critical thinking skills. I'm telling you, the internet is like it's a brain drain. There's an anti-intellectualism in abundance. Anti-intellectualism is in abundance. Sorry, I got a little tongue-tied there.
For content, honestly, because it cost me so much. I would love to get my $75K back from the wedding. Honestly, that would have been invested. I would have had more money now. I would love to get back all the money that I've invested into this house, all the closets that I paid for, all the furniture that I've purchased, literally everything. I would love to get my money back.
So here, she just proved my point. She paid for everything. She paid for everything.
Has been such a loss for me. For you to get on the internet and try to think that people get married for content. I know I met my vows. My soon-to-be ex-husband, on the other hand, he didn't mean a word that he said. He was literally a real life Joe Goldberg. But let this be a reminder that you will rise again. I'm currently in the process of getting out of this marriage. We will see how my rise again goes. I hope this is helpful, and whenever I'm able to share more information, I will. I know the psychiatrists and the psychologists and the therapists will meet me in the comments and explain a lot of what I put down. And listen, it is never too late to walk away. Just like in finance, if you make a bad investment, cut your losses. It's not your fault. You looked at the financials, right? You looked at what was under the hood. You thought everything was good, but they put on a good show, right? They doctored the books. That happens sometimes. But you cut your losses when you recognize that what you're dealing with is garbage. If you take nothing else away from these videos, I hope that you learn to put yourself first and honor yourself and honor your boundaries, no matter the cost. Stay healthy and wealthy. Now, when I found out...
Okay, oh Lord, this was a lot. But thank you, sis, for sharing your story. I really, truly wish you the best. I hope everything works out for you. And that you don't ever have to... Oh, wait, there's part 6. Hold up. I thought this was it. Wait, hold on. Oh, snap. There's a part 9. Hold on, y'all. Wait. Intermission. Okay, we're going to continue. So, listen, y'all. Let's continue with Corporate Baddie. And then I'm going to play the stay-at-home dad video because it's 8 minutes. And then how about next week we going to do the finance one. The one I put on the... I put it on the thumbnail. I forgot what the title is. I'll look for it. But yeah, she has more? I thought this was it. Okay, let's continue, y'all. We gonna finish this. We gonna wrap this up. Finish this up. Hold on. That's a lot. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to play the 1 hour Ramit one. That's gonna be too much for tonight. It's already 6 o'clock my time, so I know it's late for y'all. So yeah, let's finish her story. Wrap this up. And then next week we'll continue on with Ramit's the one I have, the 1 hour one, because I feel like that one's gonna be a mess. And I'm going to do a lot of finance ones from now on. I feel like that's the direction I'm going to go with this live stream. Of course, with other things too. Love Island, by the way, I'm streaming the reunion on Twitch. If you have not followed me on Twitch, follow me at Rome_Romy. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to do the screen share. It's either going to be via my TV or my laptop. I gotta figure that out. But yes, I am going to be streaming that reunion. So that'll be another like live streaming. I think it's on a weekday, so I'm actually gonna be streaming it in real time. So y'all could catch that on August 25th. I think that's the date. But anyways, I'll do a lot of other stories, but I think that I'm gonna stick to finance. Why? For now, anyways. I want to do a lot of finance, like these type of stories, because finance is the number one reason for divorce, y'all. You're gonna have to look for the financial red flags, because sometimes a man could have it all figured out as far as like, maybe he structured all these things, but if his finances are not aligning, especially if they don't align with yours, it's going to cause trouble later on. This man should not have been a candidate for marriage at all. Had nothing going for himself. He was just trying to like literally live off of her. That's all it is, and take from her. All right, let's continue. Yeah, there's more, y'all. There's more. I did not know. That reunion going to be a mess because these fans are violent. They're very violent. Hold on a second. I got off the screen. They're extremely violent. This year's Love Island fandom is really strange, and I heard it's because they have a lot of little kids watching and stuff, but I think it's more sinister than that. It's just showing how society is going. I feel like that for real. It's crazy. The amount of racial vitriol I've seen online towards Shelly and Olandria is crazy to me. But again, this is a society we live in, and people are very parasocial. If your life is always on social media, then this is what's gonna happen, in the sense of, I'm not talking about them, I'm talking about the people who are watching, the viewers. They don't know how to separate reality from social media. They don't. So we're going to see, and I'm just ready for this season to wrap up, because after the reunion, we're never going to hear from those people again, in the sense of like, we don't have to worry about them being tied together in a sense of like having to hang out with each other unless they choose to do it. And Huda and her fans could go somewhere in the abyss. I wish they would just go in a dark hole somewhere and just never come out. Like, it's crazy. And I know it's mostly her fans that are doing it. I'm just being honest. That's just what it is. All right. Nick and Alandria have an article in CNN. Yeah, I saw it. I saw it. I saw that. And I'm so happy for them. Y'all, we're going to talk about it at the reunion. When I go on Twitch, I'm going to talk about Just Hilarious. I'm going to talk about Sierra and her posting Shelly like a week after they met up during this whole press run with Nick and Alandria. I'm going to talk about Brian and Amaya. I'm going to talk about all the Love Island type of stuff will be that night. I'm probably going to do a pre-watch. When is the 25th, y'all? Hold on. Let me look at my calendar real quick, and then we'll get to the rest of her case study. I'm going to give y'all an intermission real quick. August 25th, I believe, is the reunion. What day is that? Oh, and it's a long weekend? Oh, because isn't it the last... Wait, is that Labor Day weekend? Hold up. Let me check my calendar. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, yes. Oh, it's going to be on a Monday. All right, that's good. So, right after work, I'm going to live stream directly, like right after. So, and then I'll talk a little bit, and then we'll kind of do a powwow on what's been going on for the past few weeks, and then we can talk about other different topics regarding Love Island, and then we're gonna get into the reunion and then have a post-watch discussion. So that'll be a good treat. And then that weekend is Labor Day weekend, so even better. I might live stream twice that weekend. We'll see how I feel. All right, y'all, so let's get to the next part. Ooh, this is a long one, y'all. I should have bought my popcorn. Jess Unfunny is jealous. Sasha said, Jess annoys me. Yes. Aliana said, yes, it's a whole series on her TikTok. Yeah, I didn't know. And Ronnie, I didn't know there's more too. Like, okay, y'all just letting me know. I really didn't know. Jess Hilarious is, again, when you are used to being in a struggle love environment, then it's going to be easy for you to think that every relationship is PR or it's fake. Hell, people probably thought my relationship was fake with Dom. Oh, he's just using her. Oh, he's just doing this. Or he's just whatever. And yet, here we are. Here we are in our glory. Are we perfect? Absolutely not. No one is. But at the same time, it's like, people always want to downgrade a relationship if they've never experienced that type of love, right? And I think that especially in our community, women think they have to work so hard to receive that type of love, and you really ain't gotta do much. I promise you, you don't. Like, after all that struggle, then your marriage is the reward. But no, it doesn't work like that. I never had to struggle in my relationship, not even one day. Not even during the talking phase, nothing. Never struggled one day in my life. And it's been like this ever since then. So, same thing. My mom never had to struggle for my dad to show her affection and attention. He courted her, got married to her. Boom. Now, should they have had all the kids that they did, including myself? We have differences of opinions on that. But at the same time, she ain't never had to worry about my dad. He was interested from the beginning. As far as when he decided he wanted to be with her. They were childhood friends too. So, same thing. Like with my sister and her husband. My sister didn't have to work to do anything. He is the one who led the whole situation. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't have to be that hard. It's that simple. It's extremely simple. And then if he makes it hard, then this is the type of relationship that sis was just the one that we're playing right now. He made it hard from the beginning. That's when you know something's off. All right, let's continue. So let's get to part 6. Oh, Lord. Sis came back. Hold on. Sis came back with a vengeance. Okay, so let's get our volume up. Remember, turn your volumes up because it's her, not me. Just saying.
A lot of the comments I've seen have shown me that not everyone has watched the full 5 parts and actually comprehends the difference between having narcissistic traits and narcissistic personality disorder.
They never watch, sis. A lot of them. Not y'all in the chat. Y'all are good ones. But a lot of people don't watch. They hear what they want to hear and then they start typing. That's how it is. They didn't watch. It's okay, sis. Just let them keep talking. Let them keep talking.
I would love for the psychologists, the psychiatrists, and the therapists to meet me in the comments and really explain to people. Because a lot of you have been comparing this to your previous relationships and talking about seeing red flags and how I should have noticed this and I should have noticed that. And even before I get into the whole red flag argument, let me just say this. I'm not a person who goes around trying to manipulate others, right? I don't live my life trying to...
Hold up, sis. Hold up. I know what she's going to say. She's going to say she couldn't see the red flags because of his MPD. Okay, let's let her talk. But I already know that whatever she's going to say is going to be a red flag. Okay, let's continue.
Outcomes. I don't live my life trying to play God. I don't do that. So when you're a person who operates in truth and empathy and love, when people are doing certain things to you, you don't really recognize that it's manipulation. You don't look for the evil in others when you're not an evil person. As a person who operates from a place of truth, the last thing on my mind was that this person would be trying to do me wrong. And that's what happens to a lot of us. I think if you're used to manipulating others, if you're used to controlling others, the signs would have been glaring for you, right? Because that is who you are.
Nah, I'm sorry, sis. Red flag. I'm sorry, sis. Please don't. No, I'm sorry. No. You don't have to be a manipulator and a liar to know when somebody's lying. You don't have to be a fraudster to know when somebody's committing fraud. Let me tell y'all, how many text messages do you guys get talking about, oh, your package has arrived. Click on this link and then you can receive your package. How many of y'all receive those kind of messages or emails talking about, oh, we received an important message for you? Or you get a phone call talking about, oh, a lot of people have been getting phone calls like their family member is in distress or something, and then, I'm holding the phone. I don't know, some kind of scammy thing. I don't need to be a scammer to know that that's a scam. I don't need to be a scammer. I don't need to be a liar to know when somebody's lying. I know the signs of a liar. I don't need to be a delinquent to know when someone has delinquent behavior. So, sis, listen, this is where the accountability comes in. She could have just said, you know what? You're right. Maybe I kind of missed a lot of the signs, but here I am to let you guys know that please do not miss these red flags. Simple, period. You're not a damsel in distress as much as you want to be, sis. I'm sorry. I understand you are. In a way, you were a bit bamboozled by him. However, like I said before, there's a type of willing participation participation that happened during the time when you broke up with him, and somehow he found his way to LA, and somehow he found his way on your phone line, and somehow he became your bestie and knew enough about your promotion for him to post it on Twitter. So come on now, that's not, let's not play semantics. It's accountability, and you lack it there again because she doesn't want to believe that she was fooled. She wants to believe that he did it and she was just blinded. But no, it wasn't blinded, sis. It was the women that are telling you that. They're just telling you that, hey, there were these signs already there, and you just didn't pick up on it. And it's okay. A lot of us didn't know, but now you know better, and you're going to do better. But let's not act like you ain't know, sis. Because I knew every red flag that I missed. I know it. Every bad relationship that I was in, I knew the red flags already. I knew it. I had one who literally was an alcoholic. He drank every single chance he got. I can't come up here and tell you, oh yeah, I didn't know he was an alcoholic. When this man literally, any dollar he had, he went to the store to go get some liquor. And yeah, I can't say, I didn't know he was an alcoholic. I had no idea. Let's not do this, y'all. All right, let's continue.
But that is not my character. It blows my mind that somebody would try to control somebody else. It blows my mind that somebody would try to lie to determine an outcome, especially when it comes to love and relationships.
Sorry, y'all, I'm not laughing because of her story. Why is Dom in the chat right now? This is crazy. Hi, honey. He's literally in the other room, y'all. All right, let me continue playing this.
Truthfully speaking, I don't operate from that mind space. So when people say stuff like, well, you should have blocked him after you guys broke up, two things on this. First of all, if you break up with somebody and it's an amicable breakup, why do you need to block them?
You see, again, you see, see, listen, I didn't even need to go in them comments. I promise y'all, I have not watched this case, her story. I did not watch it. I just saw it on TikTok. I knew it was blowing up, and I was like, okay, I'm going to reserve my opinion for when I cover it. Literally, women in the comments are telling her, how did you not block him? And I know for her, it seems accusatory because, again, she wants to feel like she was bamboozled. She wants to feel like she was basically preyed on. I understand that, and that she's the complete victim, and he's just the big bad narc that just got into her life and infiltrated and infested. However, though, you did have opportunities to walk away. So, okay, let's say you didn't block him. And let's say you're saying what you're saying. Oh, I didn't want to block him because we're friends. How did he find his way to LA? You see, she can't answer those questions because there's no accountability. How did he make it to LA? He didn't know where you were. How did he make it? And then somehow he made it in enough for your friend to know that he's a good man, Savannah. Keep him. He's a good one. And somehow the ring just slipped on your finger. Somehow, right? Again, we have to be able to take accountability, y'all. Please do not try to deflect. I understand it's painful to realize that there was some time in your relationship where you had the control and the power to change the narrative of it. And I get it. It makes you look foolish. But accept the foolishness. Hell, I took my L a long time ago. I was an L. I've been told y'all, I was the queen of L's and pick-me's in my 20s. I was the queen. I wouldn't say pick-me. I wasn't a pick-me in the sense of like, oh, picking men over women. But I was a pick-me in my behavior in the sense of letting a man just destroy me while I just sat there and kept taking it. Wanting to be with him. Wanting to be in love. That was my type of pick-me. And I took my L's. I had a big L with a big L on her forehead. Wasn't that the song in with a big fat L on her? Yeah, with a big fat L on her forehead. I was a loser. It's okay, sis. You can admit it. Just admit it. People in the comments, they're trying to get you to see, but your pride is still up. She has a lot of inner work to do, y'all. So we're gonna give her some grace. She got a lot of inner work. She will come back and in a few years and say, yeah, you know what? You guys were right. So she just needs time.
Especially since this person has shown that they're respectful and they've always shown themselves to be a decent individual. I've been in other relationships and I never had to block them. I don't need to block the people I've broken up with. When I'm moving forward, I'm moving forward. I don't need to block you, right? And just so you know, when you're dealing with a person with narcissistic personality disorder, I'm not just talking about narcissistic traits. They are going to create burners. I remember specifically when he moved to Florida, I told him on the phone when I had to curse him out, I was like, look, stop calling my phone or I'm going to block you.
So wait. So sis, like I said, she said they're going to use burners. And I told him in Florida, stop calling me or I'm going to block you. Why didn't you change your phone number? It's not that difficult, y'all. It's really not that hard. Change your phone number. Let your contacts know you changed your phone number. Matter of fact, if she got an iPhone, I don't know what kind of phone she has. I don't know if Android works the same way. But all of the things on your iCloud, it'll be transferred over to your phone. You don't even have to get a new... You don't even have to get, write people's information in. The cloud just transfers with you. And then you can let people know, hey, this is my new number. It doesn't take time to do that. All the important people in your life, they will know eventually that you got a new number. Sis, again, no accountability.
Heard my warning, and he stopped. And what he did was he unfollowed me on Instagram. I unfollowed him back. And he was pretending that he had moved on with his life, but he was watching me from burners. So he was creating a facade. At the time, I didn't have that many people on Instagram, so I could see who was watching me. And his burners weren't even proper burners because it was very clear who was watching my stories. Also, for you to get in the comments and tell people who might be dealing with somebody with narcissistic personality disorder to block them is very, very dangerous. These people have a level of obsession that's not normal.
So it's more dangerous for you not to block them than to block them? Is that what I'm hearing? Red flag. So you're telling me it's more dangerous for you to not block them and let them cause chaos in your life, so you should marry them and procreate with them and be with them and share finances with them? You didn't procreate with him, thank God. But it's better for you to continue on that path, knowing that he wasn't all the way there. And your values, remember, you said in the beginning, your values did not align. You knew that. It was easier for you to continue on with this relationship instead of blocking him. They are right in the comments. Listen, I know sometimes people can get a little bit overexcited and people have different points of views. And I understand that it may not be the same as yours, but sometimes you got to sit and reflect. Ma'am, you got to be accountable. Sorry. No. I'm sorry. I can't buy what you're selling right now. It doesn't make sense to me. He should have been blocked and deleted. And yes, he could be parasocial all he wants to be. And watch your accounts from different accounts from the comfort of his home. And if he starts to get very violent or it starts to get very stalkerish, then you're going to have to use your resources. And I'm not just saying get in a restraining order. You're in America. You're in a state where you can bear arms. You have the right to bear arms. And you can exercise your, is it the First or Fourth Amendment? I forgot. First Amendment. You can exercise your First Amendment right. I think it's the first one. Whichever right it is, you can exercise it. So, again, accountability is gone.
You're thinking about your ex who might have been obsessed with you a little bit. This is a next level of obsession. It's very meticulous. It's very calculated.
Sis, it's the same. Her ex, it would have been your ex. Again, trying to differentiate her situation. Why? Because she's trying to say that it was different than what you experienced. So, of course, for you, it's going to work to block him. But for me, it wouldn't. And somehow, again, he found his way to LA. Please, let's stop. I can't even listen to this fully because it's gaga. It's garbage. Trash. It's a trash, not her trash, but I'm saying it's a trash excuse is what I'm saying. It's garbage. I don't know. I don't have patience for when people try to, spoon feed me garbage. I just want to turn this off. But I'm going to keep listening because maybe she's going to say something afterwards. But it sounds like she's deflecting too much and it's annoying me because I'm like, sis, this is a part of your healing journey where you could literally let us know the truth and be like, hey, I missed it. I'm sorry. My bad. I didn't know that.
So you're actually better off not blocking people with narcissistic personality disorder, because what happens is once they feel like they've lost access to you, they're going to go to extreme lengths to get to you. Hindsight is so easy when you are not the one being manipulated. If you've never actually been in a relationship with somebody with narcissistic personality disorder, you don't have any grounds to say anything on this topic, honestly, because it's not the same thing as having narcissistic traits. And I'm going to keep repeating myself.
Okay, another thing again. So she's right. Hindsight is 2020. There's some times where you can look back and be like, oh shoot, I missed that, or maybe I should have reacted in a different way. However, you even said out of your mouth, and this is where I disagree with her, and this is why I'm saying what I'm saying. You said it out of your mouth, sis, that your values didn't align from the beginning. And even leading up to the day of the wedding, this man was jealous of the bridesmaids. Tell us, sis, what was normal about that? Please let us know. Please let us know and tell us why all of the things you said that happened before the wedding, you missed out on that. So he was jealous of your bridesmaid, made little comments, and you just brushed it off and laughed it off. All of that happened before you got married. All of that. You broke up with him. This is why I'm saying what I'm saying. If she had never broke up with him, she stayed with him, and she really felt like, oh my God, I really missed the signs. I could maybe see it from her perspective. She literally broke up with him because there was a reason. You don't break up with somebody who aligns with you and who's perfect for you. You break up with them because something ain't right. But yet she's trying to convince us once again that it's very different. So none of y'all know what y'all talking about. And even me, because I probably dealt with a narcissistic. I don't know. I probably did deal with somebody with NPD. The way she's talking, it may not be at her level, but I definitely dealt with some characters. But yet, we can't have an opinion and can't say nothing because your situation's different. And so again, you're trying to categorize people and say only people who have dealt with people with NPD can understand where I'm coming from. They may be able to understand you on a deeper level, but still people can understand the basics of this situation. From the outset, this man was not a good man, even with NPD or not. Whether you knew he had NPD or not is irrelevant. He was never a catch to begin with. And somehow, the ring slipped on your finger, right? Listen, I have to go this hard because I'm trying to get you guys to realize, whoever the viewers are going to be to watch this live stream, that you got to be honest with yourself, y'all. Stop trying to, categorize different things. Unless you're married, you can't understand what it feels like. You can't understand what it feels like unless you're a parent. And guess what? People used to say that to me when I was single. And guess what? I'm married and I still feel the same way. And now what? It's the same. People can see things. Of course, some people, they a little delulu in their minds and maybe their critical thinking skills are not all the way there. But people who have healthy and balanced emotions, and they have done the inner work, and they are in a healthy state of mind, and they've also experienced similar things, they can let you know right now that you, unfortunately, sis, got to take accountability. You let him in. That's it. That's all. Case closed.
When it comes to that, because I keep seeing these projections in the comments, and you guys don't comprehend, right? And I get it. If you've never been there, you would not understand. A lot of them are actually sociopaths and psychopaths as well. So you're not dealing with a regular Joe here, okay? You're dealing with Joe Goldberg. For those of us who operate from a place of love and kindness, and those of us who are truly empathetic, we're not looking for the evil in people. Like, that's just not what we do.
You should be. You should be looking for the evil in people. If there's anything that she said here in her whole entire story is this part, please let this stick in your mind. Take a note, please. This is the note-taking part. You should be suspicious of people. I'm telling you, please read The Power of Nunchi by Emily Hong. I will link it in this live stream after. Please read that book. Please. Because nobody operates in that way. So sis, you are a finance corporate person. Let's give you an example since you work in the finance world. You're telling me that somebody who comes to you and wants you to be their, I guess, let's say that you're doing an investment. And they have to come to you with all of the paperwork proven of where their funds come from. And they start lying to you. You start feeling a little weird because they have $80,000 in cash but can't tell you where the cash came from. And you're telling me that you're just going to be like, oh, well, I think that they're telling the truth. They got $80,000 from their grandmother. So we're just going to put the money in our books and then, yeah, we'll call it a day. No, you would investigate and make sure that every single dollar that they gave you wasn't some type of money laundering, drug laundering, whatever the source of every dollar. You are going to account for it and make sure where it came from before you even deposit it into your account, because if not, you're going to be implicated in it. So again, I'm not trying to make her feel bad. What I'm trying to do is make you guys see that it's not really conducive of you to not be accountable to yourself, because now you sound like this. In any other part of your life, this would have never made sense for you to just believe in somebody and believe the good in someone. But somehow in relationships, we're supposed to. With the person you're sleeping with. I would rather believe a fraudster who has nothing to do with me in my personal life, and maybe I believed his sob story. I would rather accept that than accept the fact that I didn't even investigate and vet the person that I'm sleeping next to at night. That person is in a sacred spot in my life. You better know everything about that person. And yet, again, please do not, again, I don't want to take away from her, but please, y'all, don't do this. This is not going to help you on your journey. That's all I'm saying. And I understand she was introverted and she has to do a lot of inner work, like I said. But again, she's 30, so I'm going to give her a little bit of grace. She has a lot of life to live. I am 39. I'm 9 years ahead of her, and probably light years ahead in the sense of experiences and stuff, right? However, what I will say is this. Please, please just be accountable, y'all. You can know evil. Yes, you need to stop being empathetic. Not everybody deserves your energy. Again, we go to the first video. You need to stop operating in that way. Stop being empathetic to people who don't deserve it. Because that's how people get got. And that's how people get unalived. Every single day. Every single day. Very serious stuff I'm saying here. And I know the sun is shining here, but I'm going to turn my blinds. I'm going to put my blinds down, but please listen to what I'm saying. I'm stopping here for a reason. Stop giving people your energy and your time. And stop being empathetic to people who don't deserve it. They have to prove it to you first. Prove it to you first. And even then, they have to be consistently doing it.
Dude, like, I don't have the time to be looking at people's behavior that closely. I genuinely...
You should. You should. Going forward, you didn't know now, but now you do. You should look at everything. Just like you would in your finance auditing. You're going to go through it with a fine-tooth comb. Just like you go through your contracts. You knew in your contracts how much to charge for and how much people were taking from you. You knew how to pay attention to that. Y'all need to stop doing that, man. I'm telling you, please take it seriously. Whoever you marry is going to change you, not just your life. Stop thinking just of you. People's lives around you. Your future children, if you have kids with this person. Your generation is going to be impacted by every action that you do now. And even if you don't have kids, your mark on this earth is going to be affected by who you tie yourself to. Because maybe you are going to be the one to cure cancer. I'm just using a crazy example. Maybe you are going to be the one to change someone's life and trajectory. And here you go, tethering yourself to this loser of a man.
I have never had the time. I've been building my career. I've been working on myself. Do you think I'm looking at every single detail and scrutinizing it, especially when somebody has put on such a great mask for me? No, I'm not doing that. Because at the end of the day, I would never do that to somebody. I would never seek to manipulate. I would never seek to control, right? I'm not playing God in anybody's life. So you got to understand that when this happens to people, it happens to people who are not looking to manipulate others.
No, it doesn't. It happens to people who are unaware and people who don't do the work to figure out what it is that they're doing wrong. At some point, again, accountability. I keep drilling it in your heads for a reason. If I still thought the way I did and I blamed all those men for all of my misfortunes, you think I would have found my husband? Do you really think so? Matter of fact, before I met Dom, I met somebody else before him. And I would have probably tethered myself to that man if I didn't have standards for myself and values. And I was like, oh, no, this ain't right. Done, blocked. Never talking to you again. It's not going to work out. Imagine if I was that again. It comes down to what you're going to put your energy in. She said, oh, I didn't have time. Oh, I didn't want to do this. This is a person you're sleeping with. You share finances with this person. This is the person you let in your life and your family's life. What if he was really dangerous? You just introduced you unlocked a whole new monster in people's lives. Look at what's going on with Rashida and Kirk right now. Let's be serious. If you guys don't know, Love and Hip Hop, Rashida and Clark, yes, Kirk with his 3 earrings. They have a child, a son. Kirk had a daughter from a previous marriage. This young woman was in an abusive relationship with a man. Probably same thing she said, I'm not a manipulator. I don't know. This man beating on her. And the family's trying to get her to get away from him. So now she introduced this man to her family. And guess what happened? He beat her so bad that her brother went and unalived this man. And now he's being charged with the M word. All because she introduced this character and let him into their lives. This is not a game. And I really wish sis took her platform to say, you know what? Don't do what I did. Be accountable. I miss those red flags, and I really wish to God that I could go back and change what I did, but I didn't. But maybe you have a chance. But instead, she's deflecting. Oh, it's his fault. He's an MPD. He's really narcissistic. You guys don't understand narcissistic. You guys don't get it. Oh, all of you who haven't been in a narcissist, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you let this man into your life. You let him in. He didn't force his way in. You gladly opened the door. And yet you want to sit here and gaslight us into believing that it was just all his fault. Oh, he just somehow slithered his way in.
So don't sit here and shame people in the comments for missing the signs when they were clearly manipulated. I do want to point out one other behavior that is a good telltale sign that you're dealing with a narcissist. It's something I did not understand at the time. After he was in Florida for a while, he told me things weren't really working out with the young women that he met in Florida, and he said they were very impressed with me. And I was very confused because I was like, why do they know about me? I don't go around when I'm dating telling my new date about my ex. Like, that's so irrelevant. Apparently what he was doing was he was telling these women that he was dating that he used to date me. I asked him, I said, well, are you telling them about me? Why am I a topic of discussion for you and your new dates? And he would say, oh, no, you're on TikTok. They've seen you. They follow your content.
Again, this is what I was saying. She just proved her own point. She said all that in the beginning and said, y'all don't know nothing. Please don't. And she's right. Do not shame people in the comments for not knowing. It is a teachable moment. So I do feel like she probably got triggered by some of the comments and now she's clapping back and be like, no, you guys don't know what you're talking about. But in actuality, even if they didn't say it in love, they were right. Sometimes you gotta take your L. But now, even in this example, so he was in Florida dating other women, telling them about you. And you found that odd. And yet somehow this is an MPD issue and not his just shit personality. And again, I'm not saying he doesn't have MPD or whatever he has. Who knows? I'm not his psychiatrist. I don't know what to diagnose him with. But I will say that it's still a red flag. And this was before, again, the ring slipped on your finger somehow. This, just, oh my God, sis. Keep going with the story, yo. All right, we just gonna have to agree to disagree on this part.
Which is not necessarily true because my content is niche, right? In my head, I'm like, well, perhaps they saw a video of mine on TikTok, but how would they know that you and I dated unless you brought it up? So what a lot of these narcissists will do is they will make sure that the next person they're trying to date is aware that, hey, I dated her. And it helps them to come off as more legitimate because now the women can see, oh, okay, well, he dated her. She's a baddie. She has her life together. If she dated him, then he must be okay.
You see, again, diverting attention to the other women. It's about you. Yeah, he probably is going to do that to other women, but we talking about you right now. Since you're telling the story. You're telling the story, sis. How did you not see this as a red flag? But again, she said, how am I supposed to dissect every red flag? This was odd behavior. You even said it out your mouth. You're like, this is wrong. You knew it. Intuition never fails. And yet somehow we're supposed to just believe that this is all it's just going to happen to you. And I think another thing I'm going to say before I continue, I'm going to stop pausing. I'm just pausing because it's just irritating me. But another thing I want to say is, as women, I know, again, it's a tough pill to swallow because we've been told all our lives, and again, this is something that I had to deal with too, especially if you come from a household. Remember, she grew up in she said narcissistic household, so we got to give her that. But what I'm trying to say is that type of behavior and not taking accountability, and it's always someone else's fault, it has to stop at a certain point. So yes, I may not have known, I may not have seen, I may not know, but you're an adult now. Now you know. Now you know. And we need to stop trying to blame other people for our failures. At the end of the day, there were two people in that relationship and you were one of them. So you have to figure out what went wrong and then try to figure out a way to fix it and figure out a way to continue on. Because that woe is me act is only going to last for so long. And right now you're in the perfect position, especially since you got away from this man without any kids. Imagine if you had a child by him. Imagine how much hell your life would have been with this man, having to co-parent with him and share custody. You got a clean slate. So take advantage of it, sis, and really, really, really step up and look deep within. And your next relationship, I promise, will be better if you start taking yourself out of your situation and holding yourself accountable to what you did and the role you played in this as well, because both of y'all played a role.
Hey, and of course we know that there are some women out there who will date you just because they know that a baddie dated you, and they're not necessarily dating you because they like you. They're dating you so that they can feel on the same level as you. What I do take accountability for is not trusting my gut from the very beginning, because everything looked right about him. He presented so well. My family loved him. My mother, my aunts, my friends. My friends even said to me, nobody you've dated has loved you so much. My parents were convinced. My family, you understand? So even when something felt off in my gut, I was listening to all of the voices around me. Because
red flag. So you see? So again, in the beginning, you got to pay attention to what people say, because in the beginning of this video, she was like, oh, like, I don't have time to pay attention to the red flags. I don't know. Your intuition was literally telling you the red flags. Your nervous system, your intuition, your soul, your gut. It was literally telling you something's wrong, because you know your brain can only, I think it only holds 10% of memory because there's so much memory. And if your brain had full access to all of your memory bank at once, your brain would literally explode with all that information. So somewhere in here and somewhere up there, the Lord was telling you, hey girl, this ain't it. That's the red flag. So why sis says she ain't believing the red flag? Your intuition was basically the red flag detector. Listen to it. And all I will say is this. Family and friends, they're only seeing what you are showing to them. If you're in my membership, you already saw the Lily and James case study. She sold her mom a fairy tale. And on the back end, that's not really what was going on. You didn't tell them the full truth. And of course, you're not going to tell them everything. But if they see, again, the performance, they're going to think, oh, he's a good man just because he's performing well. He's giving her gifts. He's treating her well. That's the optics. But you already knew something deep inside wasn't right. But again, instead of listening to your intuition, and we do that sometimes. Listen, I got to call it out. I got to call it for what it is. Sometimes we want confirmation bias. Intuition is wrong. Intuition is right. But then we want to go against the intuition because we want to believe whatever we want to believe, whatever fairy tale it is. So even though my gut feels, ooh, something's off. But no, let me talk to this person. They're a pretty straight person. They know what they're talking about. And yeah, girl, he's the one. He's the one. And then, yeah, you know what? I'm not going to go with my intuition. That's not right. You know what? It's not right. They're basically confirming whatever it is in your head, the fairy tale you have in your head about whatever is happening. That's all that is. So, again, the red flags were there. So, that's indisputable. Sis just didn't pay attention, and she's again denying it. Denial is what Wendy really said, denial is a river in Egypt.
I trusted that they knew better than me because they were older.
You
I
see?
remember raising specific things.
Right here. She just literally said what I said. They're older, so she thinks they know more. Please, guys, no. Please, don't fall for that. And again, she said her mom. Remember, she said one of her parents has narcissistic traits, according to her. So that means that one of the parents, and I'm pretty sure it's her father she's talking about. So her mother doesn't have a good track record to begin with either. And she's listening to her mama. If I saw everyone's relationship of the people she's giving advice to, because to be honest with you, I'd rather get advice from a single person who maybe has never been in a relationship. They're probably the ones who know the most because they done seen people around them. I listen to advice from them. I listen to advice from a divorced person. I listen to advice from a married person, but only if their marriage has been in a healthy state. I'm not going to get advice from people who are still trying to figure things out. Again, there's nothing wrong with that because I know that some people may not have figured it out, but they can still give you a little bit of nuggets here and there. But when it comes to your life spouse, you need to be getting advice from people who have actually figured it out. I'm being honest. Even in my case, there were people that I actually wanted to get advice from, but I couldn't because I'm like, dang, I see your marriage. You the one working and your husband sitting at home getting Teslas. You the one getting Teslas for him. I can't listen to you because I don't want to be in your situation. We got to keep it real. I want to be in the most successful. I want to have the most successful outcome in my marriage. So I'm going to listen to somebody who's been married for a long time. Not only that, not only married for a long time, let's make it clear. I'm not talking about time. I'm talking about the relationship they have with each other. If I want a successful marriage, I'm going to look at the relationship they have with each other. Their dynamic. How does he treat her even in the small moments? Because I want to know that. I want that. I don't care if you've been married 40 years. Look at Kirk and Rashida. 40 years, 20 years, 30 years, and he cheating on her all up and down the Atlanta streets. I don't need to hear it. Shut it. Just hilarious. I'm talking to you. Calling Nick Alandria a PR relationship. And you sitting here messing with a married man. I don't need to listen to you. Go heal. Go find your Boaz, and then we can talk. That's what I'm talking about. If I want to pay off my debt, I'm going to listen to Dave Ramsey because he's gone through it. You know, Dave Ramsey was bankrupt twice. He was bankrupt twice. And he finally got it together now. So I'm like, okay, you know what? You must have done something good because you failed twice. That's why I said it's okay to listen to people who have failed in relationships. The point is that at least they realized that they failed and what? They got it together. That's what matters. Sounds like the people who were giving her advice, they were in no position to give it.
Actually, to my family and friends, and they would tell me, oh no, that's just the devil trying to destroy what you have going on. And they would tell me things like, oh no, the devil hates marriages, so that's just the devil putting something in your head. A lot of people will use religion to control you and to keep you bound to something that was never built on truth in the first place.
She's right. She's right. She is correct here. So that's just you see, that's what I'm saying, the counsel. Who is she receiving counsel from? So because the devil's trying to get in your relationship. The devil is in your relationship. He is the devil. And they couldn't even recognize that the devil was him in his form. He was the devil himself. And they didn't even know and recognize that he could be the devil. What were they doing in church? I'm sorry. I got to be honest. And I used to ask those questions when I was a kid. And I remember my parents, I used to get in a lot of trouble because I was always the one questioning, like, why? Why do we need to do this? I was definitely a system breaker, rule breaker. I was the contrarian. Why? I was that kid. And my parents used to say, why are you asking all them questions? Just do what you're told. And I used to be like, why? It don't make no sense. Why is this person announcing that they're a pastor and they don't know how to pastor and lead? And yet we got this man up on the podium. Can't even give a proper sermon. I know more than he does, and I'm young at the time. I'm probably 16, 15. He talking nonsense. I know he talking BS. And then he's sitting here sleeping with other women in the congregation. I'm not exaggerating, y'all. This really happened in my life. I need to write a book probably about that. But yet, he's supposed to be a revered man of God. Right. Again, they're using religion, so I'm assuming they go to church. They're saying the devil's getting in between your relationship. He is the devil. How do you not recognize that? Oh no, but you want a fairy tale. And I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about the people around her. They want sis to be happy. They want sis to have the best life, even with these red flags. Now, again, I don't know if she told them the full truth about this man. So I'm going to give them a little bit of leeway. Because they could have been like, look, she didn't tell us all of this. She just told us she met a man and he was doing all this and that. I get that. So then that's where sis's intuition should have came into play. But again,
trust your gut. And lastly, there have been a lot of men in the comments talking about the fact that women can be narcissists as well. And that is absolutely true. We never denied that, right? My platform is primarily for women. And so that is who I speak to on my platform. There are totally female narcissists. And so if you have a story to share about dealing with a female narcissist, I encourage you to share it in the comments. I'm just speaking to my audience.
Red flag. When did she say that only men are narcissists? She never said that. Again, these men are projecting in the comments because they are probably exhibiting the same behaviors of her man or her ex-husband. And so they'll be like, it's not only, it's the women, you're one and the same. Why? All lives matter. It's not just black lives. Shut it. We talking about black lives right now. We're talking about men and her ex-husband. We're not talking about you, but then you must see yourself in him for you to get all triggered in the comments. She shouldn't have even addressed it. Be mad if you want to. Then you must be one too. Get out of here.
Because we are primarily women here. For everyone saying, don't put your business out there, keep it private, it is what it is. Again, I have a platform. At the end of the day, thank God, I am the only one hurting from this situation. And if my pain serves the purpose of inspiring hundreds of thousands of women who follow me across all of my platforms, then it was for a reason greater than myself. And that's what I've come to realize. Yeah, it sucks for me, but I'm going to be okay. I was flourishing when he found me, and he wouldn't leave me alone at any cost. I'm the one who went through this horrible situation. And so many women have benefited from my transparency, and I'm so happy for that, because at the end of the day, I know that this was bigger than myself. This is my platform, and I know God gave it to me for a reason. So I'm not going to hide and pretend that things are okay. I'm going to be transparent. That is me stewarding the community of women that I've been blessed with. Again, if you are somebody in a similar situation, don't let anybody shame you for missing the signs. You're a good person. You wouldn't manipulate others. You don't think like an evil person. Of course, you're not going to look at other people's actions and immediately see the evil.
You should, and you will. And you know what? If you don't know how to do it, that's okay. There are books out there. I recommended one, The Power of Nunchi. I wish I had it in this room. It's in my other bedroom. The Power of Nunchi Will Be Your Best Friend. Matter of fact, let me show y'all the book. We gonna X out of here because she's done with this one. I'm gonna show y'all the book. I can't recommend it enough because honestly, guys, like, hold on, let me stop this. Hold on a second. Where's my screen? Oh no, wait, hold on, y'all. I lost the screen. One second. Okay, here it is. Okay. All right, let's get to The Power of Nunchi before we continue on to the different parts. I'm gonna check on Amazon because I know a lot of my viewers probably have Amazon memberships. If you're in Canada, you can get it at Indigo Chapters. All right, The Power of Nunchi. This is the book. All right, it's by Emily Hong. The Korean Secret to Happiness and Success. Now, the reason why I'm recommending that you read this book. All right, we're gonna read the synopsis. Have you ever? I'm reading from here, y'all. Have you ever wondered why your less skilled coworker gets promoted before you, or why that one woman from your yoga class is always surrounded by adoring friends? They probably have great nunchi. Oh, can y'all see that? Hold on a second, y'all. I don't know if y'all can see it. Can you guys see what I'm reading? Hold on. Sorry, y'all. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I just lost it. I have too many screens up, guys. But I have to keep these screens up. Okay, hold on a second. Let me close some screens because I got way too many. Okay, here we go. All right. I hope you guys can see what I'm reading. If not, I'll just read it out loud. Okay. So yeah. Where am I? They probably have great nunchi. The art of reading a room and understanding what others are thinking and feeling. Nunchi is a form of emotional intelligence that anyone can learn. All you need are your eyes and your ears. Sherlock Holmes has great nunchi. Cats have great nunchi. Steve Jobs had great nunchi. With its focus on observing others rather than asserting yourself, it's not all about you. Nunchi is a refreshing antidote to our culture of self-promotion and a welcome reminder to look up from your cell phone. Nunchi has been used by Koreans for more than 5,000 years. It's what capitulated their nation from one of the world's poorest to one of the richest and most technologically advanced in a half century, and why K-pop is an unlikely global phenomenon performed as it is in a language only spoken in Korea is a thing. Not some quaint Korean custom like taking off your shoes before entering a house. Nunchi is the currency of life. The power of Nunchi will show you how the trust and connection it helps you to build can open doors for you that you never knew existed. All right, the reason why I'm recommending this book is because when I was in Korea, I really learned a lot, y'all. When you start to observe how other cultures do things, it really starts to change your mindset. And I noticed that in the West, we have a lot of empathy for people. And Koreans do not operate that way. And I know some people think of it as them being robotic, but to be honest with you, there are some social, don't get me wrong, Korea is not all the way there when it comes to social skills. I feel like we can all learn from each other. But one thing they got down pat is learning how to read somebody. They know it. They don't talk a lot. They're very quiet for a reason because they're going to let you talk. They're going to let you prove yourself. And they're going to just observe you. They are the master observers. And it's so interesting because when I got to meet Dom, and when I lived in Korea and also living with Dom, I had to learn that skill. And it was something that I was like, oh my God, this is such a great skill to learn. And at first it scared me a lot because I'm like, how am I supposed to read people's minds? Like, I don't understand that because I wasn't trained in that way. But Korean people, they're trained from a young age to observe people. You just got to be observant, y'all. And that's how their culture was able to go from nothing after the war to where they are today. Again, are they perfect? No, there are a lot of social things that they should be doing that I feel like we have down to a science in the West. However, when it comes down to the art of emotional intelligence in a sense of understanding how to read people and observe, especially with behavior, you're going to learn a lot from that book. And it's going to teach you to stop being it's going to teach you to be less empathetic and wiser, more critical with who you let in. And to be honest with you, the Bible also says it. Proverbs, there's so many proverbs out there that align with the art of Nunchi. But yet people don't want to read. They just want to go with the emotions. That's usually what happens. There's so much you can learn from being emotionally intelligent enough to read other people and to understand when you're in danger. And it's just more of a way to understand your intuition. That's all it is, pretty much. It's a masterclass in that. Actually, that book is really good. It really helped me a lot. All right, let's continue now to what part are we at? Oh, Lord. Hold on. How much time we've been here for a minute. Okay, I'm going to wrap this up. Where were we? Part 6. Part 6 we did? Okay, we're going to do part 7. How many parts of that? Whoa. Okay, y'all, we doing all this tonight, so get your stuff ready.
29, part 8. And let me just say
Okay.
this, I don't love the title of being a wife more than I love
Let me
myself.
go back.
I got married at 28 and I'm divorcing at 29, part 8. And let me just say this, I don't love the title of being a wife more than I love myself. I don't love the idea of marriage more than I love being respected. As soon as I had proof that there was infidelity, I called the divorce attorney immediately. No hesitation, because that is how much I love myself. A lot of people love the idea of marriage more than they love their own freedom. They love it more than they love their own dignity. That is idolatry. You've made an idol out of marriage. And for the religious folks who keep coming to the comments saying God hates divorce, God hates divorce, a lot of you guys know the scripture, but you don't know how to interpret things. Infidelity is what actually breaks the covenant of marriage. It's not the divorce, okay? The divorce is a legal process. You did some legal paperwork to get married, and the divorce is undoing that legal process. The cheating, the betrayal, that is what breaks the marriage. So the moment they stepped out on you, the marriage was already spiritually broken. So you encouraging people to not divorce is kind of silly, especially when you don't know all the facts. There are a lot of women in these comments who are going through something similar, or they've been in something similar and they're trying to get out. Before you use scripture to shame them, ask yourself, am I quoting God, or am I just projecting my fear of being alone? And am I just projecting my idolization of marriage? A lot of you guys are legally married, but you are spiritually single, and you know it. You signed the paperwork, but there's no love, there's no trust, there's nothing real in your marriages. So you get on the internet and you project, but you've been single for decades. And the reason why it's so easy for you to project onto somebody who is willing to walk away the moment they have become aware of what's been going on is because it now makes you question your own decisions, right? You know you made the wrong choice by staying for longer than you should have. You don't have to project your poor decisions onto me. Use me as an example, and use me as proof that you can walk away and choose yourself. And by the way, the comments about Jesus and how we need to use Jesus as an example and follow in his footsteps, do you realize that you're talking about Jesus like he was a doormat? Like, did we read the same Bible? Because the Jesus in the Bible, he flipped tables, right? He called out hypocrisy. He forgave people, but he said, do not throw your pearls before the swine. And what does that mean? If you're in a marriage and you're letting your man or your woman walk all over you, do whatever, and you're in covenant, what kind of marriage is that? That's a legal agreement, right? That's a piece of paper that you sign. That's what you have, actually. Forgiveness is not reconciliation. Do we understand the meaning of forgiveness? Let me know if you want a video on forgiveness. I am not in the business of staying and...
Okay, sis, you see, this is where that Wall Street behavior is coming off. Okay, I get it. You upset with people in the comments. They probably getting at you. I understand that, sis, and I get it. I too. I like to clap back too. But at a certain point, I had to take accountability too, because I was sitting here fighting people in the comments when I first started gaining subscribers. Hold on, hold on. My cousin just wrote "Ula toujours." Yes, mla mla. I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm going to live stream until this is over. Probably it's going to be done probably in an hour, because I'm going to just go through the rest of the parts, because I want to finish this in one setting so we can move on to the videos, the rest of the videos next week. So yeah, I understand people clapping back, and or writing in your comments, you're getting upset because they're saying things about you and you don't like it, yada yada yada. I get that, because I had to deal with that when I first started getting new subscribers, and people just say whatever they want to say, and sometimes I still correct people, especially if they're saying misinformation, like I said something. No, I'm not going to let you say whatever, but I've learned to just let it go. Why? Because I was wasting my energy arguing with people. And I realized I had to hold myself accountable, because I was like, not everybody is going to agree with what you said. And that's fine. I don't mind if people don't agree. And maybe people not going to like you. They're not going to like what you said. They're not going to like your voice. They're not going to like this. And the time and energy I was spending arguing with people, I could have been in my books working, doing whatever I'm doing, spending that energy into something more productive. Sis, stop it. Just stop it. I'm saying this with love. And I know you did part 7, part 8, these parts before, but I'm just saying that, like, where you said, oh, like, do you guys not know the definition of forgiveness? Now you're getting a bit snarky. And people know how to read, okay? They know what they're talking about. And yes, the people who are telling you, oh, divorce is a sin, whatever, let them talk. Who cares? If they disagree with you getting a divorce, let it be. But at the same time, like, you trying to defend yourself is just making you look worse.
suffering in silence to keep up an image. For the people saying that he seems so perfect, so innocent, absolutely. That is exactly how deception works.
He did not seem perfect and innocent, sis. He never was. The only reason he seemed perfect and innocent, I will tell you, remember in the beginning of the live stream, I said I didn't know that they had issues because of what you were showing us. Let's be real, yo. You were showing us somebody without any range. We just saw him proposing to you with the flowers. Of course people are going to think he's perfect. He's standing next to you while you're doing meal prep. Of course you're going to think he's perfect. Go back to my vlogs. People were dragging me when I was showing the parts of Dom and I's marriage when we first got married. The hardships and the good side. I showed everything because we're a couple who has range. You're going to dislike sometimes what we say, how we say it, what we do. But I was showing the reality. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I had an issue cleaning. I didn't know how to clean. Because I never had to be in that type of environment. I showed y'all everything. Because I'm not ashamed of where I came from and where I am today. Now, go look in the kitchen right now. It's sparkling. I had to learn that. But guess what? Someone else watched my video and probably like, okay, you know what? I'm going to do things differently from Romy. And of course, you have some people say, how do you not know how to clean? You 27, you 30, I met him at 35. You 35 years old, how you not know how to clean properly? Hell, everybody has a story to tell. My point is this. You were showing us. So don't try to put it on us. Now you're trying to blame us. Talking about everybody said he looked perfect because of what you showed us. If you showed us all these red flags, I doubt anybody would have any issue telling you he's a red flag. But that's not what you showed us, sis. So again, accountability.
It wouldn't be deception if he didn't seem perfect or if he didn't seem innocent. The devil himself parades as an angel of light. Another comment I've seen from the religious police is, if you really knew God, this wouldn't have happened to you. And again, this shows me that you are a religious person. Like, you probably have no relationship with God. You probably don't even understand whatever Bible that you're reading. Judas sat at the table with Jesus and still betrayed him. He prayed with him. He ate with him. And he still betrayed him.
Again, red flag. First of all, sis, Jesus knew Judas was going to betray him because he said, it is written, it is planned. And he even went to pray before the dinner ended and said, Father, can you take the cup from me? This is too much. He knew it. Jesus was not unaware that Judas was going to betray him. He knew it was part of the plan. Let's not do that, sis, again. Like this. It just, I know I keep stopping, but it just irritates me when I don't like when people do this. Like, it irritates me. Okay, keep going.
If Jesus could be betrayed, the same Jesus...
With his knowledge, he knew. God knew. Jesus knew. Everybody. Even Peter knew. I think Peter knew. I don't remember. No, he didn't know. He knew after he cut his ear off or whatever. But Jesus knew. He knew. He wasn't bamboozled. He wasn't fooled. He knew that man was going to betray him. Why? Well, one, he's God. But number two, he had that forethought. He knew it was planned. He knew. Just like you knew, but you ignored it. At least Jesus didn't ignore it because he knew that he had to go through that in order for him to get to where we are today. Salvation. That's the difference on this Good Sunday here.
Telling me about in the comments, right? What makes you think you can't be betrayed? Is it not Clarkson to you that you too can be betrayed and deceived? That's the lesson in this entire story time. Like, it could happen to any of us. We need to stop pretending that abuse only happens to women who are weak and lost, because that is just not true. Some of us are targeted because we are loving, we are empathetic.
That is very true what she's saying here.
We are powerful. Consider it a blessing if you've never been targeted by a narcissist. Count your blessings and move on. Say thank God. And for people asking, am I not embarrassed to be getting a divorce so soon? No, I'm actually so grateful. I'm so relieved that God showed me his true colors early on. There's so many people who were stuck in marriages. They ended up with children, and the situation is just...
So I'm going to say one more thing to what she said. She said that people think that narcissists target women who are weak, and, sometimes they target people who are strong. Sis, you had a weakness. You just didn't know it. Again, this is the ego talking. So she's not seeing this, the Wall Street behavior. Like, it's not me. I'm a big dog. He just came and infiltrated me. He must have been such a powerful. She's making it seem like this man was a mastermind. Like, he was on some type of, like, top-notch FBI, CIA type of operation. But this man was just a regular man with issues. And she was looking at the performance, but not looking at the behavior and aligning it together. Like I told y'all, if one side is balanced and if the other side doesn't balance one side, then consider it null and void. His behavior has to match the performance. He's doing all of these external gifts. Again, we have it all mixed up. We think that love is what somebody can do for you as far as monetarily. Everything was about money for him. He's showing you. He loves you through buying you gifts, buying you things, materialistic. But emotionally, he's never even been a contender. He cannot, like I said, if you match him up against a real man as far as behavior goes, take the money away, he's nothing. Nothing. Doesn't even come up with a point. He is nothing. Nothing about his behavior shows me that he deserved her.
A little bit more complicated. Even if they could leave, they decided to stay because they considered having a marriage that ended the most embarrassing thing. When somebody lies to your face, disrespects you, is sleeping with other people outside of you, you walk away. That's disrespectful. They're putting you at risk. You don't wait for them to care. You choose to care about yourself. And if you've been in a situation like this for a very long time, I hope my story inspires you and lets you know that you can leave. If I can leave after a year and a half, and you've been dealing with infidelity, with lies, with manipulation for decades, I hope this gives you the little oomph you needed to choose yourself, because it's about time that you choose yourself. You should not be embarrassed because your marriage is ending. The most embarrassing thing you can do is to build a life on deception. That is embarrassing. The only thing you should be embarrassed about is tolerating disrespect for longer than you should have. The only thing you should be embarrassed about is not choosing yourself when the person that you committed to has repeatedly not chosen you. They've chosen themselves over and over and over again. They haven't chosen you. So I hope you choose you. Stay healthy and wealthy.
All right, let's move on to the next part. Alexis, hey sis, I haven't seen you in a minute. Where you been, girl? You caught alive. Hold on.
The title of being a wife more than
I always miss this one. Yeah, hey sis, how you doing? How you doing? Welcome to the live. This has been a long live. I've been on here how long? Oh, 4 hours, 55 minutes. That's better. That's better than usual. I think last week I was on here for 6 hours. All right, we're making our usual time. Okay, let's continue on to part 9. Yes, wait. I didn't do part 7? I did part 7, right? I think I did. Did I? Oh, shoot. Did I forget part 7? Hold on, y'all.
I got married at 28
Hold
and
on.
I'm divorcing at 29. Part 7. For those of you bringing up forgiveness and reconciliation.
Okay. Did I miss part 7? I don't remember.
And narcissist. Someone with narcissistic personality disorder. The core of it is self-hatred and shame.
Oh, I think I missed part 7. My bad, y'all.
Himself and has shame about who he is will not protect you. He is going to lie to you and he's going to betray you. And he will look you in the face and tell you that he loves you every single day. He will try to convince you that nobody will ever love you more than him. That is not real love. That is his twisted version of love, filtered through shame and denial. And that version of love, it will never keep you safe. These men know who they are at the core. They do a great job of putting on a show. The mask will start to slip once you're married or once you're locked in with them on some level where they feel like you're not going to go anywhere. Usually you've gotten a house with them, as in my case. You're married, as in my case. And for some women, they have kids with them. They know who they are at the core. They're just in denial about it. They're often living double lives because they're not comfortable with their true identity. I'm telling you this because I've lived it. Our couples therapist clocked it immediately, and that's when I was still in denial about the fact that he could be a narcissist.
Here we go. Listen. Remember, in one of the videos, I'm sorry I took the parts out of turn. She said that she couldn't see the red flags, and how was she supposed to know? And she couldn't read all the signs, and yet even the therapist clocked it. And I know she probably thinking, oh, this person is specialized, so that's how they clocked it. No, it was just behavior. Patterns of behavior. Please, y'all need to learn how to do pattern recognition. But I'm glad I do my case studies so you guys can learn how to see those kind of things. Pattern recognition is your friend. Promise.
Was still believing the lies. He had been going to his own individual therapist. But what you need to understand is that individual therapy does not help people with narcissistic personality disorder. They manipulate the therapists. And therapists can only work with what you give them. So if you don't give them truth, they're not going to be able to help you. People with narcissistic personality disorder, they perform, they charm, they lie. They don't even tell themselves the truth. If you lie to yourself, you can never be truthful with others. And before you hop in the comments trying to play devil's advocate and defending a man that you don't even know, I want you to ask yourself this question. What would be so egregious that a woman like me, who got married in front of millions, who's always preached marriage, I've never been for hookup culture, ever. What would be so egregious that I would decide to make this decision publicly? I've never been reckless with my platform, so I want you to really consider that. What could it really be that would make me say enough is enough and I want out of this marriage? And again, for the men and women who are in the comments saying I must have gone into this marriage knowing that I wanted a divorce to get something from this man, consider this. I am the finance baddie.
Get what? Y'all, these people are delusional. Get what? This whole story has told me he ain't got nothing. He even used her tax return to make some income. Probably filed on her behalf. I don't know what he did. She said something about a tax return. This man was all up in her business on TikTok. All up in her sponsorship business. All up in what she was doing, her promotions. I still have not heard one thing that he has done financially as far as on his own. We don't even know where he's getting his funds from. Please.
I know all about prenups. I chose not to get one because I believe that marriage is for life.
Whoa. Red flag, red flag, red flag. I'm glad I didn't skip this part. I almost skipped it and was like, oh, well, we missed it. No. This is important. Red flag. You didn't get a prenup, Miss Finance Baddie. Sis. No. This one I cannot absolve you of anything. You had assets. You were a Wall Street person. You have a large TikTok following. You needed to get a prenup, especially from this man. Again, he has not shown himself or proven himself to be worthy of having no prenup. He wasn't a candidate he wasn't a marriage candidate. He's not marriage material, y'all. You know how they be talking about, oh, she not marriage material. He ain't marriage material. He's not husband material. He's not even friend material. He's just material. Nothing at all could have convinced me that he deserved to put that ring on your finger. But that's neither here nor there. Now, let's say you decided it, sis. You already knew this man was shifty. You had a lot of assets, things to protect. And before people say, well, did you get a prenup, Romy? No, I didn't get a prenup because I didn't have nothing to prenup. If I had something to prenup like she did, I damn sure would have gotten it. Matter of fact, Dom and I, we doing post-nup. As soon as I get stuff going or whatever, we gonna have a post-nup. You know you could do that too. You could do a prenuptial and a post-nuptial. You could do both. You can separate your assets in different ways, divide assets. So therefore, again, it's not because you're planning on failing. It's because you're preparing. Preparation. Proper preparation prevents what? Poor performance. Nobody thinks that they're going to get in a car accident, but yet they have car insurance. Why? Because it's just in case we do. Nobody wants to die early. No one's going to say, I want to die early unless they really are depressed. But I'm saying people who are in a healthy state of mind, I don't want to die early. But guess what? I'm going to get life insurance. Why? So I can have an extra layer of protection in case I do. Why isn't it working for prenup? I don't understand. All I'm hearing in her story is that she knows how to operate in every other area of her life, but somehow in love, she's in la la land. She doesn't understand. But yeah, if I went to her and said, hey, are you going to get mortgage insurance on your house? And if I said no, she's going to look at me like I got 5 heads. Why wouldn't you get mortgage insurance on your house, girl? You have a house. What if you get flooded? What if there's a house fire? Why wouldn't you do that? It wouldn't make sense to you now, would it? But somehow a prenup doesn't make sense. Please, let's continue.
Got into this marriage not intending to divorce. Yes, he is a high earner, but I've always made more money than him, and the tax returns show it. So who do you think a prenup would have benefited more? Additionally, in my industry, there's no cap on what you can earn. It's totally up to you. So who stood to lose more in this situation? Who is more likely to get alimony in this situation? What would it take for a woman like me to leave? And not just leave, but leave with integrity, choosing to not expose all of the details, even though it would be well within my rights to do so. Consider that. Again, I'm choosing to be a decent human being and to preserve his dignity. I have the receipts. My lawyers have the receipts. Why am I giving him the grace that he doesn't deserve? Because I am not him. At the end of the day, I know the truth will be exposed, and it doesn't have to be me who exposes it, because the truth always comes out in the end. A lot of women have left comments about being stuck in situations like this and not having the means to get themselves out of it. And you've asked me to put together some sort of financial guide or some sort of workshop to really help you.
Not her monetizing off of her pain. You know what? I'm done, y'all. Yo, how many parts we got? I'm wrapping this right up. Okay, let's continue. I'm gonna actually stop pausing so much because this is crazy. Is she really monetizing off of her pain? Sis, you know what? I can't even be mad at that. Go get your money, child. Is she? She came up with a question. Sis, while you're at it, come up with a red. Oh, you don't like red flags. My bad. Come up with an MPD masterclass. How about that? Tell us everything. Like, you know, make it members only. And then tell us like how to recognize a narcissist, because remember he has MPD traits, and you know it's different from whatever y'all be dealing with. That's what she said.
I got married at 28. And
Hold on. Oops.
I got married at 28.
Okay, let's fast forward. Let's fast forward to the class.
I now understand from then. I want you to be very careful. I want you to be very critical of.
Hold on. Let's go back.
And not having the means to get themselves out of it. And you've asked me to put together some sort of financial guide or some sort of workshop to really help you get yourself out of this situation. I now understand for myself why a lot of people stay in marriages, because divorce is actually very expensive. Every week I send thousands of dollars to my lawyer. I'm going to be working on something to help you prepare yourself in case you ever get into a situation like this. If you are in a situation like this should help you get out of it. But in the meantime, if you are dealing with somebody who wants you to stop working, especially if you were an ambitious and career-oriented person, I want you to be very careful. I want you to be very critical of what they might be trying to do. Some people use that as a means to trap you. It's not protection for some people. Depending on the person that you're dealing with, it could be a trap, right? It could be a means to control you. So I want you to be very, very careful. And lastly, to anyone who's been betrayed on this level, men or women, I don't want you to be discouraged. Remember, it wasn't Peter who brought Jesus to the cross. It was Judas. Betrayal often serves the purpose of waking you up. So cry if you need to, but you can't stay there. You have to channel that pain into your purpose. So in the gym, in your business, in your healing, whatever that might be, let your results speak for you. Let your elevation haunt the people who tried to destroy you. There has not been a single person who has betrayed me who has not ended up regretting their decision. And it's not because I got revenge. It's because they had to sit there and watch me become everything they tried to break. So you don't stay stuck in betrayal. You use it. You let it light a fire under you, and you let it remind you.
Hold on. Sorry, y'all. I don't know why I stopped moving. Hold on.
Haunts a Judas more than watching the woman he tried to destroy.
Sorry, y'all.
Step into everything he was never.
Wait, what is going on?
Stay healthy.
Hold on a second, y'all.
I got married at 28, and I'm divorcing at 20.
I don't know what just happened. Sometimes it's freezing up. It's really weird. Okay, y'all heard her though. Y'all heard it. All right, let's move on. So we listened to part 8. Did we listen to part 9? I don't remember. Oh, yeah. We listened to part 8. Okay, part 9. Let's get it. How many parts are there? Ooh, 10. Okay, 3 more parts, y'all. We're almost there. If you're still here, you a real one.
And I'm divorcing at 29, part 9.
Okay, let's get through it.
For me, I got married at 28, and I'm divorcing at 29, part 9. For my religious police. For me personally, I will have nothing to do with the fruitless deeds of darkness, but I will expose them. Okay? Narcissistic abuse requires your silence in order to survive, and that is intentional. It's not always loud, it's not always violent, it's psychological, it's strategic, and it's designed to keep you confused. And because people who have narcissistic personality disorder are often charming in public, people are not going to believe you unless you speak up. Staying silent does not protect you, it protects the narcissist.
She is actually correct in here. Green flag. She's right. She is correct. Expose him for the devil that he is. Absolutely.
That silence is where the abuse grows and the cycle will continue. You can choose to suffer in silence if you want, but I'm going to continue to call it out because I'm fully aware that abusers thrive in the silence of their victims. Now, one thing that I think is core and essential and that I did not know the gravity of before dealing with a narcissist, a true narcissist. Again, we're talking about somebody with narcissistic personality disorder. Pay attention to people who have unresolved abandonment wounds. In my case, he was adopted, and he told me that he always felt like an outsider in his family. And he would repeat the same stories over and over again. One example of this was he told me that for Christmas, his sister got a computer and he got a hat. He was adopted, and not just that, the family that he was adopted into never treated him the same as his sister who was...
Okay, so this is the thing. She's putting it as abandonment issues, but again, like, my pattern recognition girlies and everyone who's watching this case study, this is how you're going to know how to do pattern recognition. And this is a skill that I didn't know I even had. I always had it, but I really developed it, I think, in undergrad, because in my major, political science, you have to look at pattern recognition because there's no like right or wrong answer. It's more of like, you know, you have to argue, you have to, like, kind of like law, you have to put yourself in a position where you're the one who makes the most sense. Basically, you have to back up your argument and your position with evidence, and the person with the most convincing evidence is the one that people are more likely to believe. So I always had to go according to what's patterned in my studies. And then eventually I realized that, hey, I could actually use this in my real life. I was using it a little bit in my real life, but I actually really started to use it more extensively, especially when I was in Korea and when I got into my 30s. Now, she's saying it's an abandonment wound, and yes, it is one part of it. But notice, from the beginning, he was jealous of his adopted sister. That's where it started. It's not abandonment, sis. It's that jealousy started. Yes, he got adopted, so that's one aspect of it. But another aspect is he was jealous of his adoptive sister. Remember, this man has been showing jealous tendencies towards women while he was with her. That's a red flag. From the beginning, since he was young, he was already jealous of women. This was internal in him. And he felt like they got what he deserved. Just remember that. Continue.
Not adopted. And one of the things he would tell me is he always believed that he had to perform to receive love. And he did overachieve in life. He got into the top U.S. boarding school. He got into multiple Ivy League universities. He had a Wall Street internship from his sophomore year. So he's been overachieving in life. But his drive and his ambition, it wasn't passion. It was coming from a place of pain. So he built his entire identity around being too valuable to abandon. And when somebody builds their entire identity around being too valuable to abandon, they forfeit authenticity. Because it's a performance. They become a performer. They study you. They mirror you. They shapeshift and become your ideal partner. And they don't do this out of love. It's done out of fear of being abandoned by you. Here are some examples of how this abandonment wound actually showed up. I remember breaking up with him, and at the time we were living in New York City. And he threatened to unalive himself over the balcony in New York City. And you have to understand, that actually happens in New York City. People do that. And so suddenly, I wasn't just trying to leave. I was trying to not be responsible for somebody unaliving themselves. And it's also one of the reasons why it's been so hard for me to separate myself from him, because I know he has this deep fear of being abandoned, and I didn't want him to harm himself. What I'm able to see now, and I hope that you're able to see this too, if you're in a similar situation, is that that is a form of control. It is
red flag. So yes, she's right. She felt guilty, or she felt like she was responsible for him. But at the same time, again, like, that does not absolve the fact that you still continued on with him. So I'll leave that where it is. Y'all already heard my commentary on that. I will say, though, that yeah, she's right. It is a form of control. And if somebody exhibits that type of behavior, they need to go see somebody, and you need to call resources to get them help. But you should no longer be in their lives. That should have been a big wake up call to exit his life. He needs professional help. He needs to seek professional help. And I know some people be like, well, what if he ends up going through with it? Well, then, I'm sorry, I don't want to sound callous, but it's the truth. Well, then, that's his decision. People have autonomy over the decisions they make. Don't let them be the reason why they're going to do it anyways, and they're just using you as a reason. I just want to put it out there, is what I'm trying to say. So don't feel like you are responsible for that person, because the more that you stay in that relationship, imagine if he's threatening her like that, threatening to harm himself, what makes you think he wouldn't harm you too? All it would have taken is one simple action. He could have taken you and him out at the same time, and you would have been sitting here trying to be sympathetic to him. He didn't deserve your sympathy, sis. He really didn't. If he was going to go through with it, he would have gone through with it. Lucas Coley, I don't know if you guys remember him. I want to do a case study on him and Amber's relationship. Same situation that happened. He unalived himself and blamed her for it. He wanted to do it. This man had a whole history of depression, bipolar disorder, never got medicated, didn't want to go seek help, wasn't taking his meds. And then in the end, he unalived himself and blamed her as the reason why before he did it. And now sis has to think about this for the rest of her life. But guess what, sis? It wasn't your fault. This man already had the intention to do it. He just wanted to bring you down with him. So actually, she should thank God that when she married him, that he didn't act on his urges to do it, because he would have taken her out. And imagine you're being sympathetic to him. You don't want him to end his life. Whole time he was going to end your life and his life. Red flag.
Emotional manipulation. Another way this abandonment wound shows up is when they try to lock you in early. I've said this before, but they like to do it through marriage, through getting a house with you, through having kids with you. And that all sounds perfectly normal, right? But they like to do it on an accelerated timeline. They build a life around keeping you close because they do not want to be abandoned by you. And it seems perfectly normal to everyone else on the outside, but if you know, you know. So the more obligations and ties that you have to them, the safer they will feel. They're going to become a version of themselves that they believe you cannot abandon. He started to bulk up. He got super muscular, non-stop protein like it was a job. And I just thought he had this newfound passion for lifting weights. After we got married, he was complaining about all the food he has to eat and all the protein he has to consume to maintain this image. He studied me. He asked me about the people that I dated previously. Everybody was at least 6 foot. Everybody was athletic. Everybody had muscles, right? So they're going to study the people that you dated previously, and they're going to try to match up or be better because they want to be somebody that you cannot abandon. People with abandonment wounds will also sabotage anything that they believe will pull you away from them. I already told you guys about how he tried to sabotage my career on Wall Street. His fear being that if I got promoted, I would stay in New York and he would be abandoned. And another time when we weren't engaged yet, I'd gone to a conference and I met this public figure. He had always looked up to this guy. He loved his podcast, he loved his YouTube, he loved his content, and he was always talking about him. This public figure had connected with me on socials and was trying to take me out to dinner. I let him know that I'm in a relationship right now, but I'm happy to connect business-wise. When this is happening, I'm completely transparent with my boyfriend at the time. Now, the moment my boyfriend at the time realized that this public figure was trying to take me out, he unfollowed this guy. I'm telling you, this is somebody who he looked up to for years. He's the one who told me about his content. He was always listening to this guy's podcast. He stopped listening to the podcast. He was like, nope, I'm done. I can't. Like, I don't like him anymore. He no longer watches his content. And I was like, why is all of that necessary? He was completely respectful. He completely understood that I was in a relationship. And I've shown you the messages. Nothing about it was disrespectful. But it wasn't about that. It was about the fact that a multimillionaire public figure was trying to take me out to dinner. And this triggered his abandonment wound because he sees this public figure as somebody who could potentially be the reason that I would abandon him down the line. And what's so funny about it is despite the fact that he was no longer supporting this public figure, he was running around telling his friends and his coworkers that this person asked me out on a date. So he used the opportunity for bragging rights to be like, well, my girl's being asked out by this person, but he no longer supports him because he sees him as a threat. And that is what narcissism looks like. It's insecurity dressed up as confidence. Now, was he aware of his abandonment issues? Yes, he was aware of his abandonment issues. He's actually been seeing a therapist, but he hasn't been dealing with his abandonment wounds with the therapist. And again, individual therapy rarely works for people with narcissistic personality disorder because there's nobody there to ground them and keep them in check with reality. They don't take the mask off. They don't take it off in therapy. So when I picked up on certain things after we got married and I suggested that we go to couples therapy, it was the best decision that I ever made. Because as I said, the couples therapist immediately clocked that he lacked empathy. So people with narcissistic personality disorder, they lack empathy. They can perform it, but it's a very surface level performance. Now, if you've been with somebody who has these deep abandonment wounds, you already know how hard it is to leave. Even if they're hurting you, you don't want to be the one who abandons them because you already know that they have those childhood triggers. So there's a part of you that wants to protect that little child inside of them because you know that they're hurting, but you're doing it out of pity and out of fear of being the one who abandons him next. Do not let the guilt stop you from leaving a situation that is harming you. Do not allow it to stop you. So many of us were abandoned by our parents, by our families as children, and we chose to heal instead of hurting others. So many of us were neglected emotionally, physically by our parents. In my case, I chose to heal. So what happens is a lot of us, we choose to protect others. We choose to take care of others because we don't want them to feel what we felt as children. But you have to remember that it is a choice. Whatever you do with your pain, it's a choice. Some of us chose to heal and we chose to be better people, but people with NPD, they do not choose healing. They choose to weaponize their wounds against the people closest to them. And if you're their partner, you're getting the worst of it. They're going to sabotage your career, your peace, your joy. Because the more you grow and the more that you thrive, it triggers that abandonment wound in them. Because they believe that you're going to abandon them if you achieve a certain level of success. In my case, he created fake accounts. He left hate comments on my videos from fake accounts. He would attempt to suppress my content because his fear was if I get too big, I'm going to abandon him. So despite the fact that I was a content creator before we got married, and he was fully aware of that, he was trying to sabotage my growth as a creator as well. What's funny about it is that he benefited from people knowing who I was, because he would come home and tell me that his clients follow me and they would tell him, oh, your wife is the finance baddie, I love her content. So he gets a little kick out of it, right? It's a little ego boost for him, but at the same time, his abandonment wound is triggered the more that he sees me rising. And even right now as we speak, instead of acknowledging his wrongdoing, he's trying to make threats to sabotage my career, because his objective right now is to get me down so bad that I have no choice but to stay with him. But he picked the wrong one. Now, if you're going through something like this and you're leaving the situation, what I will say is that the peace in all of this is knowing that you never knew the real them. You knew and you loved the mask, the show that they put on. You did not love the person.
Sis, red flag. There was no show to perform. He been that way, sis. I'm sorry. I can't rock with you on that. And then you said he picked the wrong one. You did too. Sometimes, y'all, we gotta take the L. Like I said, the big fat L on the forehead. We gotta take it, y'all. We gotta take it. Ma'am.
Because they never showed you who they truly were. That's the saddest.
He showed it. You just ain't want to believe it. And then you want to listen to your family and friends. And by the way, y'all, I wouldn't trust their advice. Like, if after this, you better not ask them not one more thing about your life. Not one. They don't deserve to give advice after this.
Part of all of this because they never love themselves enough to face themselves. So they lie, especially to themselves, and they will lie to you up until the end. I do pray for his healing. I pray that him and others suffering from NPD will choose to go back to that little wounded child. Be honest with yourself. Be honest with the people who are trying to help you. You have to face yourself in order to heal. Until you acknowledge the wounds and until you're able to see the pain, the abandonment, the betrayal for what it was, until you're able to confess what has taken place and how it's made you feel, healing will not take place. In any event, his unresolved trauma and pain was never mine to bear. If you're in a similar situation, remember that you were not his therapist and you were not his savior. So where are we now? He's threatening to sabotage my career to get me to be quiet about his wrongdoing. Now, I have withheld a lot of information about what has taken place here. I have honestly given so much grace. I've honored him as much as I can despite everything that he's put me through, and if you knew, I have chosen to withhold that information so far. But I also know that the truth is what sets people free. Him and his lawyer have said that this little story time has already gone viral. And to that I say, if you call this viral, wait until I finish the story time with my receipts. I really haven't gotten to the meat of the matter. I really haven't given you guys the full tea.
There's
out
more?
of kindness And I am a really kind person.
Sis, just release it. Release the evidence. Set me free tonight.
A victim in a situation where
Set me free. It's 8:22 on my side. For y'all who are still here, thank you. And if you're not here, it's okay. You can watch the replay. Set me free. Release the evidence. I'm tired.
For my religious
Hold on.
For me personally, I will have nothing to do.
Let me get rid of this. Hold on a second, yo. Okay. Set me free, sis. Set me free. Please set us free. Set all of us free. What part we at now? Hold on. I just listened to 9. There's 2 more. Okay, we could do this. It's 8:23. Okay, I got this. We got this.
Divorcing at 29, part 10. You are more susceptible to getting yourself entangled with a true narcissist if you have a narcissistic parent like myself. Also, if people in your family are big on protecting lies and abuse and are big on family image as opposed to holding people accountable for their wrongdoing, you are being groomed by your family to accept abuse and to be silent about the abuse that you face. So my mother's pushing for reconciliation. But why would I want to reconcile with a man who not only misrepresented his sexuality to me, he performed and presented himself as a heterosexual man and explained.
Oh, red flag. Whoa! Sis, you see, all of this could have been done in part 1. You waited until what part is this? 9, 10 to tell us this? I been knew this man was DL. I knew it. He had the signs. He had the hallmarks, y'all. He had the hallmarks. Lord, okay, let's unpack the beginning. Listen, I'm going to treat this like a real case study. Hold on, how much time we got? Okay, it's only 5 hours. I've been here 5 hours. Like, that ain't nothing no more. It's 8:24. Okay, I'm still good. I work from home, so I'm good. Listen, y'all. So, her mama is pushing for reconciliation. The same mama who told her to marry this man. And she said that he basically was living a double life. DL. On the down low. The signs were there from before. He was jealous of the girl. His sister, adopted sister. Jealous of the bridesmaid. Jealous of her. All the women he encountered, he was jealous of a woman. Why? Because he wanted to be one. Red flag. Listen, live your truth. If you are a man and you're attracted to other men, live in your truth. The truth shall set you free. Live in it. Let people know. Please let us know. Because now he's using the church, using religion. Remember, she said in the beginning, he set himself up to be a man of faith. He was hiding something. This man was, oh Lord, he was a big, okay, let's continue, y'all. I'm going to play it as much as possible. This was a big revelation.
Explicitly claimed that identity while secretly engaging in sexual relationships with men behind my back during our marriage. What reason do I have to reconcile with somebody who misrepresented who they were and exposed me to STDs without my knowledge or consent? What kind of mother or father encourages their child to reconcile and stay in that situation?
They wanted you to be his beard, sis, to keep up the optics. That's all. They didn't want that stain on their family. And you were going to be the sacrificial lamb to his DL behavior. This man I'm not surprised at all he's DL because he had the signs of it. DL Whisperer, he's the reason why I know the signs. Thank you, DL Whisperer, for your services. You do not tell a lie. He told us this. That's the reason why I was able to recognize, because DL Whisperer talked about it. He also does pattern recognition, but for down low men, because he's within the community. And he knows. And so I was watching, I follow him. I like his content. And people were up in arms. Oh, you're outing men. No, he's telling people about the behaviors to look out for. And he said whenever a man wants to be a woman, and he's always up under a woman, using a woman for clout, using her, and it's only beneficial to him, look out for the signs, y'all.
The type of mother who never had the strength to choose herself, and the type of father who fears being exposed himself. If you have a narcissistic father like myself who only knows how to gaslight you and love bomb you in order to control you, you may have subconsciously normalized his behavior, and so that kind of behavior has become familiar to you. Often we are attracted to what's familiar. So when you come across people like your narcissistic parent or other family members who exhibit those narcissistic traits, if you haven't yet recognized narcissism for what it is, you are more likely to fall prey to their manipulation. As you all know, I'm going through a divorce. You would think that a father would be protective of his daughter and would be supportive of her. But no, not only has he called me multiple times to try to control me, he calls my friend 2 days ago and he tells her to tell me that the family is so disappointed in me.
Red flag. You want to know why her parents are pushing for her to reconcile with him? Listen, y'all. Again, sis, no disrespect to your parents, but I think your daddy is also on that side too. He doing the same dirt. Because ain't no way a father who truly loves his daughter, would let her be with a man who is a closeted homosexual. Ain't no way. There's no way in hell. If my dad found that out today, sign them papers, get the hell up out of here. Out. I can say that with full confidence. You know why? Because my father, when Dom asked for my hand in marriage, my dad said, I am going to be behind y'all 10 toes down. But don't you ever do anything to disrespect my daughter, because that's when we gonna have a problem. Daddy's okay with it because daddy might also be living a double life. And mama's been hiding all his secrets, y'all. That's what it sounds like to me, because ain't no way. There's no way in hell that anyone would let their daughter be with a man like that who is cheating on her openly, behind her back with men, and you guys know this, and you're trying to push for reconciliation knowing all of this. Oh yeah, daddy's definitely on the same, he's on the same type of program. He on the same type of time. They probably used to do runs together. Who knows? Probably saw him on the same sites. Grinder. I gotta keep it real. He probably knew it from the beginning. Saw him, was like, oh yeah. Come on.
Not only are they disappointed that I'm getting a divorce, they are disappointed that I'm being transparent about the narcissistic abuse that I have faced. And he accused me of putting all the family business on the internet. And he kept emphasizing to my friend that the family is disappointed in me. The reason why he kept emphasizing the disappointment is because he knows that I grew up to be a people pleaser. His wife, who is my mother, never chose herself. She stayed married to him. They are married to this day.
Yeah, so sis, I can forgive you a little bit for your actions, because growing up with a people pleaser is not easy, y'all. It's not easy at all. And I have to tell you guys this. I think I've shared it before. My mom is a people pleaser. And sometimes it was hard for me to navigate having a mom who's a people pleaser, but again, it's cultural, right? We're from the Haitian culture, so there's a lot of people pleasing that goes on. My dad's also a people pleaser to a certain extent, but one thing that I always admired and loved about them is they respected my decision not to be a people pleaser. Of course, when I was younger, they tried to, get me to be a people pleaser, but when I got older and I set the boundaries, they respected it. And I think that we have to learn how to, again, if there are certain traits that we don't like in our parents that we see in ourselves, because they will present, we were raised by these people. You have to do the work. I'm telling you, it's continuous, because you were raised with that for a large part of your life. Your whole adolescence, your childhood, it was formed. And so you have to learn how to unlearn that behavior. So I could give sis a little bit of grace knowing that she came from a people-pleasing mom, because that is hard to navigate, and then you start to adopt those things. But however, I will say that I just don't like that she didn't take accountability for a lot of the things. I wish that she did, and then now she can work on her people-pleasing tendencies.
The fact that they've been separated for pretty much my entire life. The only reason that they are still legally married has to do with the fact that he's a pastor and is trying to keep up appearances.
Oh, your daddy a pastor too? Red flag. You see, I knew it. I'm telling y'all, he in the church doing some funny business. And let me not tell y'all, listen, one day we can go through story. The musical directors, anyone who's in the music department who's leading it. I'm not saying all, but a lot of the times they be on that type of program too. Wake it up! The music director, they always be doing music. I don't know, they got a talent, ear for music. They be living the double life. I'm telling y'all, the ones all in the pulpit. If she said her dad has MPD, yeah, of course he loves to be a pastor. You get all the accolades. People respect you. You're a revered servant of the Lord.
controlled her and manipulated her in different ways over the years, and she's fallen prey to it, and she never stood up in her truth. Now that I'm an adult and I'm choosing myself and I'm choosing to be vocal about the narcissistic abuse I've faced, my father feels threatened and my mother feels triggered. My father is trying to control me the way that he has controlled my mother over the years, but he forgets that I am not my mother. I've gotten a lot of direct messages from women who say that they want to share their story, but they're afraid that their family and their friends will turn on them. What I will say is that is to be expected, especially if you come from a family that has historically protected darkness. But you have to remember that the truth is your power. And when people try to gaslight you and manipulate you and control you for speaking the truth and exposing darkness, that says more about them than it does about you.
She's right. The church has a lot of, and now that she says her dad's a pastor, this makes a lot of sense. The church harbors a lot of these type of characters. I'm telling y'all. They harbor the most vile people. I'm not saying all. I don't want people to say, oh, you're saying all Christians. No, I'm just saying the church is known to do that. Look at their reaction. They want her to reconcile with someone who is a deceiver. Just to keep up with the image of, oh my God, we're such a perfect family. Perfection. Parents are living separately, yet in front of the church, in the congregation, they acting like they all coupled up. And y'all telling me that this man's been separated from his wife and he's not sleeping with other people, whether it be man or woman. Please, this man is doing a whole bunch of dirt, and that's why she wants her to get back with, okay, he wants his daughter to get back with her husband, so then it doesn't put the spotlight on who? Him. Because now if she gets back with him, all is well, and people not gonna start questioning his marriage and what he got going on with her mama. That's all that is.
Like myself, you're from a family that likes to weaponize religion and spiritually manipulate you. You can't really expect support. My own father, the reverend, the pastor, is using scripture to silence me. People who weaponize scripture to silence you when you've faced abuse are abusing their religion. That is called spiritual manipulation. You will notice these signs in friends and family members who you may have thought were perfectly normal. Anyone who's trying to silence you about the abuse that you faced is ultimately trying to protect a version of themselves that they fear could be exposed. It is not about you. They're projecting their own insecurities onto you. In response to me exposing the narcissistic abuse that I faced, in order to help the hundreds of thousands of women who follow me, my father called me and accused me of having a mental breakdown because he believes that projecting mental illness onto me will silence me. Whenever people use those tactics to silence you, that is your indication that you are doing the right thing. I'm exposing the narcissistic abuse that I have faced, and for some reason, my narcissistic father feels threatened by that exposure. So when you come forward with your stories and you're met with resistance, you have to ask yourself, why would somebody be so threatened that I'm speaking the truth and shedding light on a dark situation? That is because they feel exposed. They fear that if you're exposing your abuser, they're next.
Yup! You see, she clocked it. I'm telling you, I have not watched this video, I promise, on everything. But I could already tell. Whenever you see somebody so invested in your life and what you're doing, that can only mean two things. Either they want what you have, or they're trying to get you not to do something because then it'll expose them and their failures.
You have nothing to hide, and if you're a true...
Because you gotta remember, she's his daughter, and if you grew up in a Christian community... I saw someone in the chat, they said they grew up in a Jamaican household. Where my Jamaica shirt? Boop. My Jamaica shirt's here. But yeah, like when you grow up, especially in a religious household, anything in the church, especially in the church, anything that your family member does or one of your family members does, it'll reflect on you. So then people will start to try to dig into your life. And he doesn't want that because he's about to get exposed too.
An honest person who lives in your truth. In addition to that, I have my mother who's been pushing me to reconcile with the weapon that was formed against me. She confuses forgiveness with reconciliation.
I'm happy you finally recognize he was the weapon formed against you, Satan in the flesh.
You can forgive, but you are not obligated to reconcile with the people who deceived you, manipulated you, abused you, and tried to sabotage your life.
Yes.
Also, forgiveness does not mean that you are silent about the abuse that you faced. You have to understand who is criticizing you and what that means. So for myself, having a mother who never chose herself, who chose to stay married to a man who never valued her, who mistreated her and manipulated her for her entire life, She never chose herself, so she will never choose me. She will always choose the side of the abuser. She never protected herself, so she will never protect me. If you have maternal figures...
Your mama is male-identified, sis. She's male-identified. That's what that is. That's all that is. And she has low self-esteem. Those two things are deadly. She is the same as that man. The one, was he a pastor? I don't remember. He was on that podcast talking about his wife was ironing his clothes while he went to go meet his mistress. That's your mama. Your mama has low self-esteem, and I'm so happy that you didn't follow behind her, because you were on the trajectory, but thank God you woke up. I guess Wall Street did do something, because it made you have a backbone, and I think enough was enough. You reached your threshold, and you were like, oh no, this is enough. Thank God.
Like that in your life, you have to understand that they are going to weaponize their tears against you. They're going to try to emotionally manipulate you. And again, this is projection, because deep down they know that they made the wrong decision by staying. They know that they made the wrong decision by not choosing themselves. And so when they see you choosing yourself and you walking away from a situation that was harmful to you, suddenly they are questioning themselves. You choosing yourself and speaking your truth and shining light on the darkness, it triggers them. Their projections onto you come from a place of guilt, because they haven't lived out the fullness of their lives, because they chose to remain silent and in covenant with somebody who never honored them. When you go through situations like this and you start to expose the darkness, you start to realize who actually cared about you, and who cared about you so long as they could control you. So long as you are controllable and you're able to be managed by some parents, by even some friends, they will show you care and love and affection and support. But as soon as you choose yourself and you no longer fall prey to their manipulation, you no longer fall prey to the spiritual abuse and the spiritual manipulation, as soon as you expose the darkness, they start to call you unstable.
She's speaking real talk here.
A mental breakdown. And they will do anything to try to control you and keep you silent about the abuse that you faced. They will try to bully you in the most insane ways. My own father told my friend on the phone 2 days ago when he called her that he believes that my job as a lifestyle content creator is corn. What's so funny about it is that he didn't consider it corn before I was getting a divorce. He didn't consider it corn before I started exposing the narcissistic abuse that I faced. So he's attempting to slut shame me and belittle my career. And this man pastors multiple churches. That's a real man of God, right?
Hold up, who's your daddy? Please. I need to find out her last name. Is she Kojic? I need to know what church he pastors. Lord, I'm gonna have to dig in her comments, because I know somebody probably spilled something. Y'all know, do you guys remember the influencer Vicky Logan? She was really popular on YouTube, from 2009, probably in the beginning of YouTube. She was around the time when Jackie Aina was there. She was with Raven and all them girls. Vicky's dad is a pastor, and I didn't even know. He's G. Craig Lewis, and I used to watch him. So, yeah, it's a lot, y'all. I mean, there's a lot of influencers whose fathers are famous pastors. I need to know which church he pastors. That's going to be my homework this weekend. Next weekend.
Of religious men. And when I say religious, I mean the people who know scripture like the back of their hand, but they do not practice what they preach. These people do not have any relationship with God. A lot of people with narcissistic personality disorder hide behind faith and religion. You've seen that with my soon-to-be ex-husband, and you've seen that with my father.
Not just them two, girl. I know people in my personal family. I will keep them anonymous for now until they piss me off, and I might do a tell-all too, sis. I might be ready to spill tea. Just give me a family reunion or two when I really want to cut people off. But Risa Tisa, who the F did I marry? Legion was a whole scripture warrior. Prayer warrior. Man was lying the whole time.
Learn from my story.
And the devil knows scripture like the back of his hand. That should tell you something. He learned from his daddy. They are not. What did Jesus say? That we do not have the same father. Their father is the father of darkness. Yeah, that's his daddy. He learned it from his daddy, the devil himself.
Have a narcissistic parent, and if you have maternal figures in your life who've never chosen themselves, they've always chosen marriage, and they've always chosen the abusive man over themselves, you are susceptible to falling prey to narcissistic manipulation, love bombing, gaslighting, manipulation, control, all of that has become familiar to you because that is the family structure you grew up in. A lot of women have DM'd me about wanting to expose the narcissistic abuse they faced, but they're afraid of their abuser seeking legal action. In my case with my soon-to-be ex-husband, he's threatening to pursue legal action for defamation. But what he and others with NPD fail to understand is that if what you're saying is true and verifiable, it's not defamation.
She's right.
In fact, attempting to sue someone for defamation when you're the one who did the harm will always backfire legally, especially when we start discovery. So emails, medical records, text messages, all of it. If you're dealing with somebody like this, don't back down. Don't be scared. Remember that truth is a complete defense. So stand in your truth. When you start speaking your truth, people from their past will reach out to you. Multiple people from my soon-to-be ex-husband's past have reached out to me, and they've had very similar experiences with him. So this might become a much bigger case because of the discovery process, and honestly, I'm looking forward to it. Because this type of deception and marriage fraud happens too often, and I'm looking forward to making an example of this man. And for all the people he has previously harmed without consequences or accountability, justice is coming. Stay healthy and wealthy.
Okay, she did a call out, y'all. If you have dealt with her ex-husband, please go reach out to her. I don't know who's watching this, but if you've ever dealt with him, please go and reach out to her. Now, this is a thing, though, I want to say quickly before we move on to the next part. Sis was spitting, she was talking facts in this one, so please take heed to what she said. And I don't believe that she knew that he was living a double life as far as being down low, but I do believe that she had red flags about his behavior as far as like the shifty behavior from the beginning. So I want to make that very clear before we continue to the next part. I don't think she had any idea about his whereabouts. Okay, part 11. Wait, did we do part 10? Yeah, we did part 10. Okay. Wait. We did part 10, right? Yeah. Okay, part 11, y'all. We almost done, y'all. We're reaching the end.
True narcissist so you know your father is a true narcissist when even the police
hold on a second.
Suggest that you get a restraining order against him. I got married at 28 and I'm divorcing at 29.
Okay, here we go. Sorry, y'all.
11.
Let's go back.
So you know your father is a true narcissist when even the police officer suggests that you get a restraining order against him. I got married at 28 and I'm divorcing at 29.
Not your daddy being a convict.
I posted part 10 of the series. I was woken up by the local police.
Hold on. Your daddy is going to be a felon? Like, this is craziness. Just to shut his... You know what this reminds me of? Like, when you know, and I'm not saying all people in the religion, y'all. Assalamu alaikum. Malaikum salam. But when people in certain sects of the Muslim religion, they do honor killings. This reminds me of that, to shut you up because you defied them. That's what this reminds me of. This man is crazy.
So you know your father is a true narcissist when even the police officer suggests that you get a restraining order against him. I got married at 28 and I'm divorcing at 29, part 11. Less than 12 hours after I posted part 10 of the series, I was woken up by the local police, roughly around 7:30 a.m. on Friday. They told me that they got a call from my mother. It turned out that my father was impersonating her, and he told them that I had spoken to him that morning and expressed a desire to self-harm. Now,
yo, run it back. What did he do?
Roughly around 7:30 a.m. on Friday, they told me that they got a call from my mother. It turned out that my father was impersonating her, and he told them that I had spoken to him that morning and expressed a desire to self-harm. Now, my father had been blocked from my phone since Monday.
So you do know how to block people, sis. You see, I love that she knows how to block now. Thank you. You're learning from your mistakes. Block. Daddy would have been blocked. Mama, too, because she part of the program. She part of the ops. Mama should have been blocked, too. I hope you blocked your mama.
The fact that he impersonated my mother, told them a lie in order to use a welfare check as an intimidation tactic to shut me up, says a lot about him. So while at my house, the police officer does go back and verify...
Hold on, I hope she moved. She needs to move. 100%. I understand that sometimes it's difficult, but she has the means and the resources. Move, sis. Like a thief in the night. You need to go somewhere else. Move to another state if you need to. Hell, I would move to another country. No, real talk. If I had this kind of situation, I would have moved to another country. I don't have time to be dealing with people. And he can't even... Oh, but she has a legal case. Actually, she can't leave. But I promise you, as soon as that case is over, I'm out of here. I'm getting a new life. I'm going to get a new name, new everything, start fresh, because ain't no way you gonna track me down. These are crazy people. Unless they are in jail, they're gonna try to find a way to keep coming back. They're like those zombies in like World War Z movies, and you think you done with one, and then another pops out of nowhere, creeping up. They're those kind of people, just demons.
If it was my mother who called, or if it was him, they confirmed that yes, it was him who called. He was just pretending to be my mother. I explained the situation to the police.
Wait, I don't mean to laugh at Sis's story. Hold on. So he pretended to be a mother. What, he sounded like this? Like, how did he change his voice? Did he use AI? I'm gonna need more details on this, because it looks like the police knew it was him. Like, did this man really think he could get away with it? I can't imagine him actually talking like it's her mom. How did they not figure this out? Does he know how to use AI? I mean, I would think that she's in her 30s, so her father must be a Gen X or a boomer. If he's a boomer, he definitely don't know how to use AI. So, Lord, I know this. They probably could recognize his voice.
Showed them where I had blocked my father that Monday. So after I explained the situation to them in full, they actually went back and they called him, this particular police officer, God bless him. He reprimanded him for making a false police report and misusing police resources in order to control and intimidate his daughter. The police officer even told me that if my father lived in Florida, something definitely would have been done about it, but my father lives in Virginia. But the police officer did...
Okay, y'all remember, her daddy lives in Virginia. I'm going to investigate who her daddy is. He's pastoring many churches in Virginia. Okay, noted, sis. I'm going to go on the hunt. Let me get my Inspector Gadget hat on. We gonna be a detective, and next week I'll come up with my findings. I'm really gonna hold myself to it. I will research who her daddy is.
Of this false police report on the case file. He also expressed to me that he had seen this before. This is not his first time seeing a parent trying to control a child in this way by making false police reports. He also understood the dynamics of having a Caribbean parent, especially a religious one.
Oh, whoa. Sis is Caribbean? Okay, it makes sense. Is she Jamaican too? Hold up. Where in the Caribbean are your parents from? But either way, we're all kinfolk. We all have gone through similar experiences. I promise you, whatever she says, wherever they're from, they could be from Trinidad, wherever, we're all going to be like, oh yeah, we know it. Because hell, her daddy sounds like a Haitian father to me. She sounds like a toxic Haitian dad. I know a lot of friends who went through this situation and their dads weren't even pastors. They were just Haitian. So I know that if you're from the Caribbean, you can definitely resonate with this. And not saying only Caribbean folk. I'm pretty sure other people of other nationalities can. But it's something wrong with this here.
Completely understood the context of what was happening, and he was really disappointed. Now, you would have thought that this is where that ended with my father, right? Nope. Now, later that day, right around noon, I got a call from a mental health facility called Still Mind, and they claimed, just like the police officers who showed up to my house, that my father had given them a call and told them that I texted him expressing a desire to self-harm. Again, my father has been blocked since Monday. He's called my friend, but he hasn't been able to speak to me because I've blocked him. This mental health facility that I don't even know about is calling me and telling me that my father wanted them to call me. Just like I explained to the police, I had to explain to this mental health facility that my father is unstable and he's currently going through a narcissistic collapse. After receiving that call, I did speak to one of the police officers again, and he did suggest that I get a restraining order against my father. And the fact that a police officer is making that suggestion to me is quite telling of the kind of parent that I have. The police officer literally had to explain to my father that, look, sir, this is America. This is not Jamaica. You can't.
Oh, she is Jamaican. Shout out to my Jamaicans. Yeah, that makes sense, y'all. Okay. She's Jamaican. Absolutely. I believe her story 1,000,000%. And the sad part is that, yeah, she's trying to be like a good daughter, studious. You know, Jamaicans are really, really hardworking people, really want their children to excel. And you have a father like that, and you ended up marrying a man just like him. This is great. This is why, again, it's important to heal yourself before you get into a relationship. But now she knows better, and she's gonna do better, so I'll give her that. But her daddy Jamaican, Lord, so he pastors Jamaican churches. I'm going to note that. Y'all, I'm really going to be looking online. I'm dead serious. I'm not even joking. I need to see this man, and he needs to be revealed.
Police report. and expect that there won't be any consequences for you. You can't just project mental illnesses on people because you don't like what they're saying on the internet. To think that he tried to use law enforcement and mental health resources in order to silence me and control me.
Wasting the public's money. As a public servant, I am holy, and I am super, super offended that he would use the public's resources on this BS just because his daughter got away from a DL man. This is craziness. Wasting our time. Because there could have probably been somebody who really was having a mental health crisis, and here they go, messing with this woman who has nothing wrong with her, wasting our tax dollars. I'm pissed now. Oh, I'm really going to find him now.
Because I spoke the truth about him and have been using my platform to uplift and educate women on the topic of narcissistic abuse is very telling. And if I wasn't telling the truth, why would he have to go to these lengths? So you would have thought, okay, he weaponized law enforcement to try to intimidate you. He weaponized a mental health facility to try to gaslight you. It ends there, right? Nope. He's now using different relatives who I have no close relationship with. So earlier this week, he had an aunt who has never called me. This woman has never called me once in my life.
Ma'am, don't answer your phone no more. Let me tell you something. That was the best thing I ever did in my life. You guys could take this tip too. I do not answer my phone call to unknown numbers. They better leave a voicemail. If you don't leave a voicemail, well, I guess you're going to die then. If it's an emergency, oh well, I hope you call 911. I am not going to call you back. I don't call unknown numbers. I hate that. I don't like to pick up the phone and be surprised at who's on the other line. Do you remember who I am? No, I don't. Hang up. Boom. I don't play that. Unless you're in my close inner circle and I know who you are, you can get access to me. And then anyone else, until further notice, and for forever, you will get the voicemail. And you better leave one, or else I'm not calling you back. I don't care who it is. Sorry. Sis, you're going to have to just learn not to answer your phone. And matter of fact, you're going to need to get a new phone number. Why didn't you change your number? You're going to have to do that.
He has her call me. She leaves the voicemail saying that she hasn't spoken to me in a while and she just wanted to check in. And I just wonder, is it not clocking to them that I cannot be manipulated any further? So that is classic narcissistic collapse.
It is classic narcissistic collapse, and I agree with you, sis, but please change your number. I don't understand what's the problem. And don't answer your phone to unknown numbers. It's not that important. Let me tell you, if a business wants to call me, or if I have some kind of situation and it's an emergency, they're going to leave a voicemail. Don't you fret. I promise you, they will leave a voicemail. Trust me, when people want to find me, they know how to email me. No, you're not going to know. Change your number. Or don't answer your phone. Stop answering your phone, because now you're letting them infiltrate your space, and now your energy's all shifty.
Right? Once you expose the narcissist, they are going to spiral. They're going to try to do anything they can to try to silence you. You saw in the case of my soon-to-be ex-husband, he tried to financially abuse me. He started a smear campaign locally with our mutual friends and family members and even people who go to our church. And of course...
Wait, was this man Jamaican too? That's an important fact we need to know, y'all. Oh, Lord. Was he Jamaican?
Tried to manipulate and gaslight me and threaten my career. Of course, when I told him that I was filing for divorce and I was trying to be as amicable as possible, and once I called him out publicly about trying to financially abuse me, he went ahead and filed for divorce first. Narcissistic collapse. So when the narcissist came...
Wait. He filed for divorce first. Red flag, sis. You should have done this behind... Okay, I get it. I get you've moved on. You're giving us all this great advice. I love it. I actually really love it. I think she's giving some solid advice, except the accountability part. We had to check on that. But now, sis, don't tell me that he got to it first. Hold up. I don't even have water left. How did he get to filing a divorce first, sis? You should have filed first. He should have never known what you move. Do not let... You see, Bible. Let's bring up the Bible. Do not let your left hand know what your right hand does. That's somewhere in the Bible. I don't remember where. Do not let people know what your moves are. Y'all move in silence. Like lasagna. Move like the G in lasagna. In silence. She should have had all that stuff done on the back end. And then boop, surprise, surprise. Walk in one morning, serve the papers. That's how you're supposed to do it. Don't try to be nice. I'm not going to be cordial. And you're going to know what time it is. I'm not... Let me tell you something. Nobody is surprised by a divorce. I'm telling you that. It's been brewing. It's been brewing. He wouldn't have been caught. Oh, you caught him by... No, he knew. He knew he wasn't shit. He knew he was going to get them papers, but you let him file first. Now he gets to call the shots. Look at that. Putting you in mess. And he had time to clean out all the joint accounts. Sis, you didn't do your due diligence, and you, again, are the finance baddie. You should have known this. This is what you do on Wall Street. Y'all know how to clean house. You guys know how to do it very well and how to audit. Come on now. That's why I said, like, you gotta know how to use all of your skills and knowledge in your love life. You should be managing that the same way you manage your finances, the same way you manage your job, the same way you manage your work at school. Do the same thing and be as diligent in your love life.
They're going to try to use other people. And this is what they call flying monkeys. They're going to try to intimidate you in any way that they can. In the case of my father, he's trying to use family to intimidate me. Now, what my father and a lot of narcissists fail to understand is that when I'm done with you, I am done with you. And unless you're trying to reach out to me to apologize, and when I say apologize, apologizing with changed behavior on the back of that. An apology is worth nothing if there isn't changed behavior on the back of it. Unless you're reaching out to me with an apology and you have changed your behavior, I don't want to hear it. What narcissists like my father need to do is they need to face themselves. They need to look themselves in the mirror and acknowledge who they are. And they need to repent for their wrongdoing, because what has taken place here is blasphemous. What my father has done as a father and as a husband is blasphemous. When he gets in front of his churches every Sunday, he has 2 churches that he pastors in Virginia. When he gets in front of his churches on a Sunday and he pretends to be this great family man, holier than thou, it is blasphemous, and he needs to repent because he is not who he says he is. So until he repents for his lies and his wrongdoing in this life, and until he apologizes and actually has changed behavior, he will be blocked. And the same goes for other family members of the same mindset. When you get to a place in your life where there's absolutely nothing that your family can do for you, you now are in a position of control. So when I speak the truth, I speak the truth freely because there's nothing you can do for me. You can't add any value to my life. There's nothing you can do for me. You have no means by which to control me. So you can send police officers to my house all you want. You can have mental health facilities call me all day long. You can project and project and project. But the real issue is you. Your heart is corrupted. You need to repent before it's too late for you. You're 64 years old, sir. You turned 65 in November. I'm your only child, and I want...
Whoa. She said a lot here. Okay. So, her daddy is a boomer. I knew it. That man he don't know nothing about no AI. This man called and tried to make his voice like this. He did a nutty professor like somebody said in the chat. And, sis, I don't know how to make Haitian lasagna, but I could get the recipe from my mama. I actually don't cook Haitian food. I know. Don't stone me, y'all. I don't cook Haitian food. I never have actually. My Dukes used to cook everything. Look, I'm still learning. She did teach me how to make mac and cheese the way she does. I could ask her for the Haitian lasagna recipe. I haven't had that in years, but it's so good, y'all. There's a lot of Haitian food I want to make, but the thing is, Dom doesn't eat anything really. Like, he doesn't even eat Korean food because he's on a strict diet, right? Because of his bodybuilding. So that's why I don't even try. And also me, I started to incorporate dietary restrictions in my life too because of my I have a lot of gut issues. I always had a sensitive gut. But maybe for Thanksgiving, that's actually a really good idea. For Canadian Thanksgiving, it's coming up in October, so I'll ask my mom for the recipe. And yeah, I could live stream that too. I need to do another bacon chat. Yeah, so I would love to do that. Okay, that'll be on my radar, probably a Thanksgiving special, and then kind of show you guys how to make Haitian lasagna. I'm gonna see if my mom could send me the recipe.
Nothing to do with you. Do you know how sad that is? What does that say about you as a person? Now, I'll tell you what my last conversation was with my father before I blocked him that Monday. Now, I had been contacted by one of my soon-to-be ex-husband's exes, and she had relayed to me that she had a very similar experience with him. So my soon-to-be ex-husband also gave her the hardest time when she tried to break up with him. He made it extremely difficult, and he used the same type of manipulation tactics. Now, one of the things that she also said to me was, I'm not sure if he told you this, but he was diagnosed with bipolar disorder in 2017. Now, this was news to me.
That makes sense. So that would explain, remember in the beginning of the chat, I said he could have bipolar. It makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. He sounds like a Kanye. That's a Kanye West man right here. Everything that Kim went through, she went through, y'all. Same exact story. bar for bar. If you know, you know. Didn't he release a song talking about he performed fellatio on his cousin, a male cousin, and then people try to play it off like, oh, he's just crazy. Oh, yeah, all right, I want to believe that. It's very sad, actually.
I had never heard this before. And you have to
Oh, yeah,
understand.
and he said he thinks he's, I don't know. I've heard that, and then people, these are all alleged, by the way. I don't need people to go and sue me like Candace Owens. I ain't got that type of funds. Allegedly. And another alleged thing was Jeffree Star came out when him and Kim divorced and said that he moved to Idaho to be his side dude. So basically, him and Jeffree Star had a whole relationship, allegedly, because they both live in Idaho, and Jeffree Star is one of his shows. That's what I heard. Listen, y'all, he sounds like Kanye. That's all I'm gonna say.
Me and my soon-to-be ex-husband, we talked extensively about mental health. Even before we did premarital counseling with our church, we talked extensively about mental health. He told me he had no mental health issues. So this was a very interesting discovery. I was also informed that he had manic episodes as a result of this bipolar disorder.
I'm surprised that he didn't have a manic episode with her. So that's why I'm saying that, I don't know. Like, I hope that sis reveals more. But it's very strange to me that he didn't have a manic episode, being that he's unmedicated. Kanye had a lot of manic episodes with Kim, and she concealed a lot. But in the end, it was too hard to control, and he just went nuts. I don't mean to say it in a derogatory way, but that's what it was, right? He went haywire. They had the 5150 the man, and Baker act him. Oh, he's in California. Baker act him. So, I'm trying to see where she's going with this, because I'm wondering how she didn't see the manic episodes. I could definitely understand her not knowing his diagnosis, because if he didn't reveal it, there'd be no way to know, and it looks like his family is very secretive. However, him not having manic episodes, that's a bit difficult. He was able to hide that for a year and a half? I don't know. But we'll see. Maybe she's going to reveal that he had a manic episode.
Additionally, several of his friends were aware of this diagnosis. And I met several of these friends before the wedding, by the way. And they never...
Red flag! You see? Bros before hoes. That's what they always say. And of course, I'm not calling her a hoe, but that's their mindset. You got to be careful of the company that is around the man that you will be with, because sometimes they are concealing for their friends. They do that a lot, actually. Men conceal a lot for their friends. And some of them know that they're doing you so dirty and will still smile in your face. Hey, sis. How you doing, sis? And hug you. All right. I believe her.
Said a word to me, which I find very interesting. So I let my father know of that discovery, and here's what he said to me, verbatim. And if he's diagnosed with bipolar, so it's treatable. Imagine your own father saying that to you and failing to acknowledge...
Bruh, red flag. So it's treatable. Daddy might have it too. That's what I'm saying. Like, he's like, okay, that's it. Oh man, he has that, so he could get treated. It's treatable. Yeah, they take medication. Yeah, but he has to be willing to do the work, y'all. The man has to be willing to do the work. It sounds like he's denying and deflecting.
That you were manipulated and deceived into a marriage. That is marriage fraud. This is not about somebody's mental health. This is not about somebody's...
She's right. That is marriage fraud. But he been fraudulent from the beginning, sis. So you're going to have to take one L. You got to take an L for his behavior from before. But yes, him not disclosing his mental health illness. And also, I think there was one more thing he didn't disclose as well. I forgot what it was. But anyways, he's just a fraud dude. He been fraud.
Sexual orientation. Let's agree.
Oh yeah, his homosexuality. Yeah, his DL behavior. Correct.
Place here is the level of deception that took place in order to manipulate me into marrying him. Not only did he perform and claim heterosexuality in order to manipulate me into marrying him, he explicitly denied having any mental health issues. So what took place here was marriage fraud, sexual deception, and a violation of my bodily autonomy, because during our marriage he was having sex with men behind my back, and therefore he exposed me to STDs without my knowledge or my consent. Yeah. Now, did he give me an STD? He sure did. A non-life-threatening one, but an STD.
Hold up. Whoa. Oh, this case study is a lot, y'all. It's a lot for me to ingest. He did what? He gave you a what, sis? Hold on, I'm looking directly at the camera now, because hold up. What did he give you, sis? Was it the clap? Was it chlamydia? Lord, I hope it wasn't. Oh, no, it couldn't be syphilis. Syphilis is one of the worst ones. Yikes. Yeah. Oh, man, nah. Girl, take all the money you can from him. He literally put your life in danger. See, I'm telling y'all, the moral of the story is use that block button. Because had she used that block button from before, we would have never heard this case study. And she would have been living her best life in New York. She would have had a whole nother trajectory had she just utilized the block function on her phone the way she was supposed to. If you don't know how to use the block function, learn it and do it. This should be a cautionary tale. Just block. Don't have no conversation. The minute the relationship is over, don't keep them as a friend, as a confidant, as a support. Block and move on.
STD nonetheless. Now, my father was trying to tell me that this man's mental health and sexual orientation was none of my business. When you are not involved with somebody, when you are absolutely single, your mental health is your business. And what you do sexually, that is your business. But let me just say this, when you misrepresent who you are, you guys watched parts 1 to 5, so you know how aggressively I was pursued. When you pursue somebody and you have to have them at any cost, and you lied to them and you deceived them and you manipulated them into marrying you. Now,
hold on, sis. Hold on. This is where I disagree with you, because when you was telling the story, you said that he did aggressively pursue you, but also, like I said, how did he know where you were? You revealed a lot of the information too. So now I see why she doesn't want to admit it, because he did all of this, y'all. That's a lot to swallow, I'm telling you. She's eventually going to have her wake-up call, and she's going to realize her role in this. But, man, this is a lot. This is a lot. So I can see why she's trying to downplay her role, because he did a lot. He did a lot of damage to her. And I don't think she really wants to admit that she played a part in it. Like I said from before. Eventually she will get there. Maybe in a few years or so. But definitely I hope she gets there before she finds her real husband, the husband that God meant for her. If that is what is meant to happen. I really hope that she realizes it, and then when she's with him, she reconciles, like, oh yeah, like, you know what? I realized that I was definitely one of the reasons why he was able to do so much chaos in my life. She could have just blocked him. Blocked! Use that button. Be a blockiana. This is today's case study lesson. Be a blockiana. Trust your gut and block. I'm going to use that advice as well. Now it reinforces in me I was right to block a lot of people. I had family members upset because, she blocked me. And I almost felt bad, because I was like, dang, maybe I should have not blocked them. But now this case study has just revealed to me and confirmed. You see, God is confirming so much to me. Keep them blocked, sis. Keep them all blocked. Don't give them your number. Protect your peace.
that you're married to them and you've locked them in. You're outside living in your truth and you're exposing them to God knows what because you were living a double life. That is when it absolutely becomes my business. So you have to ask yourself, why would my father say that to me? Why would my own father defend a man who misrepresented his mental health status and misrepresented his sexuality? What is it about my father that would make him be on the side of such a man? I want you to ask yourself that question and think critically. Why would he be so triggered about me speaking the truth?
Yo, daddy a DL. That's what I'm thinking. So, but let us know, sis. I hope you reveal it in part 12 because we're almost done.
Truth about this man. Now, there have been thousands of women who have reached out to me at this point, and a lot of you have dealt with the same thing. You've dealt with men who misrepresented their sexuality. And
oh, Lord, I thought she meant thousands of women reached out to her for her daddy. I was about to say, what?
Manipulated you into marriages. You've dealt with men who've lied about their mental health status or lied by omission. And let me just add this in. Lying by omission is still lying. In fact, it's one of the most dangerous forms of lying. A liar by omission is one of the most dangerous people that you will deal with.
She's right. But again, he's been lying from the beginning and you clocked it, but you just didn't react to it. That's all I'm going to say here. He been lying. If somebody could lie think about it this way. I'm going to tell you that. Real talk, y'all. If somebody can lie about something so small, like he was starting with lying about small things, then what makes you think he wouldn't hide anything from you or lie about big things? If somebody can lie to you even for the small things they do on a daily basis, they are a liar. That comes natural to them. So that means you need to be careful because that person is not being real with themselves. Any small, little, it starts little. Notice how it started little and now it progressed to all it full blown. Now it's out in the open. It started minor, just little by little crumbs. And now he built enough crumbs to have a gingerbread house. This man was a deceiver from the beginning. But again, the small behavior makes big impact. Always don't think of anything small as, oh, that's just little, it's just something. No, it's not small, it's big. Make a big deal out of it. I love when people used to say I'm dramatic. Yes, I'll be dramatic, damn it. I will be dramatic, because any small behavior is going to always be big to me. It must be, because that's how I can protect myself.
A lot of narcissists lie by omission. They calculated, they schemed, they knew what to say and what not to say. And it is all a part of the manipulation tactic. For those women who've been through something similar or who are going through something similar, that is your husband. That is your partner. It is absolutely your business what he's doing sexually. Don't let anybody gaslight you about that. It is absolutely your business. If a man deceived you and manipulated you into marrying him, and he did not disclose his true sexual orientation, and if he did not disclose his mental health issues, that is material non-disclosure, and you have rights. Now, when it comes to people with narcissistic personality disorder, when they realize that they cannot get you back and that they cannot control you, you need to be very careful and very vigilant. A lot of them are going to run to get these mental health diagnoses. They are going to pretend to be the victim. That is what is happening with my soon-to-be ex-husband as we speak. He's pretending to be the victim. He's taken no accountability. He refuses to look at himself in the mirror and accept who he is. So he's pretending to be a victim. And that is what they do. A lot of the times they're going to go to the therapist and they're going to get a mental health diagnosis. What they're doing is they're hiding behind their narcissism. So use your discernment and actually pay attention to what has taken place. Document everything. Understand that sometimes this is another strategy of theirs, because when all else fails and they can't get you back, they try the pity game. Now, for anyone who's been through what I've been through with my narcissistic parents, and for anyone who's currently going through that, or if you had narcissistic parents growing up, or if you had dismissive parents in any way, if you had parents who failed...
Hold on, is this trying to sell us something else? Hold up. Is this another plug? Since I have a feeling you selling us an ebook or something. Hold on.
You as a child, you are not alone. And I really hope that you guys get this from this series. What's most important here is that we do not become our parents. In the case of my soon-to-be ex-husband, and in the case of a lot of narcissists, they had parents who failed them. They had parents who dismissed their needs as a child. But what does a true narcissist choose to do? They choose not to heal. What they do is they continue to project that pain into every relationship they get into. They don't channel that pain into purpose. They just choose to keep hurting people everywhere they go. They never truly grew up. They haven't parented themselves. They haven't raised themselves. We have to learn to raise ourselves as adults. And we have to be committed to not making the same mistakes that our parents made.
She's
because
right.
We deserve better. You have to love yourself enough to give yourself the love and the honesty that your parents could never give you. And if you don't love yourself enough to commit to being a better person, I pray that at least you can do it for your child. If you have a child, or if you're planning to have a child.
You must.
I pray that you can love yourself enough to do better for the next generation, because they deserve better than what we went through.
100%, they
do it for them. Now,
absolutely, I agree with her. If you don't do it for yourself, do it for your kids. I agree. Kids do not, they are so innocent, y'all. They deserve better than this shitty world we done bought them into. But unfortunately, here they are. And here we are. So the least we could do is teach them better. The least, at the least.
There's a time to cry, and there's a time to feel your emotions and feel your pain. But there's also a time to channel that pain into purpose. And you need to know when it's time to get up and get after it and channel that pain into purpose. Speak out about the abuse that you faced. You have to speak out, because narcissism thrives in silence. If you're silent about it, it's going to continue. I guarantee you. Do not be concerned about the people who are committed to misunderstanding you. Do not be concerned about the people who are committed to twisting your words. Do not be concerned about the people who are committed to projecting their insecurities onto you. They are going to do just that. That is to be expected. You speaking your truth not only sets you free, it sets your bloodline free. It sets so many people free when they can hear your story and they can see themselves in...
Yep, a bar here. Y'all better pay attention.
...your story. When you are vocal about the narcissistic abuse that you have faced, the narcissist collapses. And so narcissistic collapse is what you're going to observe. I have documented the narcissistic collapses I have witnessed in this entire series. You're going to notice similar things once you start speaking out, but that's how you know you're doing the right thing. Use your voice and speak out about it. People are going to hear you. People are going to resonate with your story. When you share your stories, tag me in the video, mention me in the caption, and I will repost your story. Remember your voice, because it will set people free. Stay healthy and wealthy.
All right, y'all, last part. So I want to
Father
mention
is a
something.
true
Oops.
narcissist
Hold
when
on.
even the
Let me
police
get up out of
officer
here.
suggests that
Okay, so I'm going to listen to the last part 12 for now. I really hope she ain't got no more, child. I think that's it. Now, before we continue, I just want to make an announcement before I'm just going to play part 12 and then I'm going to head out after this. It is 9:17. Y'all, thanks for rocking with me. From now on, because I realized that these 3 case studies in a row, like I do mini case studies on the weekend and I love doing that and doing commentary. So what I'm going to do is push my time earlier just to give you guys more time during the day, because I realized these be a lot. I didn't even realize. I thought it was going to be short, but it ended up being longer than I thought. So from next week, starting from next week, I will go live earlier because of the time difference. So I'm probably going to go live in the morning instead, which is morning my time, which will be early afternoon your time. And that way it'll give people time to come in, and then we won't have to stay late, because I do want to respect people's sleep time as well. Even though they can recatch it, I know some people wanted to stay till the end. So I will do that. That'll be my gift. So I can start earlier, because my Sundays are usually pretty open. So, excuse me. I will play the next part. And then that is it. So I'll go live a little earlier next week, probably like 11 o'clock. Yeah, I think 11 o'clock is pretty good. And then that way, if it's 6 hours, it'll be 12, 1, 2. Y'all know I can't count. 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we'll end by 4 o'clock. And then that way you guys have time to do stuff in the evening. So I will do that, y'all. All right. Part 12. And then we going to wrap this right up. Thank you guys so much for watching. And I definitely hope you guys take heed to this story. It was an eye-opening story.
People who are silent about narcissistic abuse, people who are silent about abuse in general,
Okay,
people who are silent about narcissistic abuse, people who are silent about abuse in general, they will not protect you and they will not protect your children. I got married at 28 and I'm divorcing at 29, part 12. Now, I've gotten a lot of comments commending me for my strength and my ability to block my father, who is a narcissist, and my ability to separate myself from family members who have shamed me for speaking out about the narcissistic abuse that I've faced. I have no issue cutting off people who want me to be silent about the abuse that I faced, and I have no issue cutting off people who are silent about abuse. I've even had a friend of mine who considered herself my best friend try to shame me for speaking out about the narcissistic abuse that I faced.
Red flag. I hope this wasn't the best friend that told you to go be with this man and marry him. It probably was, but hopefully it's not the same one. You see, all the people that done told her to be with this man, they probably are falling and taking his side. That's what I'm saying. Like, sometimes your family doesn't have your best interest. Your friends don't have your best interest at heart, because they would take the abuse and the manipulation. They would do it. They would take a down low man. I'll take any man over having no man. I'll even take a down low man. Just weakness.
And I've cut her off because situations like this really show you people's true colors. And anyone who's in the business of shaming someone for speaking out about the abuse that they've faced is not somebody that I want in my life. Why? Because I don't trust you. I don't trust the family members who choose to be silent about the abuse that they witnessed within the family. There are so many women and men within my family who've experienced abuse, and not just narcissistic abuse, but physical abuse, sexual abuse. And others in the family turned a blind eye and encouraged them to be quiet about it to protect the family image. Now, when you come from a narcissistic family, and when you come from a family dynamic where your father has narcissistic personality disorder, anybody who doesn't agree with him in the family, he is ready to call them mentally unstable. That is just his go-to. Anybody who disagrees with anything that he says, he's ready to ostracize them, and he starts to call up others in the family, and he creates a narrative that makes them look like the bad guy. So if you don't submit to my father's control within the family, he's going to start a smear campaign on you, just like I've told you. He's going around telling people that my job is corn, even though I'm a lifestyle content creator. What he's doing right now is he's going around to everyone in the family. He's going around to the people within his churches. He pastors a church in Virginia and a church in DC. Because I've spoken out about his narcissistic behavior and him filing a false police report on me, calling a mental health facility and telling them a lie in order to get them to harass me. He's going around telling the people at his churches, telling others in the family that I am unstable. And so until I submit to his control, he's going to continue that smear campaign. Now, this has worked for him for pretty much his entire life. I told you that he's 64 and he turned 65 in November. Anyone in the family at all that doesn't want to submit to his control, he's ready to gaslight them and he's ready to love bomb them. And if those techniques don't work, he launches a smear campaign. His own siblings have never held him accountable for his behavior, and his entire family has just let him get by without any real accountability. Now, I believe that people who are silent...
Sis, I wonder if your dad is a last child. He gives me last child syndrome. That's just me. talking. He gives me the last child syndrome because I've seen that behavior quite a lot. And it's usually from the eldest or the youngest. Youngest child. I don't know. He's giving me that. He's giving me that. But I might be wrong. It's never. Notice how it's never the middle children. I know I'm being shameless plug. It's never the middle child. Middle children are usually pretty well adjusted because they had to deal with the crazies at the top and the crazies at the bottom.
About abuse in any form are just as dangerous as those who commit abuse. When you are born into a family with a dynamic of a narcissistic father, like I have, and a mother who ultimately didn't fully choose herself, she's chosen to be silent about the narcissistic abuse that she's faced, the control, the manipulation. And there are others in the family who have seen what's been happening and they've chosen to just turn a blind eye. People who are silent about narcissistic abuse, people who are silent about abuse in general, they will not protect you and they will not protect your children. If you think that your narcissistic family will change overnight, you're delusional. I have no issue cutting off anyone in my family. I have no issue cutting off any friend who has an issue with me speaking out about narcissistic abuse, whether it came from my family members, including my father, or from the man that I married. If you have an issue with someone speaking out about abuse, that says more about you. Ask yourself the question, why do I have an issue with someone speaking out about the abuse that they faced? What am I hiding? What am I protecting? Because I shouldn't be this triggered. Any decent human being who lives in truth and honesty will never have a problem with somebody speaking out about the abuse that they faced, whether it's in person or on the internet. I don't want people in my life who protect darkness. If you protect abuse, if you protect control and manipulation for the sake of family or for the sake of religion, I don't want you in my life. When I have kids in the future, I don't want you around my children. If you're the type of person to encourage silence around abuse in any form, I do not want you around my children.
I'm going to stop it right here. And then after that, I'm going to continue to the end and then we going to be done. I just want to say one more thing. And I promise this will probably be the second to last thing I say. You see the energy she has now? She better hold it for the next man that comes in. And y'all better have this energy when it comes to blocking people out of your life. I'm not going to let anyone in my life that could lie to me, even small lies. I'm not going to let anyone have I'm not going to let anyone in my life that does not align with my values blocked. She needed to have that kind of energy and discernment when she first started dating this man. But again, now she has the control over it. She understands it. And for the rest of y'all watching this, please take heed. Be the CEO. Ain't that what one of the girls told us? Be the CEO of your love life. That's how you gonna have to manage who comes in and out of your life. Be like a manager.
Better for the next generation because they deserve better. The next generation deserves adults who are willing to speak up, adults who are willing to be honest. The next generation doesn't need another set of adults who are more concerned with the family image than they are with truth. We've been there and done that. And clearly I had to be the one to break the generational curse. I had to be the one who divorced the narcissist. I had to be the one to shine light on the darkness in the family because none of them were strong enough or brave enough to do it for themselves. They're still hiding behind the family image and they're still so concerned with protecting the family image instead of speaking the truth and holding each other accountable. It is absolutely disappointing, but it is who they are. And it's disappointing that they've chosen to shame me for speaking out about the narcissistic abuse that I've faced at the hands of the man that I married, in addition to my own father. But I'm not surprised because it is who they are. They protect the darkness. They don't speak out about abuse. They don't speak out about the harms that take place within the family. They've always been that way, and I thought that that was normal until I started to raise myself. A lot of us have parents who never truly grew up. Narcissists never truly grow up. They're children. They're damaged children and they're stuck in their childhood traumas. So with my father, him creating a false police report was his form of a temper tantrum. Him calling a mental health facility in order to get them to harass me because I'm speaking out about the narcissistic abuse I've faced. It's another form of a temper tantrum. He's a child who never grew up. He never addressed his childhood traumas. And so now as a grown man at 64 years old, he's choosing to bully his daughter. Now, the women in my family who have never chosen themselves, they never walked away from the marriage because for them, being married and having the title of being a wife is much better than being single and standing in your truth. Whenever you have women who idolize marriage, they care more about marriage than they care about themselves. They value title over truth. And whenever you have that dynamic, you have to be very careful Those of us who grew up with mothers or female figures who never fully chose themselves, you know that growing up as a child, because you saw your mother not choose herself and not speak out about the abuse that she's faced, you weren't comfortable telling her everything that you went through as a child. Why? Because you know that she never chose herself. She never chose herself, and in not choosing herself, she didn't protect you. In a lot of cases, we saw how much our mothers were going through, and we chose to keep so much of our pain to ourselves. And listen, I've done the work of breaking the generational curse. It ends with me, and I cannot wait to be done with this divorce from this narcissistic man. I do not want any of my family around me or my future family because I've seen who they are. I see their characters. I want my children to speak up and speak truth. And I want them to know that they can come to me about anything at any time. I recently became a godmother to one of my friend's daughters, and just seeing her child and just seeing children in general, they deserve better. They deserve better adults around them. Anybody who has an issue with you speaking out about abuse that you faced, any type of abuse that you faced, be very careful. You don't want them around your children. They're going to encourage your child to be silent about the things that they go through. And that is not who you want around the next generation. And this entire series where I've talked about narcissistic abuse in particular, it thrives on silence. You're not going to notice it right away, and especially if it's normalized within your families, especially if you've been groomed to accept narcissistic abuse, you are not going to notice it. It'll take a while for it to click that this is what you've actually been dealing with all along. But once you see it, you can't unsee it, and you have to act accordingly. Now, we're already adults here, right? The damage is done. We can do better for those who come after us. And we should live in truth, and we should be comfortable speaking out truthfully. And anybody who pushes back and tries to shame you for speaking out about the abuse that you faced, you need to understand that they're very likely hiding something themselves, whether it's something that happened to them or it's something that they've done to others. If you take away nothing else from the series, I hope that you take away how dangerous it is to have people around you who are silent about narcissistic abuse. And it's so silent, it is so discreet, but it is dangerous. If you're in a similar situation, I hope that you make the decision that the abuse ends with you. It ends with us. Remember your voice. Stay healthy and wealthy.
Yes, sis. All right. So sis said a word. Hold on, let me stop this here. Sis said a word. Amen, sis. And you know what? I commend her for speaking her truth. I really am happy that she's in a better place now. And it sounds like she is doing all the healing that she needs to in order to move forward. And I like what she said about generational trauma. I like towards the end, I feel like she really had a lot to say about family relationships, dynamics, and how you can do better, choose better for yourself and your future children. Because yes, they depend on us to make the decisions for them when they're younger. And if you put them in this toxic environment, they are going to learn that it is okay. So shout out to all of us generational curse breakers. I love us. I think that we're doing an amazing job. We may not have it all together, but a lot of us are walking into uncharted territory, and we've never had the example before us because we're the first ones to do it. But guess what? You're not alone. And there's a whole group of us who are just trying to do better in life. So on that note, thank you so much for watching, y'all. It has been a blast. 6 hours. This is a new record, y'all. I done talked for 6 hours. Well, sis talked for 6 hours. I just ad-libbed. Next week, catch an earlier live. And I love you all. Thank you so much for watching. And until